Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Wanting the Winger by Jacob Chance. Narrated by Ash Beverly and Ellie Gossage. Chapter 1. Darius. Adrenaline coursing through every muscle in my body, I race for the puck, speeding across the ice. My stick barely makes contact when a player from the opposing team leans in with his shoulder and body checks me into the boards. I don't have time to think about the pain caused by the bone-rattling hit as the two of us fight for control of the puck. Hockey sticks and skates crash together as we lock up. My helmet bangs off the plexiglass as we battle for the small black disc as though we're fighting for our lives. I finally manage to knock it free and shake off my opponent, but he's close as I race toward the goal. I pass the puck off to my teammate Caden. He fires at the net with no hesitation and the power of a small cannon, all the while making it look effortless. The crowd shouts, jumping from their seats, as the goal lamp lights and Caden raises his stick in the air. Skating over, I wrap an arm around his neck. "Great shot." "Hey, you set it up perfectly for me." He's quick to share the credit. With only 5 seconds left on the game clock and our team up by 2, it's safe to say we're walking away with a win. When the clock hits 0, my teammates and I celebrate briefly before we head to the locker room. "Great game, boys," Coach Carling calls out, gaining our attention inside our team's locker room. "It was a solid win, and you all played hard. Take tonight to soak in this victory, and then we're moving on to the next game." The entire team choruses the second half of the sentence along with him. A man of few words, our coach says the same thing after every win, so it's not a surprise. The only time his speech changes is if we lose. And when that happens, there isn't a single one of us who isn't affected by the disapproval in his tone or gaze. He may not say much, but he commands a deep respect from his players. We go to battle on every sheet of ice for him as much as we do for ourselves and our teammates. "Coyotes, how do we feel about our win?" Caden, who is our team captain, asks. The entire team choruses back, "Ooh, yeah!" We all disperse, moving to the edges of the familiar space, revealing a giant white Charleston Coyotes logo in the center of the black matted floor. My teammates begin to take off their skates and gear. I sit down next to Caden on the built-in wooden bench that wraps around 3 sides of the large room. "That last goal was a thing of beauty." I slap him on the back. "Thanks," he replies. "But like I said before, you're the one who set it up for me." "You both played a part." Ryder, another of our teammates, agrees from next to me. "It sure feels great to get the win against the Thunder. I fucking hate that team." I nod. "Yeah, me too. Talk about a bunch of dirty players." "The refs have selective sight when it comes to them," Caden adds. "I don't get it. We can't get away with half of what they do." "What are we doing wrong?" Ryder asks as his fingers rapidly unlace each skate. "Our record is better than theirs, so I guess we're doing some things right," I say, tucking my sweat-soaked jersey over my head. "We just need to focus on ourselves and keep the level of our play up. That's all we can control. If we play our best, we're unbeatable," Caden reminds us. He has a way of focusing on what matters, which is why he's the leader of our team. I finish removing my gear and skates and take a quick shower. Once I've dried off and am dressed, I head to meet my parents, as I do after every home game. The room where they wait is designated for our team's family and friends, and, as always, it's filled to capacity. My mom holds her arms out to me. Agori mo. My boy. I'm 26 years old, and she still calls me that. Mom? I wrap her in my arms and squeeze, and then my father is hugging me tight enough to break a rib or two. Dad? I groan, and he laughs. Nice game. He pats me on the back before releasing me. Thank you for coming. As if we'd miss it, my mom says. Are you coming home with us? I have macaronia makima left over from last night. No, I wish I could, but I have somewhere to be. Reaching up, she briefly cups my cheek in her hand. The thick gold rings on her fingers are cold against my skin. Come by tomorrow. I'll save the macaronia makima for you. I can't be sure I'll make it, so you two should go ahead and have it. I don't want to be the reason your delicious food goes to waste. Your mom's cooking never goes to waste, Darius. My dad winks at me and rubs his still flat stomach. Looking at him, you never know how much he can eat. He's blessed with good genes, and hopefully I've inherited them. So far, so good, at least. Don't forget about the party, my mom says, reminding me about my sister Callista's birthday 8 days from now. I'm sure she'll remind me at least 4 more times leading up to it, too. Turning 30 is a milestone. I smile. I'll be sure to wear all black. I'll grab some black balloons and streamers, too. My dad chuckles. I'm sure she'll appreciate that. We all know exactly how much she will not appreciate that. Callista is ridiculously sensitive about getting older. I'm not sure why, because 30 is still so young. But she had dreams of being married with a couple of kids by now. Pursing her lips, my mom shakes her head. I really expected to be a grandmother by now. I don't know what all my children have against marriage. My mom's well-known desire to be a grandmother doesn't help the situation any. And on that note, I need to get going, I joke. I don't need her to start in on me and my lack of a girlfriend. I don't have the time or energy to devote to a relationship. Tugging up the cuff on my button-down, I glance at the watch on my wrist. Shit. I'm running behind schedule. I really do need to leave. Come on, I'll walk you both out.
Chapter 2. Evie. 15 minutes to closing. My eyes sweep from the clock on the wall to my new friend Brutus sitting next to me. I know we just met, but I feel like I can share with you. Maybe it's your kind eyes or the way you make me feel like I'm the only woman here. Whatever the reason, today's been a shit show. And no, I'm not exaggerating or being dramatic. Brutus gives my leg a supportive nudge, and I take it as a sign he wants me to continue. Does it ever seem like the universe is testing you to see how much crap you can take? Because that's what I'm starting to think. I've always tried to be an optimist, but I'm not feeling it today, my friend. No siree. Can I call you my friend? Are you okay with that, or am I taking liberties I shouldn't be?
Hello?
A deep voice interrupts. My head swings toward the open door, and I find a tall man moving toward the reception counter. Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you come in.
I don't want to interrupt your conversation with
His words trail off, and he rubs the back of his neck. Oh, geez. This guy thinks I was talking to myself. I wasn't talking to myself, I clarify. He holds up a hand.
No need to explain, I do it sometimes too.
Then I guess that makes you the strange one. I laugh. His dark eyebrows lifting, he aims a questioning look my way.
Yeah, sure. I'm here to pick up my dog.
Let me guess. Brutus? He nods. I was starting to wonder if he was coming home with me tonight, I say. He rakes a hand through his longish hair.
Yeah, sorry about that. I got here as soon as I could.
Slipping from the metal stool, I grab Brutus's leash and lead him around to the front of the counter.
What the hell have you done to my dog?
I beam. Doesn't he look fabulous? I lead Brutus in a small circle so he gets the full effect.
That's not the word I'm thinking of. Fucking ridiculous is more like it. You gave my male dog a rainbow-colored leopard-printed tramp stamp.
In an instant, I go from smiling to scowling. Sexist much? And it's not a tramp stamp. I huff. It's a band of rainbow-colored leopard print on his lower back, as you requested.
Look, I don't know what you're talking about. I dropped my dog off earlier to have a bath and get his nails trimmed. Not to.
At a loss for words, he waves his hand around. Realizing he's serious, I frown. Oh.
Is that all you have to say? You don't have any idea how this happened?
No, but I'll see if I can figure it out. I hand off Brutus's leash and scurry back behind the counter. Tapping the keyboard, I pull up today's schedule on the screen and read over all the notes next to each appointment. Sure enough, next to Brutus's name, it says bathe and trim nails. My stomach flips. I'm going to get fired. Fuck you, universe. I've had enough of this shitty day. It seems like there's been a mistake, I say.
You think?
Sarcasm drips from him. I meet his displeased gaze. I'm sorry, I'm not sure how this happened.
I'd like an idea of how it did, he snaps.
I must have gotten my orders mixed up. I know it's not the answer he's looking for, but it's all I've got.
You think?
He repeats. His condescending tone reminds me of my father, which reminds me of my all-too-many shortcomings that he points out any chance he gets, and my eyes sting from the urge to cry. Frustrated, I slap the counter with my palm. Stop saying that! And then, to my horror, I burst into tears. Brutus lets out a whine while his owner stands there frozen in shock. Leaning forward, I rest my elbows on the counter and cover my face with my hands. Whatever it is that's causing me to be so emotional, there's no way to stop the deluge of tears. They just keep flowing. A large hand awkwardly pats my back.
It's okay.
Pat, pat.
You can stop crying now.
Pat, pat. Ugly, snotty, crying face be damned. My head pops up. I can't flip a switch and stop. Chest shuddering, I suck in a shaky breath. That's not how it works. Brutus leans into my leg, offering his own brand of silent comfort while his owner couldn't look more uncomfortable. He's obviously at a loss when it comes to crying women. Watching me, he tugs on his earlobe.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you cry.
It wasn't just you. I'm having a shitty day of epic proportions. I'm sorry you had to witness this mess. I point at my tear-streaked face. Smiling, he plucks a tissue from the box on the counter and hands it to me.
You might want to use this.
Thanks. Dragging in a shaky breath, I swipe at the makeup that's sure to be streaking down my face. Crumpling up the tissue, I toss it in the small trash can under the counter. I'm really sorry about Brutus's grooming mix-up. I'll pay for it myself. I don't know how, but I will.
That's not necessary. I'll pay for the services he got. It looks like a lot of time and effort went into that tramp stamp.
He winks, and for the first time I notice how handsome he is. But I'm not one to be swayed so easily. I cock an eyebrow at him. He grins.
Sorry, too soon?
Maybe. Returning my attention to the screen, I tally up the total, then hesitate to tell him the amount. Is he going to flip out over what I consider to be an exorbitant amount of money? I wouldn't pay this much to have my own hair done, never mind my dog's. I mean, if I had a dog.
What do I owe you?
He asks, putting an end to my stalling. $500. I stutter for the first time in my life, then hold my breath, awaiting the explosion of what the fuck that's sure to come. He pushes his credit card into the slot without even flinching and taps some keys on the keypad. He must have a better paying job than I do. Good for him. When he's finished, he returns his card to his wallet and sets a $100 bill down on the counter in front of me.
This is for you.
What? No. I shake my head emphatically. I messed up and he wants to tip me? He must feel bad about me crying.
Yes, it's yours.
He pushes it closer with a blunt-tipped finger. We're not allowed to accept tips. I lie. I can't in good conscience take this money when I already cost this man an extra $300.
Well, then I guess you'll have to grab a coffee with us.
Huh? Did I hear him correctly?
It's closing time, right?
He asks. Yeah.
Lock up. Brutus and I are taking you for a coffee.
That's not necessary.
We want to.
That's nice of you, but I'm going to pass.
Come on, I feel bad for upsetting you. You can't leave me alone with my guilt.
You won't be alone, you have Brutus.
As awesome as he is, I'll still feel bad. You don't want that on your conscience, do you?
One side of his mouth arcs up in an endearingly crooked grin. Damn it, he's making it damn near impossible for me to say no. I shake my head, but find myself agreeing. Okay. His smile extends across both sides of his mouth, and I'm reminded of how attractive he is. Reaching down, he scratches behind Brutus's ears.
This guy loves the cafe one block down. They sell cookies for dogs.
That's a popular spot. With this place being so close, we can walk, I say as I move around, making sure everything is as it should be. Give me 1 minute to check the back.
No problem.
I pass through the swinging doors and flip off all the lights at each grooming station, and also the overhead ones, plunging the large area into darkness. When I return to the front, I grab my purse and keys and walk around the counter.
All set?
He asks. Yes. Flipping off the lights, I set the alarm before we step outside, then lock the door once we're through. Tucking my keys into my purse, I sling the small leather bag over my shoulder.
I haven't had a chance to ask your name,
he says. Are you asking now? His eyes flick to me.
Yes, I am.
It's Evie. His lips press together and he nods.
I like that.
Thank you.
Aren't you going to ask for my name?
Nah, I thought I'd just call you Brutus's dad. He shrugs.
That works.
I'm kidding. What's your name?
Darius.
That's different. I like it.
Thanks, but since I didn't choose it, I'll give the credit to my parents. Here we are.
He stops outside the cafe.
If you don't mind sitting out here with Brutus, I'll go in and get everything.
He hands the leash over to me, and I choose a seat at one of the small iron tables out front.
What would you like?
Oh, venti iced coffee with extra ice, skim milk, white chocolate mocha, caramel drizzle on the inside of the cup, and vanilla cold foam. He shoots me a questioning look, and I feel compelled to answer. What can I say? I really love coffee. He nods, gripping the door handle. My mother told me to never accept a drink from a stranger. I tease. He peers over his shoulder.
You'll have a clear line of sight of me the entire time, if that helps.
And I'll be watching you. I point 2 fingers at my eyes and turn them toward him.
He smiles. Take care of my dog. He opens the door, then pauses. I'm not going to come back to zebra-printed legs or anything, right?
I wave my hand at him. Hush yourself and get my coffee. If he gets my order right, it'll be a small miracle. The sound of his laughter gets cut off when the door swings closed. Brutus, don't listen to your dad. You're just as badass with your new look. You're a pit bull. You're going to look intimidating no matter what. I think your new dye job makes you look more approachable, and you should get more belly rubs from strangers. Isn't that every dog's goal? Darius returns with his hands full. I take the drinks from him and set them on the table. He rifles through a bag and gives Brutus a cookie before sitting across from me. This one's yours, I set his coffee in front of him.
Thanks.
No, thank you. I appreciate this. I tap my fingernail against the plastic cup.
It's the least I could do after upsetting you.
He sips his coffee, watching me over the rim. It wasn't really you. It had more to do with my day being rough as a whole. He lowers the cup.
Want to talk about it?
No thanks. I pop the straw through the hole in the cover and take a sip of my coffee. Swallowing, my eyebrows pop upward. You got the order correct. I breathe out in awe.
Come on, Brutus is a fantastic listener. And as you can see, he gestures toward my coffee, I'm not bad either.
His smile is charming, and as surprising as it is, I find myself wanting to share. Okay, but you'll probably regret asking. I graduated last spring, and I can't find a job. Well, a job using my degree, I clarify.
Which is?
He asks. Bachelor of Fine Arts? I take another sip of my sweet coffee and lick my lips. Go ahead, you can say it. His thick, dark brows dip inward.
Say what?
That it's a useless degree.
Why would you assume that would be my reaction?
I've heard it 1,000,000 times, especially from my father.
I'm assuming you're passionate about art.
I am.
What's your medium?
Paint. His eyes drop to Brutus lying on the sidewalk next to him.
I should have guessed.
I smile. Yeah, but I prefer painting on canvas to painting living creatures. I drawl. But pickings are slim.
What would your dream job be?
He asks. I'd love to work with children in some capacity.
Like an elementary school teacher?
Maybe, but schools are cutting art programs to make their limited budgets work. I think I'd prefer to work with an organization that helps at-risk youth. I'd like to show them how amazing art is, how therapeutic it can be.
Then you should.
I wish it were as easy as you make it sound.
It's like that saying, where there's a will, there's a way, he says.
I get that, and I know with hard work and determination I'll get to the place I want to be. Leaning forward, he rests his forearms on the table, showing me I have his full attention.
Then what's got you so stressed out?
Mostly my boss. She's horrible to work for.
Can you find another pet salon who's hiring?
Probably, but this one is conveniently located. And it's not like I want to do this for the rest of my life. This is just a filler job while I'm working toward my dream job. But I need to keep a roof over my head. Dog grooming doesn't pay very well. On top of that, this morning my car started making a god-awful noise. So now I need to get it in the shop to figure out what's wrong before I break down somewhere. In anticipation for the repair bill, I asked my boss for more hours at the shop, but she doesn't have any available.
Can you go to your parents for help?
He must have a good relationship with his own parents if this is his first suggestion. Not all of us are so lucky. And get another lecture about my poor career choices? No thanks. I'd rather eat ramen only for the next year. But enough about me. What do you do for work? He shifts on the seat, adjusting his long legs under the small table.
I work with athletes.
Are you a trainer? My eyes glide across the width of his shoulders before taking in the way his button-down shirt hugs his muscular arms.
I wear a few hats, but that's one of them.
He doesn't elaborate further. Nice. Have you been doing that for long?
Yes, right out of college.
Congratulations on choosing a better career path than yours truly. I stretch my hand out and he takes hold for a quick shake. I notice the time on the large face of his shiny watch. I hate to cut this short, but I need to get going. I've got an early morning shift tomorrow, and I have a week's worth of laundry to take care of. Standing, I hook my purse over my shoulder and dig out my keys. Darius rises to tower over me. He really is a large man.
I'll walk you back to the shop. My truck's parked there, too.
Nodding, I reach down, stroking my hand along Brutus's silky furred back. He was a doll for me the entire time I worked on him.
He loves pretty ladies.
He reaches down, patting Brutus's head.
Don't you, bud?
He thinks I'm pretty? The walk back to the shop is made in silence. There are only 2 vehicles in the small lot, my beat-up sedan and his large, shiny truck. Ironically, they're parked side by side. Pausing behind my car, I hold up my still half-full cup. Thank you for the coffee and for lending an ear.
It was the least I could do after making your day worse.
Well, now you made it better, so you're off the hook. No more guilty conscience. Oh, and in case you're wondering, the dye I used on Brutus is all made from dog-safe ingredients. It will last for a couple of washes and should fade away over time. Please don't let my screw-up with Brutus keep you from bringing him back again. You can request another groomer. They're all very capable. I give Brutus a quick head pat and walk along the side of my car to the driver's side door.
What if I decide to keep the rainbow leopard tramp stamp? He asks.
Then I'm your girl. Chapter 3. Evie. Unlocking the door, I step inside the large mudroom, hanging my keys and purse on one of the coat hooks. I barely slip my shoes from my feet when I'm slammed into by a small bundle of energy. Mommy, you're home! Wrapping my arms around Tilly, my 7-year-old daughter, I smile down at her. Yep, I'm home. Did you miss me? I always miss you, but I had fun with Daddy. Well, I missed you, too. I press a kiss to her head. Daddy wants you to come in and have dinner with us, she tells me. Ryan, my ex, is always trying to feed me, and a lot of the time I let him. He's a much better cook than I am. That sounds wonderful. I follow her inside to the kitchen.
Hey,
Ryan offers a brief smile.
how was work?
He closes a cabinet and sets plates and silverware on the counter. I shrug. It was work. Moving to the fridge, I grab the pitcher of water from inside and pour water into the 3 glasses on the round table. Thank you, Mommy. You're welcome, honey. I place the pitcher in the middle of the table and wander over to Ryan. He's dishing food onto Tilly's plate. When he's done, he passes it to me and I carry it over, setting it down in front of her. I return to grab the silverware from the counter, and he carries our plates of food to the table. These days, we function like a well-oiled machine, but that hasn't always been the case. It took years for us to get to this point. Joining them, I drop onto a chair and immediately dig into the mound of spaghetti and meatballs. Ryan is from an Italian family, and he habitually overestimates my appetite. This is delicious, I say. Tilly sings, rocking side to side. Ryan smiles. I'm glad my girls are enjoying it so much. Mommy, what kind of doggies did you see today? Tilly is slightly obsessed with dogs and has been begging for a puppy for some time now. Whenever I come home after work, she likes to hear about the different breeds I've groomed. Well, I gave baths to a German Shepherd, a Lhasa Apso, and a Boxer. Aw, I wish I could give doggies their baths, Tilly says. I also gave a pit bull a bath and added some rainbow-colored leopard print to his fur. Awesome! Tilly shouts. Ryan laughs. Was the dog well-behaved for you? Yeah, he was a doll. Very sweet and well-behaved. However, the owner wasn't as sweet when he saw his dog. He didn't like what you did? He asks. I may have confused his order with another one. He didn't want the... He trails off. The rainbow-colored leopard print? I finish for him, and he nods. Nope, I messed up. His dog was only supposed to have a bath and get his nails trimmed. Oh, shoot. He catches himself before he utters the swear. Even after 7 years, we still slip up. Yeah, it was a big mistake. I offered to pay for all the work, but he refused. And then he still tried to give me a tip. How did it end? He asks. He was more understanding than I would have been, that's for sure. He didn't even blink at the cost, even though the work I did added on an extra $300. His eyes widened. 300. Yep, you heard correctly. Crazy, right? With the ridiculous prices we charge, I don't know how the shop has so much business all the time. But I'm not complaining. It's a steady job, albeit an uninspiring one. It's the best job, Mommy, Tilly corrects. Hey, I thought my job was the best, Ryan says. Yours is second best, she clarifies. I snort out a laugh. Ryan's a video game designer, and he makes a very nice living from it. And he gets to work from home, which is extremely helpful to me. Whenever I'm working and Tilly isn't in school, she's with him. While things may not have worked out romantically between us, he's a fantastic father to her. And he also happens to be one of my closest friends. "It's good to know where I rank," he jokes. "How's the new game coming along?" I ask. He winces. "It's been slow going, but I'm making progress." "Tilly, how was your day?" I ask.
"Billy took my pencil."
"Did you get it back?"
"Uh-huh. I told him I was gonna junk punch him and he gave it to me."
"Jesus," Ryan mutters under his breath. I place my hand on Tilly's arm. "We don't say junk punch. We also don't threaten to punch someone. That's not polite."
"Auntie Wendy told me if a boy messes with me to junk punch them."
Ryan releases a sigh and pinches the bridge of his nose. "My sister is a menace."
"What's a menace, Daddy?"
"Did you have your spelling test today?" I ask, changing the subject. Being parents is like being a professional wrestling tag team.
"It's tomorrow."
"Finish up your dinner and we can go over your words a few times."
"I already know how to spell them all,"
she states confidently. "That's great, but we're still going to review them." Tilly doesn't look happy, but I'm trying to make sure she forms solid work habits at a young age. My parents didn't do that for me. They were both busy with their own careers, especially my father, who traveled a lot and still does. As I've gotten older, I've learned the importance of having a strong work ethic. And out of necessity, I've learned how to best manage my time.
"Do I have to?"
Tilly whines. "You heard, Mom." Ryan backs me up.
"Okay,"
she agrees, her lips puckering into a pout. We finish dinner and Ryan cleans up while I head upstairs with Tilly. I set her pajamas on the bathroom counter while she showers. Moving on to her bedroom, I choose her school clothes for tomorrow and set them out on top of her dresser. Tugging my phone free from my pocket, I sink down onto her bed and find the screenshot I took of her spelling list. Tilly walks into the room, and my eyes raise from my phone.
"Mommy, will you please do my hair?"
She hands me a bright pink comb. "Of course I will, and I love those manners you're using. Keep it up, sweetie." I set my phone down and carefully begin to untangle the knots in her wet locks. I try to be as gentle as possible. When I'm finished, her blonde hair lies in a smooth, straight sheet to the middle of her back. Dividing it into sections, I fasten them into a braid, securing the end with an elastic. "Did you brush your teeth already?"
"Yep, I just did."
She blows her fresh breath in my face to prove it. Smiling, I shake my head. "Come here." I pull her onto my lap, wrapping my arms around her. I press a kiss to her cheek. "I love you so much."
"I love you too, Mommy."
I rub my cheek against hers. You smell so clean." Pressing my nose to her neck, I repeatedly sniff like a dog, and she giggles. Ryan comes into the room. "How's the spelling word studying going?"
"Daddy, why did you remind Mommy? I think she forgot about them."
I tickle her side with my fingertips, and she laughs. "I didn't forget." Picking up my phone, I show her the screenshot of the list. "But your dad is right. We need to run through them."
"Aw,"
she pouts. "If you get everyone correct on the first try, you'll be done," I say. She nods eagerly.
"Okay."
Every single word I read from the list, she spells right, and we're finished in less than 5 minutes. "Okay, Pumpkin, it's time to get in bed," Ryan tells her.
"Can I watch an episode of Rescue Riders?"
"Not now. Get under the covers." Ryan uses his no-nonsense voice, and she scrambles from my lap, crawling up to the top of her mattress. Standing, I walk around the bed and brush a loose strand of hair from her eyes. "I'm going to head home. Let me have a kiss." She puckers her lips and gives me a loud, smacking kiss.
"I love you, Mommy."
"I love you more, sweetie. Sleep tight." While Ryan says goodnight, I head downstairs to make sure everything is put away. He's already taken care of all the cleaning up, so I head to the mudroom and grab my keys. Ryan leans against the door jamb. "You want to have a glass of wine?" "No, thanks. I need to get some laundry washed before I go to bed. Thanks for dinner. It was delicious as usual." He smiles. "Who would have thought I'd learn how to cook?"
I laugh.
Not me. When we were younger, I never could have imagined Ryan would be the on-the-ball man he is today. Back then, we were both rebellious and didn't think much about consequences. Becoming parents as teenagers changed all that.
Safe home, Evie.
He smiles. I snort.
Night.
He closes and locks the door behind him as I move across the mudroom to the entrance to my half of the duplex. Ryan purchased this property a few years ago, and I pay rent to live here. I know he doesn't charge me half of his mortgage, and if he did, I wouldn't be able to swing it by myself. Not on a dog groomer's salary, anyway. The salon might be bougie as fuck, but my salary doesn't reflect that. Once I'm inside, I lock the door behind me and toss my keys in the basket on the small table. I wasn't lying when I told both Darius and Ryan there was laundry to be done. I throw a load of wash in, then move to the kitchen to unload the dishwasher. Such a wild life I lead for a 24-year-old. I smile to myself. Just another glamorous day in the life of Evie Brewski. I might not be out partying or hitting bars with my friends, but I wouldn't change a single thing. Because if I did, I wouldn't have Tilly. She's brought immeasurable joy to our lives. Ryan and I have found a way to co-parent without being a couple, and in the process, we've become best friends. I'll paint 1,000,000 dog asses for Tilly. Her happiness is all that matters.
Chapter 4. Darius. By the time I arrive at my parents' house, my entire family is already there. With so many vehicles filling the driveway, I end up parking curbside. Walking up the stone path, I shift the bags in my arms and look over my childhood home. A modest colonial style with a front porch. I've always loved this house. Growing up, it was filled with chaos, noise, love, and the delicious aromas of my mother's cooking. I step inside to the sounds of loud laughter and the scent of all my sister's favorite Greek foods. No matter what may change in my life, it's nice to know this place is the one constant for me. I place one of the bags down on the entryway table and hook the handles of the other over my finger. I amble to the spacious kitchen at the back of the house. When my parents built this home, my mom wanted to be able to keep an eye on us kids while we played in the backyard. So, instead of upper cabinets, the rear wall is filled with large windows, and there's also a sliding glass door that leads out to a back deck. "Darius!" my dad calls out, and all eyes land on me. I smile. "Dad?" He pulls me into a hug, and then my mom is hurrying over. "Agorimo." Leaning down, I kiss her cheek and give her a quick squeeze. At least, that's the intent, but my mother has other ideas. "Give me a decent hug, for God's sake," she orders. A disgruntled sound leaves me, but I do as she wishes, like the good son I am. "Let poor Darius go," Callista says. "Poor Darius?" Orion, my brother who's closest in age to me, huffs. "He's Mom's pet." My mom releases her hold on me and turns toward him. "I don't have a favorite." He laughs. "Sure, Mom." I shake hands with Orion and hug my sister. "Happy birthday, Liz." I use the nickname I gave her when I was too young to say her entire name. "Thanks." "How's it feel to be old?" I ask. "I'll let you know when I get there," she sasses back. "If you need any help operating your cell phone or computer, let me know," I tease. "Shut your face. I understand technology just fine," she says. "Here's your present." I hand off the purple gift bag. "Aw, you got me something," she smiles. "I always get you something," I remind her. "Orion's the slouch who never does." "Hey, not all of us make $1 gazillion like you do," Orion defends himself. Callista pulls the Coyotes sweatshirt from the bag with a squeal. "It's so soft, and it'll be so warm." Flipping the hoodie around, she snorts when she sees the name on the back. I know she expected it to say our last name, but instead it has my teammate Ryder's last name. My sister has a thing for him, but she'd die before admitting it, and I'd murder him if he so much as looked her way. But it's fun to have some ammunition to tease her with. "This is why you're my favorite brother." She hugs me with one arm, the other one still gripping the sweatshirt. My older brother, Christos, steps forward, and we bump fists. "How's it going, man?" I ask, acting like I didn't just talk to him earlier today when we discussed the birthday surprise we planned out for our sister. "It's all good, bro. The Coyotes have been looking strong lately," he says. "Yeah, but the playoffs will tell the real tale," I say. "True, but at least your team is on an upward trajectory." "As of now." I knock my fist against my head. "Knock on wood. We know how quickly that can change." I'm always superstitious about anyone complimenting me or my team, especially as we get closer to the playoffs. "Why don't we all sit down and have some dinner?" my mom suggests. "Give us a few minutes. I want to show Orion and Christos something." "Don't get lost. I don't want the food getting cold," she tells us. I tip my head toward the front of the house, and both of my brothers follow me. I wait until we're in the entryway to speak. "I got the t-shirts we talked about." Opening the paper bag I left on the table, I pull them out and hand one to each of my brothers. I hold mine up in front of me, and we all snicker. I had them made using an unflattering picture of Callista that Christos unexpectedly snapped after she woke from a drunken night a few years ago. Her tousled hair looks like a bird built a nest somewhere in the dark strands, and her expression gives new meaning to the phrase resting bitch face. An oversized version of her head floats in the middle of a sea of black material with the words "Thrilled to be 30" written across the top. The three of us yank our shirts off and replace them with the prank ones. $5 says she rolls her eyes when she sees us, Orion says. I'd be dumb to accept that bet, even if it's only $5. She rolls her eyes at most things we do, Christos points out. I nod. True. We should get back before Mom yells at us. Wouldn't want to upset Mommy. Christos pinches my cheek, mocking me. Fuck off with that. You guys are just as bad, if not worse than I am, about disappointing Mom. Neither of them acknowledges their agreement, but they know enough not to deny it either. Are we doing this or what? Christos asks. Hell yeah. I've been wanting retribution ever since Callista barged into my room when I was about to get a blowjob from Cheryl No, he says, mentioning a girl who was quite popular in the neighborhood when we were teenagers. I don't remember hearing this, Christos says. You were away at college, Orion explains. And after our dear sister left my room, so did Cheryl No. It was the hottest blowjob I never had. Christos chuckles, looking like he has something to say. What? I ask. He scratches his chin. That girl could suck a golf ball through a garden hose. Orion lets out a choked sound. Cheryl and you? Our brother nods with a satisfied curve to his lips. You missed out, little brother. Well, I didn't, I say, grinning at Christos. He holds up his hand, and I slap my palm against his. Wait, what? You too? Orion's shoulders droop from disappointment. I shrug. Sorry, not sorry. Boys! My mom's shout reaches us, and we immediately start retracing our steps to the kitchen. I can't believe you both got head from Cheryl No, Orion mutters. That's Cheryl N.O. to you, Christos says. Orion scowls while I laugh. It's hilarious how gutted he is about something that happened 10+ years ago. Boys, really? My mom catches sight of our shirts. Her voice sounds disapproving, but she rolls her lips inward, hiding her urge to smile. Callista rolls her eyes, as we anticipated. Ha ha, you guys are a bunch of comedians. Thank you, I say, bowing. Where did that image come from? She asks. I had it in some old pictures, Christos snickers. Burn it and your shirts, she says, waggling her finger at the three of us. No way. This is my new favorite shirt, Christos says. I roll my shoulders. Yeah, it's really comfortable. Where's mine? My dad jumps in on the teasing. Callista shakes her head. You too, Dad? Behave and set a good example. My mom pats his chest. It's no wonder these boys are so unruly. Unruly? Glancing between Christos and Orion, I mouth the word. Mom, do you know what that means? She nods. Yes, out of control. We're not unruly. We're hilarious, Orion corrects her. Time out. How about we sit down to eat? Callista asks. It's my birthday and I'm starving. That's the first good idea you've had since you turned 29. I nudge her arm. I'm pretty sure she stepped in to put an end to our shenanigans on her last birthday, too. She rolls her eyes. Why do I think nothing will change before my next birthday? We all settle down into chairs around the dining room table. You never know. One of my sons might meet a nice girl sometime soon, my mom says. I meet a lot of nice girls, Orion winks. His definition of nice is the opposite of our mom's. If I were you, I wouldn't get my hopes up. Christos pats her on the shoulder. Evie, the beautiful dog groomer, pops into my thoughts. It's been just over a week since I met her, and I haven't been able to keep her from making unexpected appearances in my mind throughout my days and nights. She's the first woman to catch my eye in a long time. But the playoffs are coming up, and I've got enough on my plate without adding more. My brothers and I meet up on the sidewalk and enter the Blarney Brewery. We head to the bar and grab beers before we look for the guys. It's easy enough to find my large and loud teammates. We always try to find a table in the back corner to attract less attention. It doesn't always work, but for right now, there's no one else hanging around the table. Hey, fellas, I say. If it isn't the Castellanos brothers, all looking too cool to be sitting with us, Murphy says. What are you talking about? I ask. With you three here, our chances of hooking up with anyone goes down exponentially. The three of us sit in the remaining empty chairs around the table. I'm not looking to hook up with anyone, so your chances just improved, I say. What have you two been up to lately? Caden nods toward my brothers. My teammates have met them both before, and have even hung out with them a few times. Christos shrugs. I'm in the groove. What the fuck does that mean? Ryder asks. It means I'm stuck in the groove of being a responsible adult. Eat, work, sleep, and do it all over again. You forgot to add fuck in there, Murphy mentions. Orion laughs. No, he didn't. Christos slaps the back of Orion's head. Who asked you? I glance back and forth between my brothers. Can you two take it down a few notches? We're in public. The last thing I want is to be front and center in someone's TikTok video or Instagram reel. Are you sure you're the youngest of the family? Caden asks. You come across as the oldest brother. That's easy with these two. It doesn't take much to appear more mature than them. How was the party? Caden asks. Ryder's head raises. You had a party and didn't invite us? It was for our sister's birthday, Nothing you'd want to be a part of. Was there Greek food there? He asked. I nod. Yeah. Was there cake? Yeah. Those are two of my favorite things, so of course I'd want to come. Sorry, Ryder. Next time I'll keep that in mind. I won't, really, though. My sister has it bad for him, and I'm not planning to put them in a situation where she could potentially fall for his charms. Not that it would take much for him to win her over. He'd just have to crook his finger, and she'd go running. Our mom is an amazing cook, Christos says. You should have her cook for them sometime, he tells me. I shake my head. That probably won't happen. As much as I love Mom and Dad, I like to keep my work as separate from them as I can. They come to my home games, but they don't need to be close with my friends. Being in your 20s is all about adjusting to being an adult. Then, in your 30s, you try to establish clear-cut boundaries with all your family members, but it doesn't go well, Caden says. Why not? I ask. Because you've gone without them for too long. It's hard to define them in an already existing relationship. That makes sense. So what you're saying is try to have strict boundaries as early as possible? I ask. No, I'm saying you're fucked no matter what, because parents won't allow you to set clear-cut boundaries. He laughs. I think you might be right. I agree. He raises his bottle toward his lips and pauses to say, I am, before taking a sip. Did you tell these guys about what happened to Brutus at the groomers? Orion asked. No, I didn't. Is he okay? Murphy asked. Yeah, he's great. He nods. Good. I love that dog. I know you do, but nothing bad happened to him. Nothing great happened to him either, Orion says. What's going on then? Caden jumps in. I dropped him off at this expensive pet salon to have a bath, and when I went by to pick him up, he had rainbow-colored leopard spots painted in his fur around his waist. I have a picture of it. I pull my phone from my pocket and scroll through my album of most recent pics. Here it is. I hold up my phone, and the guys let out a collective groan. What the fuck? Did you want that? Ryder asks. No, I laugh. The groomer made a mistake. Did you get your money back? Murphy asked. No. She tried to pay for it herself, but I didn't want her to. Why not? Is she hot? Ryder asked. She's got beautiful blue eyes, I say, thinking about just how stunning Evie is. And small tits, Ryder adds. Actually, her tits aren't small. Why would you say they are? He shrugs. I figured if you knew what color her eyes are, her tits must not have been worth looking at. I shake my head. Someday you're going to meet a woman who's going to kick your ass for the things you say. It hasn't happened yet. Odds are in my favor it won't, he boasts. I just hope I'm there to see it, Caden says, and we all laugh. Chapter 5. Darius. Leaning back against my truck, I watch the entrance of positively pampered Pooch's salon. It's coming up on closing time, and I'm waiting for Evie. She has no idea I'm here. With the amount of time she's been occupying my thoughts, I decided to stop by. And it's not only when I'm looking at Brutus that she comes to mind, although I'd be hard-pressed not to think of her whenever I see his rainbow spots. During some of the quieter moments of my day, I find myself wondering how she's doing. Has she thought of me at all, or has she already forgotten about me altogether? Since there's only one way to know for sure, here I am. The lights click off in the reception area of the salon, and seconds later, the door opens. Evie steps outside, locking the door behind her. Turning, She takes a few steps in my direction before noticing me. She pauses with a questioning look on her face. "Hi, Evie." I smile. "Hi, Darius." She doesn't smile back, but at least she remembers my name. Pushing off my truck, I move to meet her, stopping with a couple of feet of distance between us. "I'm sure you weren't expecting to see me again, at least not without Brutus." "Is he okay?" She sounds concerned. "Yeah, he's great." "What brings you here?" I'm sure she's wondering why I've reappeared out of the blue, especially when it's been exactly 2 weeks since we met. I shove my hands in my front pockets to keep from fidgeting. "I'm hoping you'll have dinner with me." "Now?" she asks. I nod. "Yes." She looks down at her black pants and the positively pampered pooches shirt she has on. "I'm not really dressed for dinner." "You look great to me. There's a pizza place a couple blocks over, if you don't mind walking." "I don't even know your last name yet, and you want me to take a walk at night with you?" Her lips tease at a smile. "It's Castellanos. But let me remind you how we walked to the coffee shop before." "Yeah, but Brutus was here to protect me from you." "What makes you think he'd be on your side?" "He and I had some very deep conversations before you picked him up. I can tell he's a true gentleman." I laugh. "I'm glad you and my dog are such great friends now. So what do you say?" I tip my head in the direction of the restaurant. "If you're good with your dinner companion smelling like a wet dog, I'm good with you feeding me." Leaning forward, I exaggeratedly sniff the air. "You smell fine to me." "You should be good, as long as you don't get too close." Noted. Is she warning me off? Maybe she's telling me she only wants to be friends. Or maybe she's trying to make sure we take things slow. This is why I don't bother dating anyone. An occasional hookup is so much simpler. I don't have to wade through all the complications and veiled signals. It's just two people with one thing on their minds, and when that's taken care of, I can leave. But Evie intrigues me on a deeper level, and that's new for me. We progress toward the waterfront, the smell of the sea filling the air. I inhale a cleansing breath and notice Evie doing the same. There's nothing like the air on the coast. I can't get enough of it, I say. I agree. Strolling along, we pass the waterfront park. Brutus and I come here on our walks. There's a fenced area that's just south of the park for dogs to run freely. It's one of his favorite places. I bet it is. Do you have any pets? I ask. No. She shakes her head. I've always thought it would be nice to have a dog, though. Maybe I'll get one at some point. They're great company. I point toward the pizza place just ahead. Have you been here before? No, I haven't, but it already smells amazing. You're in for a treat. Opening the door, I usher her inside before me. Thank you. You're welcome. We can sit wherever we want. How about near the windows so we can see the fountain light up? She suggests. Great idea. I follow her to a table and pull out her chair. She sits and murmurs, Thanks. Taking the seat across from her at the small table, my eyes never leave her stunning face. What do you recommend? She asks. They have subs and other things, but the pizza is all I ever get. It's New York style, and they get the crust just right. I kiss my fingertips. Sounds good to me. The waitress takes our order and hurries away. I realized I don't know your last name, and now I'm wondering if it's safe to be here with you, I tease. She lets out a quick laugh. It's Brewski. Like Teddy? I ask, and she looks confused. Teddy Bruschi, the defensive lineman that played for the New England Patriots? Pfft. She waves her hand. I don't follow sports. Really? Not at all? I can't fathom this. I love all sports, but hockey is my favorite, of course. Nope, not a single one. Now it makes more sense why she has no idea who I am. That's also new for me, and it's a welcome change. It's nice to be anonymous, to meet someone and there's no preconceived notions of what I'm like. What do you watch on television if you're not watching sports? This will sound weird, I'm sure, but I don't watch much TV. I'll binge an occasional Netflix show, but for the most part, I paint whenever I have free time. What do you paint? Whatever inspires me. Sometimes it's people, sometimes it's architecture. It varies depending on my mood or if I've seen something that interests me. The smallest thing can catch my eye, and I'll have to duplicate it on canvas. I'd love to see some of your art sometime. She snorts. What? That sounded like a bad pickup line. I hold my hands up. Hey, I legitimately meant it. Well, I don't share my art with anyone. No one? Very few. Okay, then I guess I'll have to earn that privilege. Her eyes are filled with skepticism. That would take more time than you probably have to give. I'm not afraid to play the long game. I wink. But for now, we can just enjoy tonight. That works for me, she agrees. The waitress shows up to deliver our waters, and with her is a waiter carrying a massive pizza. He sets it down on a stand beside our table. The pan is very hot, he warns as he places a single slice on plates for each of us. Thank you, I say, dismissing him. I watch as Evie takes the first bite and chews. Her eyes close with a satisfied hum falling from her bow-shaped lips. When they open once more, she notices me watching. She swallows. What? Just watching you enjoy your first bite. It's an experience worth appreciating. It's heavenly. Tastes more sinful to me. I wink, biting off the end of a slice. She takes a sip of water and blots her lips with a napkin. I can't believe I've lived in this area for my entire life and I've never been here. It's close to your work, so you can get it whenever you want. Yeah, I don't do takeout very often, but if I do, I'll know where to come. We settle into silence as we both continue to devour the pizza. I eat 3 slices for each one Evie has. She takes small bites and chews slowly, as if she doesn't want it to be over too quickly. But if she's on a limited income and doesn't get takeout often, she would want to make the most of it. When Evie excuses herself to use the ladies' room, I flag down the waitress and order another large pizza to go. My phone dings, alerting me of a text. Tugging it from my pocket, I glance at the screen. Mom. I made stafado if you want to stop by. I smile. Me. That's nice of you, but I can feed myself. Mom. Agori, Mo. I know how busy you are. Me. Not too busy to eat. LOL. Mom. I love you. Me. I love you too. Evie drops into her chair once more. Everything okay? She asks. Yeah, my mom was texting me. She arches one eyebrow. Your mom? Yep. Are you a mama's boy, Darius? Her lips curve. Maybe. I flash her a grin. Actually, I'm close with my entire family. That's nice. Do you have siblings? I have 2 brothers and a sister. They're all older than me. Uh-oh, the baby of the family, she says. What's that supposed to mean? You're the spoiled child. Ha! I got all the hand-me-downs and my siblings beat the snot out of me until I got bigger than them all. She rolls her eyes. Poor baby. It sounds horrible. You have no idea. I don't know. I think I'd like having a big family. Are you an only child? She nods. I am. There was no one else besides me to disappoint my parents. I can't imagine you being a disappointment to them. I was a rebellious teenager, and unfortunately, no matter how much time passes, they never let me forget it. Aren't most teenagers rebellious? Not according to my parents. How did you rebel? Partying? Yeah, I did my fair share of that, but I dated someone they didn't approve of. Is it possible for a parent to think anyone is good enough for their child? She drags in a long, drawn-out breath, as if she's boosting her courage. Their dislike of Ryan, my high school boyfriend, wasn't only because he was rebellious. I got pregnant at 16. Pressing her teeth into her bottom lip, she watches me for a reaction. As surprised as I am, I don't react. That must have been extremely difficult to deal with at that age. It was. My parents wanted me to give up the baby for adoption. Well, it was my dad who wanted that. My mom just goes along with whatever he says, whether she agrees or not. What did you end up doing? I kept her. She smiles, and it's filled with joy. What's her name? Tilly, and she's 7. Where is she now? With her dad. You two have a good relationship? We do. He's actually my best friend. There's no romantic involvement? I'm not looking to get caught up in some triangular situation with her and her daughter's dad. She laughs. No, none. We haven't been together romantically since Tilly was 2. He's a good guy and a wonderful father to her, but he and I are only friends. Trust me. Being a professional hockey player, it's difficult to open up to someone I've recently met. Trust is not something I give lightly. I'm not sure why, but I believe Evie. I'd like to think it has more to do with my instincts that tell me she's a good person than how physically attracted I am to her. But I've been known to lead with the wrong head before, so time will tell. For now, I've got a good feeling about Evie, and I want to get to know her better.
Chapter 6. Evie. When Darius asked me to dinner, I didn't plan to tell him about Tilly. There was no reason for me to. But when we started talking about our families, I surprised myself by how comfortable it was opening up to him. God knows I don't trust people easily, but everything in me is saying Darius is a good man. So far, he's been kind, and I've never had a more attentive listener when I speak. He seems genuinely interested in learning about me, and all the while, he's been a perfect gentleman. So much so, I'm starting to wonder if he sees me as only a friend. I hope that's not the case. Not that friends aren't nice. I just don't have the time or energy for many of them. Having a child at 17 and finishing my senior year by doing online classes was extremely isolating. All my classmates were getting ready to go off to college, so there was no longer much common ground between us. I don't blame them for drifting away. I had a baby to take care of while they had no real responsibilities to speak of. They were busy partying while I was nursing my newborn and reeking of baby vomit. I know hearing about my life was a downer for them. I wasn't surprised when the calls between my friends and me grew further apart until they died off altogether. I didn't have time to be sad when caring for Tilly occupied all my time. The moment the doctor placed her in my arms, she became the most important person in my life. And she always will be. Nothing and no one will ever change that. Darius thoughtfully rubs his chin, and I wonder if the short, dark beard covering his skin is as soft as it looks.
I'm impressed that you and your ex have been able to stay friends. So many couples who split can't stand each other.
That wasn't an option in our case. We may have been young, but we knew no matter what happened between us, we'd always do what was best for our daughter. If that meant sucking up our pride or letting things go that may have hurt each other's feelings, we would do it. And we have. That's why the end of our romantic relationship didn't affect our friendship. We couldn't allow that to happen because it would have been detrimental to Tilly.
You've both been so mature, especially considering how young you became parents.
Thanks, but we didn't have a choice. The waitress appears with a large pizza box and our check. Rising, he grabs his wallet from his back pocket.
Here you go.
He hands her some cash. Can I at least take care of the tip? I ask him.
No, it's all set.
Thank you for a wonderful dinner. I stand and push my chair in. My eyes land on the pizza box and I snicker.
What are you laughing at over there?
You got a pizza to go. Is that your midnight snack?
Actually, I got this for you to have.
You did? I'm stunned by his thoughtfulness. When did you order this?
When you went to the ladies' room.
He looks proud of himself. Aren't you sneaky? Well, Tilly is a big fan of pizza, so I know what she's going to have for lunch tomorrow.
Good.
His lips curve in a closed-mouth smile. Carrying the large box, he comes around to my side of the table. With a hand on my back, he directs me toward the exit, but still manages to open the door for me before I can. Thank you. Once we're outside, I ask, did your mom teach you your good manners?
Both of my parents did. My dad is very solicitous toward my mom. She's the love of his life, and he makes sure she knows it.
That's so sweet. It sounds like you had a great example of how a healthy relationship works.
I did, but when you have parents like that, it can also make you wonder if you'll ever be able to be that happy with someone. They're a hard act to follow.
I can understand that. Relationships are hard work.
Hey, what do you think of taking a detour to the fountain? I know we sat by the window because of the view, but I forgot about it. I was too busy looking at my beautiful dinner companion.
I don't know how to gracefully accept a compliment, so of course I make a joke. I think you were too busy looking at the pizza. He catches hold of my hand, surprising me.
You can pretend that's the reason, but we both know it's not true.
Side by side we walk, our hands clasped and our arms brushing. Darius doesn't seem to mind carrying the pizza box. Entering the park, we follow the path until we stand in front of the brightly lit, pineapple-shaped fountain. He releases my hand and wanders a few steps over to place the box down on a bench. Returning, he stops next to me, taking hold of my hand once more. I lean my head on his arm as we watch the fountain. It's stunning, especially against the backdrop of the fading sunset. While the peak time has passed, it's still a sight to see with the vivid streak of orange above the horizon fading to a light pink before deepening into the darkening blue of the evening sky. The breeze off the water sends a chill rippling through me, and I shiver. Darius spins me toward him, wrapping me in his strong arms. His hands stroke up and down my back while urging me closer. With my cheek pressed to his chest, I breathe in his masculine scent. I don't know much about men's cologne, but whatever he wears smells delicious. Anyone who doesn't think scents can play a role in arousal has never smelled anything as good as Darius.
Are you warm enough?
His voice sounds hoarse. I hope he's as affected by me as I am by him. Mm-hmm. I nod, my cheek rubbing against his shirt. Underneath the soft material, his muscles are solid as a rock. He bends over, pressing a kiss to the top of my head. It's such a sweet and unexpected gesture. I raise my face and our eyes briefly connect before his mouth lowers toward mine. He's going to kiss me, and I want his kiss more than I can ever remember wanting one before. My stomach whirls with anticipation like a mini cyclone has been let loose inside. The first touch of Darius's lips on mine is brief and whisper soft, as if he's testing the waters. His face hovering close to mine. I push up onto my toes and connect my eager mouth to his. My hands hook around the nape of his neck, and I sink my fingers into his thick, black hair. His tongue teases the inside edge of my lower lip before fully sweeping in and tangling with mine. One of his large hands cups the side of my face. His fingers wrap around the back of my neck, gently holding me captive as his talented mouth makes every nerve ending in my body come alive. His arm, that's still wrapped around me, tugs me closer, and my breasts flatten against his chest. An ache of longing settles between my thighs. If we weren't in the middle of the park, I'd be begging him to ease my pain. It's been far too long since I came by anyone's hand besides my own. Darius brushes his lips against mine one final time before raising his head. Wow. He smiles. I love how he's not pretending our kiss was average, because there was nothing fucking average about what we just shared. My knees are still weak from it. Wow, I echo back, returning his smile. He takes hold of my hand, studying it before his eyes meet mine. Will you go out with me again? It takes a few seconds for his question to register, and when it does, part of me thinks I must be hallucinating or imagining he wants to spend more time with me. Darius is strikingly handsome and well-mannered. Although we haven't spoken in detail about his job, the truck he drives and the amount he spent to have Brutus groomed lead me to believe he's successful. What could he possibly gain by dating me? A single mom who hasn't been on a date in years? Evie? He calls my name, pulling me from my musing. When he sees he has my full attention, he gives my hand a gentle squeeze. I'd really like to take you out again. What do you say? His dark eyes stare earnestly into mine. I nod. I'd like that. Do you work tomorrow? He asks. No, I have Sundays off. I don't want to take you away from Tilly, so how about I pick you up after her bedtime? That would be perfect. There are nights when I'm working late and don't get home before she's asleep. I like to be there to kiss her goodnight as often as I can. He releases my hand, then passes me his phone. Add your number and address, please. I type in my information and give his phone back. His thumbs rapidly tap against the screen before I hear the beep of my own text alert. Tugging my phone from my back pocket, I glance at the screen. Unknown. Hi, beautiful. Now you have my number too, he says. Oh, that was you? I joke, looking up at him. Feel free to call or text me anytime you want, he tells me. I'm not big on talking on the phone, but I might be inspired to text you depending on how my day is going. I'm gonna warn you now, I'm a fan of texting, so don't be surprised if you hear from me before tomorrow night. Thanks for the warning. I wink, pushing my phone down into my pocket. Darius retrieves the pizza box from the bench and captures my hand once more. Let's head back. We take our time, walking slowly. It seems as though neither of us is in a hurry for our time together to be over. When we finally reach the parking lot, he escorts me to the driver's side of my car. I'll touch base with you tomorrow, he says. Sounds good. Leaning down, he presses a soft, slow kiss to my lips, then steps back to open my door. I slip behind the wheel and turn the key in the ignition. Drive safe, he calls out as he closes my door. I watch him walk over to his truck, all the while checking out his backside. And I'm happy to note, it's 100% as appealing as the rest of him. Pulling out of my parking space, I beep the horn as I pass behind his truck. I drive all the way home with a smile so wide, my cheeks are sore by the time I arrive. Chapter 7. Evie. And Alyssa never told a lie again. The end. Ryan closes the book, setting it on Tilly's nightstand. My eyes land on the large digital numbers displayed on her clock. I've got 45 minutes until Darius picks me up, and I haven't even showered yet. Of course, tonight of all nights, my stubborn little daughter would be awake later than usual.
Can you read another one?
Tilly asks.
Okay, it's time to go to sleep,
I say, cutting off any chance of Ryan picking up another book. Your mom is right. You have school in the morning. It's time to get some sleep. He leans over, pressing a kiss to her forehead. I love you, Tilly Bug.
I love you too, Daddy.
Ryan moves back and I slide in to press another kiss on her forehead. I love you so much. Sleep tight and I'll see you in the morning.
Can I sleep in my other room tomorrow night?
She asks, referring to her bedroom on my side of the duplex. I brush a blonde strand of hair from her forehead. Yep, I'm working during the day, so I'll be home early. I know to some people the arrangement Ryan and I have would seem unorthodox, but it works for Tilly, and that's what matters. Living in this duplex allows us to be as close as two exes can without being romantically involved. Tilly sees both of her parents together every single day. And even better, she sees us getting along. This is all she's ever known, so for her, this is the norm. Night-night, I say before I slip into the hallway and wait for Ryan to finish saying goodnight. All set? He nods. I think she's finally ready to sleep. Thank God, I say, moving away from her room and hurrying down the stairs with Ryan right behind me. I have to go get ready for my date. I don't know where we're going. I don't know what to wear. Relax. Ryan gently squeezes my upper arms. This isn't your first date. I'm pretty sure I was there for that. He smiles. Yeah, you were there for it, all right. And the 15-year-old version of me was just as nervous that night as the adult one is now. I release a loud sigh. It's okay to be nervous. That means you're excited, right? Yeah, I am. But I'm also fucking nervous. He laughs. Calm down. You're a grown woman who's a mother. You've had years of life experiences since we went on our first date. Think of how much more you have to talk about now than you did back then. That's a good point in theory, but it doesn't help if my brain goes numb and I can't remember anything to say. His hands slide down to grip both of mine. When have you ever been at a loss for words? When I'm staring at Darius Castellanos' perfectly handsome face. Evie? Ryan prods me to answer. Darius is breathtakingly good-looking. He's got stop-you-in-your-tracks kind of looks. I wave my hand from my head to my toes. And I'm... me. I happen to think you're pretty fucking fabulous. Ryan's always quick to remind me of my self-worth. I know you do, but you're a gay man who likes taut abs and dick. He shrugs. Guilty? But as a man, I still have an appreciation for the female form, and you are beautiful. Everyone can see that, except you. You're so sweet. Tugging my hands free of his hold, I wrap my arms around his lean waist and rest my cheek on his chest. Why did you have to realize you're gay? We could have had a great life together. His chest bounces under me from laughter. We have a great life together, Evie. We'll always be best friends. I think you and I both know it's time for you to get out there and date. I look up at him and arch a brow. What about you? That's a little more complicated, and I'll get there in time. How do you figure? Because of Tilly? Of course. She's always at the forefront of every decision I make. I worry about introducing her to someone, too. Obviously, I'm going to hold off until I know he's worthy of meeting her. Wouldn't you do the same? He nods. Absolutely. I playfully poke his chest. Then you have no excuses to keep you from dating. Speaking of dating, don't you need to get ready? He asks. Oh, shit. I don't know what to wear. Wear your favorite jeans and a sweater. You'll be warm enough if you're outside, and you'll be comfortable. Why can't you be one of the fashionable gay guys who offers their best friends solid clothing advice? He laughs. No one's perfect. I'm waiting in the mudroom when Darius's truck pulls into the driveway. I dart outside, locking the door behind me. I'll introduce him to Ryan some other time. That is, if he even wants another date with me after tonight. I come with a lot of baggage that a lot of guys would be intimidated to take on. Darius steps from the driver's side, smiling, and meets me in front of his truck. Hi. He catches one of my hands, drawing me closer. His strong arms briefly close around me, gently squeezing. My hands slide along the soft plaid material of his shirt to wrap around him. We hold each other for an extra beat before he steps back. His dark gaze skims over me. You look amazing. My fingers clutch the bottom of my V-neck sweater, tugging down. I'm already regretting listening to Ryan. I'd be more comfortable in a loose hoodie, but I know that's hardly second date-worthy clothing. Thanks. So do you. I've never been a fan of beanies, but the black one covering his hair looks sexy on him. His eyes seem even more piercing without his hair falling across his forehead.
He wears his flannel shirt untucked and unbuttoned over a black t-shirt. He looks uber manly, and I like it a lot. Who knew I had a thing for lumberjacks? Opening the passenger side door, he assists me on my climb up. I settle onto the smooth leather seat before he closes me inside. A wave of panic hits me. Why am I going on this date? I'm probably wasting his time as well as mine. I'm reaching for the door handle when he climbs into the driver's side. I quickly snatch my hand back, but when I turn my head his way, he's looking. Crap. Everything okay? I trap my bottom lip between my teeth and nod. Are you sure? He persists. I nod again. Evie, I need you to communicate with words. He softens his voice. When I got in the truck, you were reaching for the handle. Are you anxious, or did you change your mind about tonight? His dark brows pinching together, he studies my face, searching for an answer. My lip slips free of my teeth. I panicked for a moment and was about to get out of the truck when you got in. Why did you panic? I press back against the warm seat. Aside from our dinner last night, I haven't been out on a date with anyone besides Tilly's dad, and that was years ago. Are you nervous about going out with me? He asks. No, it's not you at all. I was thinking about being a single mom and all the baggage that I bring along with me. I don't want to waste your time. How would you be wasting it? By keeping you from someone with a less complicated past. Wait a minute. He angles his head to the side, his eyes still locked on mine. I can spend my time however I want, right? Of course. Well, I want to spend the next few hours with a beautiful, intelligent woman who I happen to find fascinating. That's all my intentions are for tonight. Let go of all your worries and expectations. The back of his fingers gently brush my cheek. Can you do that? My lips curve upward, and I nod. Yes. I'll try. His hands clap together one time. Let's do this then. I fasten my seatbelt as he backs out and begins driving down my street. Where are we going? I ask. I have a little surprise for you. I think you're going to love it. I have little doubt he's correct, which should be reassuring but causes more concern. If Darius keeps doing everything right, I won't be able to resist him. If I can't resist him, he'll steal my heart in no time.
Chapter 8. Darius. Evie stares up at the large sign above the windows. No Dose Cafe. That's a cute name. It's more literal than you probably realize. This place is open 24 hours a day. Who drinks coffee in the middle of the night? She asked. It's right next to a couple of college campuses and a hospital, I answer. That explains the crazy hours, then. Tugging on her hand, I lead her along with me. They're rumored to have the best coffee in the city. I open the door, and we step inside. Evie hums. It smells wonderful. Come on. Our hands still joined, we walk to the front counter. Can I help you? The barista gives us a welcoming smile. Hi, I'm Darius, and this is Evie. I called earlier and spoke to Jane about sampling some coffee. Yes, you spoke with me. If you'll have a seat, I'll bring everything to you. Thank you. I draw Evie with me over to a booth along the far side of the room. There are only a few other customers here, but I want as much privacy as possible. So we're drinking coffee? Do you want me to stay up all night? She smiles teasingly at me from across the table. Don't worry, I made sure we're sampling decaf only. Really? Yes. What made you choose this place? She asked, propping her chin on her fist. One of my friends always raves about this place, so I know it's good. When I was trying to come up with an idea of where to bring you, it occurred to me that I don't know much about what you like and dislike, but I do know you love coffee. I figured this would be a safe idea for a second date that you'd enjoy. I like how you put some thought into planning it. Let's not blow it out of proportion. It's a casual night out enjoying coffee together, not a full-course meal at a top Michelin-rated restaurant followed by the opera. Do you think I'm someone who'd want to go on the date you just described? She watches me closely, as if this is some kind of test, and continuing our date will depend on my answer. No, I don't. Like I said, I don't know you well. I'm hoping that will change over time. From what I've observed so far, you seem to enjoy getting out, but you don't like to stay out for more than a couple of hours. I'm assuming that's because you have Tilly to get home to. That's a fairly accurate observation. Are you sure you're not a detective or a psychologist? I shrug one shoulder. You can learn a lot if you care enough to listen. Jane, the barista, appears beside the table and places a tray of drinks down between us. There are 5 iced coffees for you to enjoy. There's a card listing what's in each one. There's also a large cup of hot coffee for you. She tips her chin toward me. I'm not an iced coffee drinker, so I made sure there'd be something for me. Cream, sugar, and straws are all there. If you need anything else, please give me a shout. Thank you, I call out as she returns to the counter area. Evie's lips stretch into a grimace. Geez, I don't think I can drink all these. She adds a straw to one of the tall cups. You don't have to, I reassure her. Try them out and see how they compare to your venti iced coffee with extra ice, skim milk, white chocolate mocha, caramel drizzle on the inside of the cup, and vanilla cold foam. I can't believe you still remember my order. She looks impressed. Like I said, you can learn a lot if you care enough to listen. I better be careful. You might learn too much. Her pink lips wrap around the straw, transfixing my attention. She sucks the foamy mixture into her mouth. Her eyes close when she swallows and then snap open. This is amazing. She picks up the small card. It's a pumpkin latte, 1 pump of maple pecan sauce, 7 pumps of pumpkin sauce, light caramel drizzle, light foam, autumn sugar topping, extra vanilla powder, light whip, and extra pumpkin topping. I should have brought a bandana to cover your eyes and made you guess what they are. She laughs. I don't think you've earned enough of my trust yet to blindfold me. How long does that take? I wink. More time than most guys can deal with, she retorts. I'm not most guys, and you're not being timed by me. Our relationship will progress at the pace you're comfortable with. She raises an eyebrow. We're in a relationship? You know what I mean. I really don't, but I'd like to hear it from your own lips. I like you. A lot. The time we spend together always seems so natural and easy. In some ways, it feels like I've known you for years. I feel that way too. You're comfortable for me to be around. But at the same time, I find you insanely attractive, I say. I don't want her to get some silly notion in her head that I don't physically want her. I fucking do. She tucks her chin to her chest and looks down, as if she's embarrassed by my candidness. But then her blue eyes flick upward once more. I'm sure you don't need me to tell you how strikingly good-looking you are. Obviously, I'm also attracted to you. I mean, I don't make out with just anyone. Just so you're aware, I don't either. You might want to get drinking those coffees so we can make out again before you need to go home. Smiling, she adds a straw to the second cup. Point taken. Raising the cup, she takes a long sip. When she places it back on the table, she doesn't say anything at first. She licks her lips. This one is also really good, but the first one is better. She continues the process until she's tried them all. I'm sitting back, sipping on my black coffee, and enjoying watching her. Her lively facial expressions tell me her opinion on each drink before she verbalizes it. She's so animated in general, I don't think she could hide how she's feeling if she tried. "Do you play poker?" I ask. She wrinkles her nose. "That's a weird question." "Do you?" "Nope, I've never learned. But I play a mean game of Go Fish." "That's good to know." "Why did you ask me about poker? Do you play in a league or something?" I smile. "No, I was thinking you wouldn't be good at it because everything you're feeling shows on your face. Everyone would know if you had a winning or losing hand." She reflexively touches her cheek. "Really? I guess I never noticed." "It's not a bad thing." "I'm not sure it's a good trait to have either. That means when someone's pissing me off at work, they can tell." I nod. "Most definitely." "Oh well," she shrugs, picking up the first drink again. "I don't like most of the people I work with anyway." Her lips wrap around the straw as she takes a deep pull, hollowing out her cheeks. I'm trying to behave and not think about what her full lips would look like wrapped around my dick, but I'm not having much luck. And the instant response taking place inside my pants has me leaning forward to place my arms on the table. "Have you chosen a favorite yet?" I ask to distract myself. "It's between this one," she holds up the cup currently in her hand, "and the last one." "Are you working tomorrow?" I ask. "Yes, but I'm out at 3, which I prefer. I like to be able to see Tilly right after school. She likes to chatter about her day when she first gets off the bus." "When you're at the shop, what does she do?" "Her dad works from home, so she's with him." "Where does he live?" She places the cup down and licks her lips before wiping her mouth with her napkin. Her eyes dart around the cafe. Is she nervous about answering me? She finally meets my curious gaze. "He lives on the other side of the duplex from me." My muscles tense up when I realize what she said. "You live in the same house?" "It's 2 separate homes in one. He has his side, and I have mine." "That's convenient." I'm not happy about what I learned. She basically still lives with her ex. "It really is," she replies, misconstruing my reply. "How did the 2 of you end up in the duplex?" "Ryan purchased the property a few years ago, and I pay rent to live in my half. Of course, he doesn't charge me what he could get from a stranger living there, but he thought it was the perfect solution to raising Tilly together without being a couple, and so far, it's worked out fantastically for us." "Fantastic," I droll. Her eyebrows lower as she frowns. "Am I sensing some sarcasm?" "Maybe a little. You have to admit, it's not an average living arrangement between 2 exes." "No, it's not. But in my opinion, that's something to be proud about. Tilly has access to both her parents any time she needs us." Her tone turns a little icy. "I can see how that would be a benefit." "Look, I get how you might be skeptical about me living so close to Ryan, but if we're going to continue to date, you're going to need to trust me." "I understand that. But I'm sure if the situation were reversed, you'd have some reservations." She nods her agreement. "This doesn't change my mind about anything to do with us. I still want to continue spending time with you," I say. "Good. I think once you meet Ryan and see us together, you'll realize there are no romantic feelings between the 2 of us." "Probably," I say, but I'm not sure I believe that. What guy in his right mind wouldn't want Evie? She's the total package. He could be biding his time, hoping they'll end up back together at some point. "I decided which is my favorite coffee," she says. "Which one?" I ask, glad for the change of subject. I don't want our time together to be wasted and lost in negative thoughts. "The first. They've all been amazing, but nothing hits the same way that one does. I now have a new favorite iced coffee drink to order." Keep the card with all the details so you can have it again sometime. Does that mean you're going to bring me back here? She looks hopeful. Does that mean you want me to? I counter. She smiles. Definitely. Then we'll come back here again soon. You're quiet, I say. Something on your mind? Oh, sorry, she laughs. I was trying to remember if I have clean work clothes for the morning. Being an adult is so exciting. Right? I have an all-new appreciation for my parents now that I'm on my own. I wish I could agree with you on that, but I think it's the opposite for me. Being on my own and raising Tilly has made me even more aware of my own parents' shortcomings. I hope I can be everything Tilly needs in a mother. One thing I know with absolute certainty is she'll never have to wonder if she's loved, and she'll know my love isn't conditional. I haven't met Tilly, but you seem like a wonderful mom to me. She's lucky to have you. I'm the lucky one. I pull the truck into her driveway, stopping behind her car. Glancing at the clock, I see it's 10:30. She'll be asleep now? I ask. Oh, God, yes. She went to bed before I left, and she's been a sound sleeper since she was a baby. Does she stay with you at night, or her dad? Tonight she's in her room at Ryan's. Tomorrow night she'll be in her room at my house. Do the two of you have a set schedule you follow? No, nothing concrete. It depends on my work schedule. If I'm home close to her bedtime, she sleeps at Ryan's. It's easier and less stressful on everyone that way. And even when she's at her dad's, she's still near me. Right. I don't want to cut our time together short, but I need to get to sleep soon. I'm not an early morning person, and tomorrow I need to pretend I am. I snicker. I hear you. I have an early start, too. Next time we go out, I want to hear more about your job and your family. You're a great listener, but I don't want our conversations to be all about me. You're more interesting than I am, I say. I don't want to share the details of my profession yet. Being some average guy with her has been such a nice change. I'm sure that's not true, and I plan to find out, she warns. We step out of my truck at the same time and meet at the front. I capture her small hand, threading our fingers together. The lights on my truck illuminate the slate pathway. Her warm palm is soft against mine, and I imagine what her bare skin would feel like under my caresses. I can't wait to find out. We stop in front of her door and turn to face each other. I give her hand a little squeeze before I let go to clutch her hips and pull her closer. I had a great night with you, I say. She smiles up at me. I did too. In my mind, I quickly run through my game schedule for the week. Are you free on Wednesday night? I ask. I think that works. Keep the night free if you can. I'll talk to you before then to make sure. Sounds great. My arms close around her as my face lowers. I brush my lips against the silken skin on her neck. Her head falls to the side, allowing me to press a string of kisses under her jawline. The subtle scent of her perfume teases my nostrils, like a field of wildflowers in the heat of summer. It makes me wish I could lay her down on a patch of soft grass and ravish every inch of her with my fingers and tongue. I nip the tip of her chin and hover over her upturned mouth that's poised for my kiss. Her breath tickles my lips as I connect them to hers. Our tongues tangle together in a dance as old as time. My stomach buzzes with energy, as if a live wire's loose inside me. I've heard people talk about butterflies in their stomachs, but I've never experienced it firsthand. At least, not until I kissed Evie. And now I realize what I've been missing out on. What I'm feeling is different from sexual desire alone. It's more complex and laced with excitement. Like I'm standing on a platform about to bungee jump over a ravine. My hands glide from the small of her back down to cup and squeeze her full ass cheeks. A moan slips from her lips, and my erect cock grows even harder. Shifting my foot, I notch my thigh between her legs, and she immediately responds, grinding against me. Gripping her hips, I rock her back and forth along my bulging quadricep, wishing it were another bulging part of me. She releases a breathy moan into my mouth in response. Our kiss deepens, turning into something wet and wild. Teeth clashing together, we're almost feral with need. Evie gasps against my mouth and clutches my shoulders as her orgasm hits. Swallowing the rest of her passionate cries, I hold her tightly as the waves of release rocket through her. My palms leisurely roam over her back, and my lips gentle on hers as she comes down from the orgasmic high. Her breaths are still labored when she slowly blinks a few times. Oh my God. She drops her face into my chest. I can't believe that just happened. Hey. Cupping her face, I tip her head backward until I can see her eyes. Don't be embarrassed. You're so goddamn sexy. I almost came too. She snorts. I'm serious. That was the hottest thing I've ever seen. I press a kiss to the tip of her nose and then to her lips. Get inside before I decide to steal you away with me. She smiles. I'm not sure anyone would notice. Don't say that unless you want to come with me. As tempting as that offer is, I have work early in the morning, she says. My arms tighten around her for a final squeeze. I don't want to let her go. We'll talk soon. I turn her toward her door. I want to make sure you lock up. She reaches in her purse, and I hear the jangle of keys before she unlocks the door. When she's inside, she turns to face me once more. Thank you for a great night. You're welcome. I had a nice time too. Good night. She blows me a kiss and locks the door. Gripping the knob, I give it a tug, checking to make sure it's bolted fully. With the aid of my bright headlights, I clearly see her roll her eyes through the glass panes. I roll mine back at her. Realizing her mistake, she covers her mouth. I laugh as I walk back to my truck.
Chapter 9. Evie. Kicking off my work shoes, I set them on the mudroom shelf. Unlocking the door, I release a relieved groan when I step inside. I'm glad to be home. My shift at the salon felt endless, and my clients were difficult to work with. Unfortunately, so were their owners. I found myself counting down the hours until I could leave even more than usual. On top of that, my tips were less than I was hoping for. I toss my keys and purse down on the kitchen counter and grab a bottle of water from the fridge. Twisting off the cap, I raise it to my lips and swallow down a large gulp. I'm about to drink some more when knuckles rap against my door. I set the bottle down on the counter. For fuck's sake, I mumble as I stomp across the floor and yank the door open without looking. I know it's either Ryan or someone he let in. Hey! Wendy, Ryan's sister, waves both hands at me. I can't hold back my smile. Hi! Get in here! She leaps forward, wrapping her arms around me. Holding me tightly, she rocks us side to side. I'm so happy to see you. I'm so glad you're here. I didn't know you were in town, I say. Wendy was my best friend before I became Ryan's girlfriend. We've known each other since elementary school. She lives over an hour away, so I don't get to see her as much as I'd like. Come on over and have a seat. You can fill me in on everything that's been going on with you. She follows me to the couch and sits down facing me. From what my brother told me, you're the one who has news to share. She wiggles her pointer finger in my direction. Start spilling all the details. Annoyed, I click my tongue against the back of my teeth.
Freaking Ryan and his big mouth.
He only told me because he knows you'd fill me in sooner or later.
There's not much to tell yet. I met a guy and I've been out with him a few times. So far, he seems too good to be true.
Oh, Jesus, don't start getting paranoid.
I shake my head. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Just because he's a nice guy doesn't mean he's hiding who he is from you.
I raise my hands in a what the fuck gesture. I never said he was.
She throws a skeptical look my way. I know you. You're already wondering what's secretly wrong with him. Like, he must be pretending to be nice when he's really an asshole.
God, I hate that you know me so well.
I stomp my foot against the hardwood floor.
Damn it, it's not fair.
Girl, I know you better than you know yourself.
I nod. As sad as that is, I think you're right.
So, what's this mystery man's name, and how did you meet?
His name is Darius. I continue to fill her in on the details of how we met and how he took me out for coffee.
She laughs. I can't believe you screwed up and dyed his dog's hair.
I scrunch my nose up, wrinkling the skin below the bridge. I'm still cringing about that.
She shrugs. At least it worked out for the best. What happened after that night?
I didn't see him for a couple of weeks. When I came out of work at the end of my shift one evening, he was waiting in the parking lot. We walked to a pizza place by the harbor and had dinner.
And then what?
We took a walk through the park and he kissed me by the fountain.
The pineapple one?
Yep.
I love that fountain. How was the kiss? Was it hot?
She wiggles her dark eyebrows. I sigh like a lovesick teenager. It was incredible.
Where else have you gone with him?
She asks. So I tell her about our date last night.
Did you put out?
Wendy! I slapped the couch cushion next to me. No, I did not.
Well, something must have happened. Your cheeks are turning more pink by the second.
I roll my eyes. Ugh, you're such a pain in the ass. I glance at Wendy and she's gesturing for me to get on with it. Fine. If you must know, I rode his thigh to an orgasm while we made out.
Yes!
She throws her fist high in the air, making me laugh. Everyone should have a friend like Wendy who celebrates all of life's victories with them, whether they're big or small.
At least you know it still works, she cackles.
I'm tempted to take back every good thought I just had about her. Ha ha, you're so hilarious.
I know I am. She grins cheesily. When are you going out with him again?
We made a tentative plan for later this week, but he said we'll talk before then.
How much do you like him? Does this thing between you have relationship potential?
Pausing, I take a moment to think about her questions and assess my feelings for him. I've been doing my best to keep myself from overthinking and analyzing every little thing Darius says or does. I'm not a teenager anymore. I have responsibilities, and I can't be mooning over some hot guy after a couple of dates. But being level-headed about romance is harder than it should be, no matter what age you are. Romance is the great equalizer that makes everyone do dumb shit they're sure to regret. I like him. He's sexy and fun to be with. Beyond that, I've got no expectations. If things progress, that's great. And if not, c'est la vie. Lies. All lies.
That's a healthy attitude to have, and very unlike the Evie I know and love.
I'm growing up, Mom, I joke.
I'm sure you are, but I'm still skeptical that you're putting up a brave front for me. Or it's possible you're flat out lying to avoid hearing me spout off.
Although I avoid looking at her, I feel the intensity of her eyes on me, and I know what she's going to say before she speaks.
You might as well admit you're lying so we can move on, she says.
Grrr, you're so goddamn annoying.
And you love me.
I do, but sometimes I want to be left alone with my denial. Why must you make me come clean every fucking time? No one likes a know-it-all, Wendy.
I stick my tongue out at her like we're teenagers. It's for your own good. I'm the friend who makes sure you keep it real. You don't need to sugarcoat things with me or downplay them. I know that. When you grow up with parents who are perpetually displeased with everything you do, you feel the need to downplay things. Are you hoping things will get serious with Darius? She asks. It's too soon to say. That's the best answer I can give you for now. I have mixed emotions about the possibility of being in a relationship with him. Would it be awesome to have someone who cares about me that I can have steaming hot sex with? Hell yes. But having a boyfriend would also complicate my life. Every time we'd go out, I'd feel like I should be home with Tilly. Not if you're going out after she's asleep, Wendy reminds me. I'd have less time to myself than I already do. The hours after Tilly is in bed is the only time I don't have to do anything for anyone else. I'd be sacrificing that to be with Darius. Yeah, but if he's a god in bed, is it really a sacrifice? I nod. True, but he might not be. I don't know yet. That's an easy enough fix. You need to have sex with him ASAP. I laugh. Sure. Wendy holds up a finger. Hear me out. If he's a dud, you can end things before you get more emotionally invested. If he's as good as he seems like he'll be, then he's a keeper. As much as it pains me to admit it to myself, Wendy could be onto something here. I haven't had sex in 5 years. That's a long fucking time. I deserve to have sex. A lot of hot sex. It's not the craziest idea I've ever heard, I admit. I think it's a fabulous idea. Consider it research at this point. How long does it take before a hymen grows back? I hold up my middle finger in her direction. It doesn't grow back. She laughs. So are you on board with the have sex ASAP plan? Am I? This is a big step for me. Ryan is the only man I've ever been with. There wasn't any real passion between us, but we were both too young to realize something was missing. But then again, I've never experienced passionate sex. Maybe it doesn't really exist. Maybe people exaggerate how great it is so they don't feel like they're missing something. Wendy clears her throat, impatient for my answer. Yeah, for lack of a better idea, I guess I'm going with your plan. As out of character as it seems for me, I would like to know if there's potential for more with Darius. He could be amazing in bed, and you still decide you don't want to pursue a relationship. That doesn't mean you can't have friends with benefits. I'm not the type to have no-string sex. Well, I guess I can't really say that because I don't really know if I am or not. At 24 years old, this is the first time I'd be entering into a sexual relationship as an adult. It sounds outrageous, but it's true. Chapter 10. Evie. My alarm on my phone alerts me to the time. Want to come sit outside with me? I need to get Tilly from the bus. Sure. How is that little cutie anyway? She's great. Growing taller every day. Do you want some water or a soda? I grab my bottle from the counter. No thanks, I'm all set. Ryan fed me lunch. Your brother cooks better than anyone I know. I blame the size of my ass on him. Wendy laughs. If I lived closer, I'd be over all the time to mooch meals. Passing through the mudroom, I slip some flip-flops on before we step outside and walk to the front lawn. We each sit in an Adirondack chair and put our feet up on the footrests. The sun pleasantly warms the top of my head. I love early March. Spring is coming, and it's the perfect weather to be outside without being too hot. Wendy gives a small shiver. It's still a little chilly for me, but it sure beats winter. Is Tilly doing any sports or activities? I groan and turn my head toward Wendy. She wants to learn to ice skate. Of course she does. She snickers. It's not funny. Yeah, it kind of is. Besides, did you really think with your father coaching an NHL team for her entire life, she wouldn't be interested in learning to skate at some point? I haven't given much thought to it at all. I don't think about my dad's job, and I certainly don't think about hockey or hockey players. I could bump into the entire Charleston Coyotes team, and I probably wouldn't know a single one, unless they've been on the team for 10+ years. Is that how long it's been since you went to a game?
Yep, I was 14 and still holding out hope that my dad would notice me and suddenly start acting like a loving parent. But he didn't. He's always chosen his smelly-ass hockey team first. And he always will. Wendy laughs. What? I ask. Smelly-ass hockey team? She continues laughing. It's not a secret that hockey players stink. If I think about it too much, I can recall their exact scent. It's an overpowering combination of cheesy feet and sweaty pits mixed together. And the craziest thing of all is, I could smell them the minute they walked into the ice rink. I'm talking before they got dressed in their gear or had even worked out. I'm assuming their pads are part of why they reek, but if that's the case, why don't they spray them with some disinfectant or something? Do they like to smell awful? I'm sure there are new ways to clean their gear. It's been 10 years since you were there. Maybe they smell better now, Wendy says. I doubt it. My eyes briefly squeeze shut like I'm in pain. Blech. I could literally gag from thinking about it. I shake my head, trying to rid myself of the memories. Well, when you take Tilly to skating lessons, you can do some research on whether hockey players still stink, Wendy suggests, with a mischievous bent. She can learn when she's old enough to drive herself. I'm not taking the chance she'll want to play hockey. My dad would no doubt stick his nose in and push her in that direction. I always tell her she can be anything she wants, but I draw the line at her playing hockey. The yellow bus pulls up, stopping in front of the house. I wave to the driver as Tilly comes down the stairs. Once she's on the sidewalk, she yells, "Auntie Wendy!" and runs over to us. I get a quick hug before she's jumping into Wendy's lap. How's my little Tilly bean?
I'm not a bean, Auntie Wendy.
Are you sure about that? You've always been my little Tilly bean, and you always will be. Tilly places her hands on Wendy's cheeks, making sure all her focus is centered on her.
I'm not a little Tilly bean. I'm just Tilly.
Oh, okay. I got confused for a minute, Wendy says.
Are you staying for dinner?
Tilly asks. Wendy shakes her head. I wish I could, but I need to get home.
Aw, that's not fair,
my daughter whines. Tilly, it's not fair for you to make Auntie feel bad for needing to get home. I'm sure if she could stay, she would.
I'm sorry.
Looking contrite, she wraps her arms around Wendy's neck, hugging her tightly. Oh my God, Wendy mouths at me before her eyes close. She holds Tilly as long as she allows, savoring the unexpected affection. Tilly, why don't you use the bathroom and wash your hands, and I'll get you a snack.
Okay, Mommy.
She slides off Wendy's lap, picking up her backpack from the ground. I'll see you soon, Tilly, Wendy says.
Bye, Auntie.
She skips off toward the door without another word. Last year, she'd get off the bus, give me a big hug, and chatter nonstop about her day. Now, I barely get a hug hello. I love that she's growing up, but it makes me sad at the same time. That's another reason why the idea of a relationship scares me. I don't want to miss a single minute with her. I can understand why you feel that way, but it's not healthy for you to spend every minute with her, even if you could. You need to have time to yourself, and I don't mean the hours you spend at work. I guess. I'm not making this up. It's a fact. Stick with the sex ASAP plan, because he could be a dad in bed, and until you know for sure, you may be worrying about nothing. I curl my lip at the thought of Darius not being a good lover. That would be a massive disappointment. God, I hope he's as amazing as I think he'll be. I could really use some great sex with someone other than myself. Wendy sputters until it turns into laughter. She raises up her index and middle finger, keeping them pressed together, and winks salaciously before she wraps one over the other. Fingers crossed he turns out to be the orgasm king. I'm lying in my bed on the verge of sleep when I hear the text notification on my cell phone. Who the fuck is this at 10 at night? I say to myself, right before I glance at the screen. Darius. Hi, how's your Monday been? Seeing his name instantly brings a smile to my face, and any anger I was feeling dissipates. Me. It was good, thanks. How about you? Darius.
It was okay. It would have been better if I got to see you.
He always knows just what to say. He's either a giant cinnamon roll of a man or a total bullshit artist. I'm leaning toward the former. Me. That's sweet. I would have liked to have seen you too. After I send the text, I realize just how much I mean those words. Darius.
Any plans for tomorrow?
Me. I have the later shift at the salon. Darius.
I have to work late too, and then I'm getting together with some of my friends from work.
Me. You like your coworkers? That must be nice. I wouldn't know. LOL. Darius.
Some are better than others, but for the most part, it's a solid group of guys.
It sounds like some boys' club women aren't welcome in, but that can't be. There must be some women at his workplace. Maybe they don't invite them out for drinks. Me. That's nice. I hope you have fun tomorrow night. Darius.
Thanks. Don't work too hard tomorrow.
Me. I'll try not to, but a lot of dogs aren't as well behaved as Brutus is. That's an understatement. With the amount of money the salon clients spend on their dogs, you'd think they'd hire a trainer, too. Darius.
That's true. He is one of a kind.
Me. His dad's not bad either. Darius.
I'm glad you think so.
Me. I need to get to sleep so I can wake up on time. Darius.
I didn't mean to keep you from your bed.
Me. You didn't. I'm in my bed. I just need to sleep. Darius.
What are you wearing?
I laugh and shake my head. It's such a typical guy thing to ask. Me. Wouldn't you like to know? I'm not totally sucking at this flirting over text thing. Darius.
Yes, I would like to know. Please tell me.
I don't think he wants to hear about me wearing one of Ryan's old t-shirts. If we take things further, I'm going to need something new to sleep in. Me. A t-shirt and sleep shorts. Darius.
I bet you have great legs.
Me. You'll have to wonder for now. Darius.
Oh, baby, I am.
In my head, I hear him say the words as I read them, imagining his deep voice turns me on. Me. Good night, Darius. Darius.
Good night, amor fiamo.
Me. What does that mean? Darius.
My beauty.
Chapter 11. Darius. Removed from the busiest part of downtown Charleston, Brain Fog Pub is a popular haunt of ours whenever we have a win at home. It's a place we can come where fans, for the most part, will leave us alone. Not that I mind fans of our team, but after a win, I like to let loose with my boys and not be treated like a professional athlete. We just want to celebrate our victory and not have to worry about appearing on social media the next day. On home game nights, Nikki, the owner's daughter, keeps the right back section open for us. Tonight is no exception, and we settle around the group tables. Nikki immediately appears to take our order. "Congratulations, guys. What'll you have?" She writes on the small pad until she's filled 2 pages with our long list of beverages and endless order of appetizers. My stomach rumbles in anticipation. I'm always ravenous after a game. "We fought to the end and got the win," Caden says, thumping the side of his fist against the table. Pushing my hair back from my eyes, I nod. It was a little too close for comfort. I don't like when our wins come down to the final minutes. Ryder shrugs. "Hey, a win's a win. Isn't that what matters in the end? They can't all be pretty." "The playoffs are coming up, and we need to skate better than we did tonight if we want a shot at the cup," Murphy adds. He's not wrong. We've had a record-breaking season, but that will mean jack shit if we don't win at all. "Here you go." Nikki shows up with our drinks, setting them on the table in front of us. "Your appetizers should be up soon." "Thank you," we chorus, each of us eagerly reaching for our drinks. My ice-cold beer hits the spot as I drink down half the bottle. I don't usually have more than 2 or 3 drinks when I'm out, but for some reason, tonight, I feel like pushing my limits. Another reason we come to Brain Fog Pub is their private parking lot. If we have to leave our vehicles and take an Uber home, we know they won't be towed before we can get them the next day. Okay, fellas, let's toast to winning, I suggest. Hell yeah, Ryder shouts. To winning, we chorus. Holding our beer bottles up to the center of the table, we tap them together. The clang of glass is loud enough to be heard over the 80s music coming from the jukebox. Nikki and another waitress drop off our appetizers, along with plates and a stack of napkins that could last a family of 4 at least a month. Anyone need anything else? She asks. We shake our heads and grunt to let her know all is well for now, and she walks away. None of us utter a single word for the next 15 minutes. We're too busy shoveling the delicious food into our mouths. Nothing ever tastes better than whatever we eat after a game, and I'm never hungrier. Racing around the ice with all that gear on is no easy feat. Plus, it's unbearably hot and exhausting. Sometimes I don't know how I'll find the energy to push into the next stroke. But then I dig deep down and find the scrap of strength I have left and keep doing it until the game is over. And I never give up, no matter what. Even when I'm playing like shit, I battle through, giving it my all. No one is ever going to question the level of heart I have or my love for this game, and also for my team. They drafted me out of college, and I've been with them ever since. I wipe my mouth with a napkin and take a deep pull from my bottle. Damn, this hit the spot. I could eat about 3 dozen more chicken tenders myself, Caden boasts. Not if you want to get lucky, Ryder says. What does that have to do with anything? I ask. He'll be stuffed and ready to nap, he explains. Caden laughs. I've been ready for a nap since the game ended. I briefly clasp his shoulder. Poor old man. He rolls his head from side to side. Hey, 32 might feel ancient in hockey years, but I'm still young enough to get all the attention I need from the ladies. He smiles back at a woman at a nearby table, as if to prove his point. You young bucks can do all the carousing while I go home and ice my knees, Ryder says in an imitation of Caden, and we all laugh, including the man himself. Ryder, don't tease our captain too much or he'll make you pay the tab, Murphy says, using the team's nickname for Ryder. He earned it by pulling so much pussy. I thought he already volunteered, since he makes so much more than any of us, Ryder says. Caden shrugs. I haven't paid for a night out in a while. I don't mind. I shake my head. I got this one. Hey, guys, a familiar female voice calls out. Hi, Kate. Ryder is the first to answer the well-known Puck Bunny. She bends down to sit on my leg, and I put my arm up blocking her. She sends me a questioning look before moving over to Ryder on the other side of the table. Caden turns his head toward me. What was that about? I didn't want her to get the wrong impression, I explain. He nods slowly. Some of these fans have a hard time hearing no. Exactly. I don't need to get caught up in a weird situation and then have it be made a big deal of on social media. Yeah, I've been there, he says. What happened? The question pops out before I think about whether or not I should ask. And since I can't draw the words back in, I add, if you don't mind telling me. No, I don't. It happened 10 years ago and was similar to the situation you described. It was an innocent moment that was photographed and then misconstrued by my then-girlfriend. What did she do? He laughs. She broke up with me. Dude, that sucks. Does it really, though? At the time, it was horrible, but looking back, I think it was for the best. She didn't believe me when I repeatedly told her nothing happened. If someone really loves you, they shouldn't take a stranger's word over yours. I tipped my beer back, downing the remainder, and placed the empty bottle on the table. That's rough, but it sounds like you dodged a bullet. Yeah, no doubt I did. Where's your ex now? She married a classmate of ours, and they have a couple of kids. I'm surprised she's not divorced, I say. People can change. I like to think I'm a better man than I was back then. If I was in a relationship now, I would do exactly what you did, blocking Kate from sitting on your lap. He drums his fingers on the table, and then he snaps his head toward me once again, like something just occurred to him. Are you in a relationship? Am I? I don't know what to say. I glance across the table to see if anyone else is listening, but Murphy is texting on his phone, and Ryder's got his hands full, literally, with Kate. I've gone on a few dates with someone. And you want more with this person? I do. I like her a lot. Then what's the problem? She's a single mom. Why is that a problem? Evie doesn't have much free time, and I'm not sure how she feels about me. You're a good-looking, successful guy. Why wouldn't she want to be with you? Did I mention she doesn't know who I am? What the fuck, dude? Tell me you didn't give her a fake name. I gave her my real name, but she doesn't follow sports at all. Are you sure she's not bullshitting you about that? People who don't follow hockey can still see us on the news or social media. Rubbing the hair on my jaw, I replay the moment we met. There wasn't any hint of recognition there. And the subsequent times we went out, there's been no visible reactions to make me think she's aware of who I am. Even when I told her what my last name is, she didn't blink. No, there's no way. I can tell she's being honest. Why haven't you told her what you do for work? Or maybe I should ask what she thinks you do. I haven't told her because I like knowing she's dating me for who I am, and not how much money I make or which team I play for. When we talked about work, she asked if I was a trainer, and I said that's one of the hats I wear. You know, the longer you go without confessing the truth, the more pissed off she's going to be when you finally have that conversation, right? Yeah, I realize I've pushed it as long as I can. I'm thinking of inviting her to the banquet. Every year we have a dinner for all the team members and their families after the end of the regular season. And tell her there? He gives me a look like I'm certifiable. No, I'd explain everything before that night. He laughs. Yeah, and then there's no way she's coming with you. Besides, even if she wanted to attend, that could be an uncomfortable situation to thrust someone in, especially someone who's not familiar with hockey. He makes a good point. Yeah, you're probably right. I really want to bring her, though. Evie's different from the women who hang around us after the games and in the bars. I'm glad you met someone nice. His tone sounds wistful. Thanks. It might be time for you to settle down. I mean, you're not getting any younger. I grin at him. Don't remind me. About settling down, or that you're old? Both. He laughs. I notice Kate rising from Ryder's lap. I elbow Caden's arm so he can watch how this unfolds. Ryder stands, taking hold of her hand, and leads her to the back hallway. This isn't anywhere near the first time we've seen him do this with Kate or some other puck bunny. I'm not judging him for taking what's offered, but I've never been the kind of guy to go for the hockey fangirls. I've always been a relationship kind of guy. I want marriage and a family like my parents have. Bathroom sex. Classy, Murphy says, and we laugh. You better wrap that rascal, I say. He does, Caden states. How do you know? Murphy asks. I've spoken with him about it. He's young, dumb, and full of cum. I wanted to make sure he wasn't careless and putting his health in jeopardy. I laugh. Aw, Dad, that's so sweet. Shut up, Caden growls. He really loves us, Murphy says, winking at me. Caden shakes his head. Don't be too sure about that. Chapter 12. Darius. Hey. I can't help but beam when Evie steps outside. It's an automatic reaction to how happy seeing her makes me. I couldn't play it cool if I tried. And judging by the way she's smiling back at me, I think she's feeling the same. At least, I hope she is. She steps into my open arms, and we both sigh. It's only been a few days since we've seen each other, but it seems so much longer. Placing my fingers under her chin, I tip her face up and lower down to reacquaint our lips. Rising on her toes, she arches her body into mine, and I deepen the kiss. When we finally part, I drag in a long, drawn-out breath. That's a hell of a way to start our date. We're starting off with a bang, she says. I wish. I wink at her. She laughs. Where are we going, anyway? When I texted you earlier, you mentioned you were eating dinner with Tilly, so I was thinking I'd take you out for an ice cream. Oh, I love that idea. Tilly eats dinner early, so by 8 o'clock, I'm always hungry for something. Can I please be that something? I help her climb up into my truck. I didn't know Brutus was with you, she squeals, reaching back to pet him. He moves forward in the extended cab to lick her cheek, and she giggles. Well, hello to you too, big guy. Grinning at how adorable the two of them are together, I make my way around to the driver's side and slip behind the wheel. Brutus, go sit down, I say, and he complies, jumping onto the bench seat. What a good boy you are, Evie praises him before I can. For once, there's no traffic, and the drive is over in a matter of minutes. I chose a place with a walk-up window so Brutus can come along. I fasten his leash to his collar, and the three of us get in line. I see Brutus's color is still looking strong. Evie rolls her lips inward, holding back her smile. Yeah, a little too strong for my taste, but the groomer was hot as well as apologetic, so it is what it is, I shrug. So she was hot? Evie asked, arching one eyebrow. Yep, extremely hot. You should take her out sometime. I was thinking about it because she might be the perfect woman for me. She likes ice cream and my dog. Sounds like a winner to me, she drolls. I wrap my arm around her shoulders, drawing her into my side. I press my lips against her temple and whisper, Did I tell you how happy I am to see you? Her eyes lock with mine. I don't recall hearing those words. Well, I am. This is the highlight of my week so far. I'm not even exaggerating. If I could capture how she makes me feel and bottle it up, I'd be a billionaire. Who wouldn't want to experience the plethora of emotions filling my chest to capacity, or the physical symptoms of falling for someone that mimics what it's like to ride a roller coaster? We move up to the window and I place our order. Brutus nudges my leg as if to remind me not to forget about him. I didn't know they had dog ice cream here, Evie says. It's the only place I know of that does. Every once in a while, I buy some for him when I grocery shop, but it's not the same as going out for an ice cream. Right, Brutus? He rubs his head against my thigh in agreement. Evie reaches down to scratch behind his ears. He's such a lover. It bothers me how so many people are afraid of pit bulls. In my experience, They're such sweet and affectionate dogs. Any dog has the potential to be bad with the wrong owners. It's the same as kids. If you grow up hearing you're a piece of shit, you're probably going to turn out to be a piece of shit adult. She nods. I agree, and clearly you're the right owner for this guy. She pats him on the head. I love that you didn't get his tail clipped or his ears cropped. I didn't see the point in doing that. He's my pet. Actually, that's not true. He's my best friend. Evie puts the back of her hand to her forehead in a dramatic fashion. Swoon. What? I laugh. I find a man who loves his dog so swoony. I don't know why, but it gets me in the feels. In my head, I pump my fist in celebration. It's the same when a man loves his child, she adds. Damn it. She had to ruin it. So you're saying your ex makes you swoon? Even I hear the jealous bite in my voice. Sure, but not in the way you're thinking. What am I thinking? I challenge. That it's some fluttery feeling. She clasps her hands in front of her chest and tries to look love-struck. Then what is it, really? I want to know. No, I need to know. It's a gentle warmth in my chest, like when you see a puppy and you say, "Aw, how cute." The server passes our ice creams out the window, interrupting us before I can reply. I hand over enough cash to cover the cost, plus a generous tip. Most of the kids working here are likely saving up for a car or for college. We walk over to a picnic table, and I straddle the bench, facing Evie. Brutus lies down on the grass near my foot, and I set his ice cream cup down in front of him. Watching Evie lick her half-vanilla, half-chocolate soft-serve ice cream is hell on earth. I want to become one with that ice cream cone. Jesus, get a grip, man. I say the first thing that comes to mind. You really don't have any urge to be with him in any way? Huh? She pauses her licking and looks confused. Your ex, you don't ever wish you were still together, or want to... I trail off. Want to what? She prods. Fuck me. She's forcing my hand. I'm going to have to be the one to say it. Have sex with him. I spit the words out before I can change my mind. She makes a face of distaste. Jesus, Darius. No. Just no. And then, within a millisecond, her entire expression shifts from displeased to amused. She releases a noise that sounds like a hiccup, but it's really a giggle. And then the floodgates open. She breaks into peals of laughter, while I smile, entranced by how fucking cute she is. When she finally settles down, she wipes under each eye with her free hand and licks the ice cream drips from her other hand. I'm sorry I lost it so badly. No need to apologize. Besides, you have a great laugh. She licks the ice cream running down the side of the cone and wipes her face with a napkin. There's no reason for you to be concerned about Ryan and me being romantically involved. I want to tell you something, but you have to promise not to share it with anyone else. That won't be a problem. I wasn't planning to talk about this with you yet, but maybe now's when you need to hear it. She spins the ice cream around her tongue until she's licked the entire circumference. God damn. Ryan and I tried to make things work out for Tilly. We stayed together until she was 2 years old, but we knew we were fighting a losing battle. Our sex life had been dying a slow death since Tilly was born, and it didn't take long for both of us to realize we were better friends than lovers. From that point on, Ryan and I were never intimate again, and neither of us wanted to be. It took him another year before he confided in me that he thought he might be gay. She pauses to take in my reaction. I bet that was a shock to hear. It was.
I asked him how long he'd been feeling that way, and he said it was new. He'd recently met a man at a bar, and they'd gone to his car to talk and then fooled around. He said it was like a missing piece clicked into place for him.
Did that upset you?
No, I didn't care that he was gay. I felt bad it took him so long to work out his sexual preference and the part I played in delaying that.
That wasn't your fault, or his. It's just the circumstances. I tried to reassure her.
So do you feel better about Ryan and me?
She asked.
I do. I'm sorry if I pushed you to share that before you wanted to. I was only waiting to make sure you and I were relationship worthy, and that I planned to tell you.
Does that mean you think we are? I asked.
Her answer will set us on the path to a future or put an end to whatever we've begun.
Her blue eyes seize hold of me, and I lose my breath for a second. She nods.
I do.
I'm hit with a wave of euphoria. My lips crash a hard kiss against her cold mouth. She tastes like ice cream and hope.
Thank you,
I say.
For what?
I know you're nervous about starting a relationship.
She laughs. It's too late for that. Aren't we already in one? We just haven't made it official.
That works for me. The first night we had coffee, I realized how special you are. And when I kissed you for the first time, I knew there was no going back.
So you're saying I already caught you in my snare? She teases.
I tap the tip of her nose with my finger. Yep. Hook, line, and sinker. We've just finished our ice cream cones when I notice a middle-aged couple looking at me. I can tell they've recognized me. Fuck. Honestly, I'm lucky it hasn't happened before now. Why don't you take Brutus to the truck while I throw our trash out?
Okay.
She hands me her crumpled napkins, and I pick up Brutus's empty cup. No surprise that he licked it completely clean. She takes the leash from me.
Come on, my love.
Brutus is happy to follow her wherever she goes. My love. Is it weird to be jealous of my dog? I hurry toward the barrel and shove our trash inside, but before I can turn around, I hear a guy's voice.
Hey, man! You're one of my favorite players! Can I get your autograph?
Spinning around, I find the same couple who were eyeing me. Damn it. I can't say no, but I don't want Evie to see what's going on.
Sure.
I take the pen and paper from him, scrawl my name, and hand them back. Have a nice night, I say, using my long legs to eat up the distance between me and my truck. I'm not taking a chance that they'll try to engage me in a conversation. Evie and Brutus are already settled inside the truck when I join them.
Do you know them?
She asks. Fuck. Of course she saw us talking. Nope.
What did they want?
They're new to the area and asked me to recommend a couple of restaurants.
It's weird that they had you write them down on paper. Don't they have cell phones?
Yeah, I thought so too, but I just went along with it. Stop talking, I scold myself. Because I feel so bad about not being honest about my job, I'm over-explaining the situation. I need to come clean about my career. She deserves to know the truth.
Chapter 13. Evie. Darius parks in my driveway.
What's your weekend look like? I have a work function on Saturday night, and I'd love it if you'd be my date.
I'm about to agree when I remember I have a banquet to go to. I promised my mother I'd attend after she pretty much begged me. My dad is getting honored by the Charleston Coyotes for being their winningest coach. As much as I don't want to go, it'll make my mom happy if I'm there. She and I have a less troubled relationship now that I'm an adult and out of their house. I can deal with my dad for a few hours in public. He's much nicer to me when there are others around. I wish I could go with you, but I have a family commitment that night. I've been promising my mom I'd be there for months now. I can't tell you how many times she's reminded me, so I can't pretend I forgot about it, no matter how much I'd like to.
Your mom sounds like mine, he says.
From what you've told me, you're very close with yours.
I am. She's one of my favorite people.
That's so nice. My mom and I are a work in progress. I had a lot of resentment toward her for how she didn't stand up to my dad when he was being unreasonable about me being pregnant with Tilly. But I guess part of growing up means forgiving people for their mistakes.
Holding grudges and feeling resentment only hurts you. I'm a big believer in being positive and expressing gratitude, he says.
Who are you? Are you sure you're human? He laughs and pinches the skin on my arm.
I'm pretty sure I am, but I can't say what's under this skin suit for sure.
You're such a genuinely nice person. I'm not sure I'm worthy of you, I say.
Hey.
He reaches out a hand to cut my cheek.
Don't ever think that. You're beautiful inside and out.
I curl my fingers around his wrist, holding his hand in place. Thank you. However, there's always room for improvement, and focusing on the good in my life is something I need to do more of. Maybe some of your awesomeness is rubbing off on me.
Before I go, I need to tell you some...
You're not going anywhere but inside my house with me, I say forcefully, cutting him off.
His eyes go wide, and then he grins. If that's what you want, that's what you'll get. But what about Brutus? I can take him home if you want and then come back.
No way. Brutus is always welcome at my house.
What about me?
He asks. I'm still undecided, I tease, releasing my hold on his wrist. He shuts off his truck and grabs his keys.
I guess my powers of persuasion aren't as effective as I thought. I'll have to work on that.
He opens the back door for Brutus while I get out my side.
Do you mind if I walk him around the backyard before we go in?
He asks. Go for it. Neither Ryan nor I have any pets, so it's a clean slate for him to mark. And boy, does he take advantage of that. I think he lifts his leg on every inch of the perimeter.
Brutus, really?
Darius tugs on his leash, and I laugh.
He should be good now, he says.
I snort. He'd have to be, right?
You'd think.
He unhooks Brutus's leash and sets it on the mudroom bench. We both remove our shoes, and I tuck them out of the way. Come on into my humble abode, I say, waving my arm in an arc. I lock the door behind us, and before I can turn around, I'm hit with a paralyzing sense of awkwardness. Darius is in my house, and I was the one who invited him. Now what do I do? He probably has expectations. Sexy expectations I'm not sure I can live up to. I press my palms flat against the steel surface, bracing my weight. Darius comes up behind me.
What's wrong, Evie?
Unable to gather my thoughts, I simply shake my head. His hands go to my shoulders, carefully pivoting me toward him. His concerned dark eyes stare earnestly into my light ones.
Beautiful. Talk to me.
It's something silly, I say.
I doubt you'd be reacting like this over something silly.
I haven't had sex in like 5 years, I whisper.
That's okay.
His thumbs caress my shoulders.
It's been a while for me, too.
5 years? I ask, with a quirk in my eyebrow. He chuckles.
No, not that long.
I'm a little nervous I won't live up to any expectations you may have.
I don't have any expectations at all. If we sit on the couch side by side and I get to hold your hand while we watch a movie, it'll still be a perfect night because I'm spending it with you.
Really? I ask.
Really. Let's do something to take your mind off how much you want me and get Brutus a bowl of water.
I laugh. I don't recall saying that.
It's your eyes. I've seen you undressing me with them.
His brows wiggle up and down. I push back from his arms. That's some wishful thinking on your part. I move into the kitchen and grab a plastic bowl, filling it from the tap. I set it down for Brutus, and he slurps the water up, sending droplets all over the floor outside the bowl.
Sorry, he's a sloppy mess when he drinks,
Darius says. So am I confess.
Really? Darius's eyes light up with mischief.
Too bad you'll never get the opportunity to see me like that. I avoid alcohol in all situations.
I bet you're as adorable as always, even when you're drunk.
I'm entertaining, for sure.
Now you've got me intrigued. We may have to do an experiment sometime. We can conduct it in a safe environment, like here or my place.
What's your house like? I've been meaning to ask you.
It's a 3-bedroom bungalow with a good-sized fenced-in yard for Brutus to run around. I bought it last year and still haven't begun any of the projects I want to do.
You'll tackle them when you're ready, I say.
How are you at painting walls? He asks.
Are you talking about a mural or a solid color?
One color only.
That's easy. We can knock it out in no time. I'll do all the cutting in and you can roll the color.
Will you paint some artwork for my walls?
His brown eyes plead down at me. How do you know my paintings don't suck?
Call it a hunch, but I'd be willing to bet my house that you're talented.
I point at Brutus's hindquarters. It's the rainbow leopard spots, right? I painted the shit out of them.
He laughs. You did. You even made me a fan of them.
If you give me an idea of what you want, I'll create it on canvas for you. His lips press against my cheek in a fleeting touch. What's that for?
My lips missed you.
His face hovers above mine. They missed my cheek? I ask. His mouth sweeps back and forth over mine. The contact is so slight, but my body's reaction is powerful. I'm burning for whatever he has in store for me. I whisper, "Kiss me." His mouth lands on mine, smothering the rest of the word. My arms steal upward, encircling his neck as I hook one of my legs around the back of his thigh. Darius growls into my mouth and lifts me from my feet, sitting me on the counter. My thighs part wider as he settles between them, pressing his hardness to my softness. I push my pelvis forward, grinding against him. Yes, I thought dry humping his leg was good, but this is so much better. His muscular arms enfold me, molding our torsos together as if he can't bear for there to be an inch of space between us. My fingers thread into his hair, raking through the thick strands as our mouths wage a hot, wet war. I feel his hands on my waist before my shirt slowly climbs up my stomach. Pulling back from our kiss, he draws the green material over my head. Then his heated gaze traces over every inch of my exposed torso. He glides a finger from the hollow between my collarbones down to the deep V between my breasts. Your skin is so soft. He traces my flesh along the edge of my bra. The sheer gray material leaves nothing to the imagination.
Aisitosomorphos,
he whispers in Greek. So fucking hot. What does that mean? His palm cups my shoulder before sliding down my arm in a long, smooth caress.
You're so beautiful. Aisitosomorphos,
he repeats. It's like a direct line to my pussy, making me throb. My fingers fumble for the bottom of his shirt before I feel the waffle-like texture beneath them. Clutching the hem, I lift the material, slowly exposing each inch of his chiseled abs. Holy 8-pack. I thought that was something you only read about in romance books, but he's proof they do indeed exist. He helps me out, tugging his Henley over his head. His chest, shoulders, and both arms are heavily tattooed. I want to examine each one, but I want to see the rest of him more. I drag a fingertip from one side of his stomach to the other, just above his pants. He goes still as I hook my finger inside the denim to toy with the elastic waistband on his underwear. I bet he's a boxer briefs guy. Darius's nostrils flare.
Agape mo,
he husks.
If you don't want this to go any further, we need to stop now.
I know what I want. I'm 100% sure I want to take the next step with him. I want you, Darius. His large hands frame my face as he stares down into my eyes.
Tell me again, Agape mo.
I want you to make me yours. He groans.
You already are mine.
His mouth comes down on mine with renewed vigor. It's as if he's starving for me and can't get enough. It's the same for me. There's a sensation of thousands of butterflies fluttering in my stomach. I think I might explode from an overload of desire. His hands slide down to lift my ass from the counter, and his lips move down to nibble on my neck.
"Where's your room?"
"Upstairs. First door on the right." I hold on to his shoulders as he carries me from the kitchen. He marches up the stairs as if I weigh nothing at all and eases me onto my bed. He turns on my bedside lamp. "I like the lights out."
"I want to see every inch of you."
He doesn't leave room for argument. I slip my leggings and panties down my hips, and Darius yanks them free of my feet along with my socks. Standing beside the bed, his intense, dark gaze peruses every inch of me without constraint. I lie still, allowing him to drink his fill, but the dampness between my legs increases with every second. He strips the rest of his clothing off, and I gasp when I see his cock for the first time. He strokes his hand up and down the long, thick length.
"This is yours, Agapemo."
"Yes, I want it." I hold my arms up toward him. He presses a knee to the edge of the mattress and shifts himself between my spread thighs. Bracing his weight on his forearms, he lowers on top of me. I wrap my limbs around him, eliminating any space between us. His cock is a hot and heavy brand on my clit. I rock against him and moan.
"Don't worry, Agapemo. I'm going to make you feel so good."
His lips press against mine, his tongue working in perfect sync with his cock as he grinds his hard length into me. I'm already on edge, and we've barely begun. My fingertips dig into the solid surface of muscles in his back as I rock my hips beneath him. Our lips part as he backs away to kneel between my legs. "No," I cry out at the loss of contact. He taps my clit with the head of his dick.
"I've got you, Agapemo."
I grip handfuls of the comforter beneath me. "I need you now."
"Be patient, beautiful."
He slides his entire length from my entrance to my clit and then continues to rock back and forth along my slit until I unravel beneath him. My fingernails dig into his thighs, anchoring me through each trembling wave of release. "Oh my God!" I swipe a hand over my damp brow and try to calm my breathing. He scoots backward, lowering his chest to the mattress between my legs. His eyes lock on my pussy. He pushes my bent knees to the mattress, opening me wide. He drags a fingertip along the edge of my lips, then spreads them apart with his thumbs.
"Aceitoso amorphous."
Captivated by the sight of his dark head between my legs, I watch as his open mouth comes down on me. At the first swipe of his tongue, I cry out,
You're fucking delicious."
He licks up all the traces of my orgasm, then sucks on my swollen clit until my eyes are rolling back in my head. The tip of his tongue rapid-fire flicks the bundle of nerves. My legs start to shake uncontrollably, and I'm torn apart by a second orgasm. His mouth coaxes every bit of pleasure from me, leaving me feeling limp and sated. Darius kneels between my thighs.
"Look at how wet and ready you are for me. Are you ready to finally be mine, Agapemo?"
Chapter 14. Darius. She nods and points toward her nightstand. "Condom. Drawer." Reaching over, I pull out a handful of different brands and types. Had a tough time choosing? I smile at her. I didn't know which ones were best. I tear one open and roll it down my length. Gripping my dick, I rub the tip back and forth through her juices before I settle at her entrance. I slowly push inside. She's so fucking tight. So fucking perfect. I press on until I'm seated to the hilt. Oh, Christ. Fighting for control of my body, I hold still. I've been waiting for this moment, and I'm not going to rush things.
"I think I just lost my virginity again,"
Evie smirks.
"But it hurts so good."
God damn. This woman turns me on so much. I start to move with slow, easy half strokes,
grinding into her clit each time. Rocking her hips in time with my thrust, she moans. I pick up the pace, repeatedly slamming into her until I can't hold back any longer. Grabbing her ankles, I raise her legs straight in the air as my orgasm crashes into me. My hips jerk as my release fills the condom, and a guttural groan rips free of my chest. Holy fuck. That was the longest, most powerful orgasm of my life. I leave the warmth of her pussy and roll to the side, taking her with me. My arm wraps around her back, cuddling her to my chest. That was mind-blowing, I say. That was the best sex I've ever had, she tells me. Really? I was hoping as much, but hearing her say it is incredible. Mm-hmm. Her fingertips swirl over and between my tattoos, and I wonder if she's imagining she's painting something on my chest. It was also the best I've ever had, I add. Her head pops up from my chest, and she watches my face. It was? Yes. I've never had sex that came close to being that amazing. God, I can't wait until we get to the point where I can fuck you bare. Speaking of, I untangle our bodies and sit on the edge of the bed. I wrap the condom in some tissues and toss it in her small trash barrel. Lying down, I enfold her in my arms once more. Where have you been all my life? Right here, waiting for you. I touch my lips to her forehead. I don't want to go home. She tips her head back, looking up at me. Then don't. I know, but I don't want to be here when Tilly's awake. Yeah, you're right. She frowns, and then her eyebrows pop upward. You could stay and leave at like 5 in the morning. I like that idea. We can do more of this. I squeeze her tightly. And that. I grab one of her ass cheeks. I like both of those ideas. She smiles. I wake up to Brutus pawing my arm. It's how he tells me he needs to go outside. Okay, Brew, I whisper. I carefully extricate myself from the bed without waking Evie up. Grabbing my pants from the floor, I pull them on, then slip into my shirt. I carry my socks downstairs and put them and my shoes on in the mudroom. I step outside, making sure the handle on the door isn't locked. That's not how I want to wake Evie. Brutus and I head out back to the large area of grass. I watch as he wanders around, marking his territory. If only there was a more pleasant method I could use on Evie that would let all the other dogs know she's mine now. I hear a door close and wonder if Evie's looking for me. A few seconds later, I have my answer. Nope, it's not her. Hi, I say to the blonde guy walking my way. You must be Ryan. He looks me over. And you must be Darius. We shake each other's hand. It's nice to finally meet you, I say. Yeah, you too. I've heard a lot about you, he says. It makes me feel good to know Evie has spoken about me with him. Likewise, I say. I point at Brutus just as he squats to take his morning dump. That's Brutus. Do you have a shovel I can get that with? Ryan laughs. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it later. Are you sure? He's usually much better mannered than this. Brutus trots over to rub against Ryan's leg. You better apologize, I tell him. Great-looking dog. The rainbow leopard spots are a nice touch. Yeah, that's Evie's work. She told me what happened. She was pretty horrified about her screw-up. It all worked out for the best, I say. Seems like it so far, anyway, he says. I plan to be a part of Evie's life, and Tilly's too at some point. I hope that won't be a problem for you. If you make Evie happy and you treat them both well, that's all I can ask for. Consider it done. I hold out my hand, and we shake once more. Come on, Brew, I call out, and he hurries over. I'm sure we'll see each other again soon. No doubt, Ryan says, following me into the mudroom. It was nice meeting you, Darius. You too. I step inside Evie's house and close the door as softly as I can. When I turn around, Evie's standing in the middle of the room with her arms crossed. What were you two talking about? Not much. We just introduced ourselves to each other. He got to meet Brutus and see firsthand the massive pile of shit he left behind. Oh. She clamps her lips together, but her blue eyes are filled with mirth. Ryan said he'll scoop it up later. So that's all you talked about? She digs for more. Pretty much. He was nice, though. I amble closer, enfolding Evie in my arms. What are you doing up? The minute you left my bed, I woke up. Did you think I was leaving without saying goodbye? Nope. You're too polite for that, she smiles. I am, but I'm also too selfish to leave without a proper goodbye. Oh, this sounds promising. What does a proper goodbye entail? I brush the tip of my nose to hers. It starts with my tongue in your mouth and ends when you She smashes her lips to mine, showing her obvious enthusiasm for a proper goodbye. With 10 minutes remaining in practice, I'm still going strong. We've been working on small area games, which are game-like drills that are played out in a space of limited size. Okay, fellas, move the nets, Coach calls out. We've been working with half of the rink, but now he wants to cut it down so we're between the two blue lines with a net centered on each one. That means my reaction speed has to be that much quicker and my movements more precise than if I had more ice to cover. Caden and I push a net to one of the blue lines, while Ryder and Murphy take care of the other one. This is supposed to be a 10-minute 3-on-3 battle. If the puck passes either blue line, a new puck will be put in play, and our coach will add another 45 seconds to the time. This is a drill that's utilized by a lot of NHL teams, not just ours. But Coach insists we do this at the end of most practices because the majority of goals are scored close to the net. Not only is this beneficial to puck handlers, but it's great for keeping our goalie skills sharp. Ames is in one net and Murphy's in the other. With 5 minutes left to go on the 10 minutes of continuous play, my thighs are on fire. So much for feeling great. Maybe Evie will massage them for me later. When our coach finally blows his whistle signaling the end, I bend over and glide with my stick across my knees. When I straighten back up, I feel weak. Ryder lays down on his back in the middle of the chopped-up ice to make a snow angel. It's a hilarious sight to see a 6'2" man who weighs around 200 pounds waving his arms and legs on the ice. And when he gets up, his efforts have paid off in the form of one very clear snow angel. Internally, I'm groaning all the way to the locker room. I learned early on if Coach Carling hears you complain, he'll make you pay for it later. I drop my helmet on the floor and fall backward onto the bench. Leaning against the wall, I grab my bottle, guzzling the remaining cold water down. Glancing around the room, I see my teammates in similar positions, and I laugh. What's funny? Ryder asks. We all look like shit. We all feel like shit, too, Caden adds, and I laugh. Why are you so goddamn giddy today? Murphy asks. No particular reason. I call bullshit, Ryder shouts. You're never like this after we do 3-on-3s. Like what? Exhausted? I say. No, this Smiley, he says. What?
Did you get laid last night? He smirks. No. I wish, I say, answering a little too quickly. Ryder's dark eyebrows jump, and his eyes light up with interest. Did you see that? He's lying. What? Me lie? No. Okay, I suck at outwardly lying. Evading, I'm okay at. Which reminds me, I still need to speak to Evie about the whole being a professional hockey player thing. When I tried to mention it last night, she stopped me. Dude, Murphy shakes his head. You're a terrible liar. Fuck, I shout. I drag my practice jersey over my head, dropping it on the bench. Who's the chick? Ryder asks. She's not a chick. She's a beautiful, intelligent woman. And why would I tell you her name? She's not a puck bunny? Murphy asks. I aim a pointed stare his way. You guys should know that without needing to ask me. Well, lads, puck bunny pussy isn't good enough for Mr. Choosy. Well, la-ti-da. Ryder holds his pinky out like he's drinking high tea. It's not good enough for me either, Caden says, bumping my fist. That's just because you've been around so long. You've screwed them all already, Cap, Murphy quips. Maybe he has standards, unlike you guys, I say. Murphy points to himself. I have standards. At least more than this guy. He hooks his thumb toward Ryder. Tell them about the toilet paper incident. Dude, that was before I was in the NHL, Ryder says. Murphy shrugs. So what? It's a good example of your lack of standards. Dude, you can't standards shame me. I'm dirty, unashamed, and proud. He pounds his fist on his chest. Get on with it then, Caden prompts. Back in college, I was dating this cheerleader. She was hot and horny, which we all know are two of my favorite qualities in a woman. Anyway, I was about to go downtown when I noticed she had a piece of toilet paper stuck to her. How big of a piece are we talking about? Caden asked. It was small, like a little rolled-up ball stuck in her pubes. It was a literal tree in the forest, Murphy jokes. Get it? Because paper comes from trees, and she had pubes? I fake a dry heave. That's fucking gross. Did you tell her? Fuck no. I used to eat toilet paper when I was a kid. I think it must have been one-ply, because it practically dissolved in my mouth. You're a repulsive man, I tell him, and he shrugs. Caden laughs, shaking his head. I have nothing to say to that. I told you my standards are better, Murphy says, as if that's some impressive achievement. How will I ever be able to introduce Evie to my teammates?
Chapter 15. Evie. Stop moving or you're going to get burned, Wendy warns me as she winds my hair around the curling iron. It's so close to the side of my face, I can feel the heat it's giving off. I'm sorry, I'm nervous about going to this banquet. I've been dreading this night since I agreed to go. Why am I such a pushover? She winds another chunk of my hair around the iron. You're not a pushover. You're doing something to please your mom. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm sure Tilly will do the same when she's your age. I hope she doesn't have to, I sigh. Thank you for being here and helping me get ready. Well, I didn't really have a choice. You can't go to a formal function with your hair in a messy knot on top of your head. I laugh. It's hilarious, that's the reason you're here. But you're right. I would have thrown it up without a care for how it looked. Yup, at least your hair will look fabulous while your face looks miserable, she snickers. I'm banking on being able to leave early. As soon as my dad gets his award, I'm out of there. I'll be here with Tilly, waiting for you to get back. Thank you for staying with her, I say. She's excited. I'm excited too. I can't believe I talked my brother into going out tonight. Maybe with you in a relationship, he's realizing he needs to get out there and meet people. I'm glad he's going out too. He worries about Tilly and me too much. It's time for him to focus on himself too. There's no reason we can't work out a schedule that allows him to get out at night.
Aw, how cute. You can make a relationship calendar for tracking your date nights, she teases.
Hey, we'll do whatever's needed. I want Ryan to be happy.
I love how much you still love my brother.
You two are my best friends.
She nudges my arm. But I have the edge on him, right? You can tell me.
He's the father of my child, I say.
So you're saying he caused you a lot of stress?
I laugh. He's not solely to blame for Tilly's conception. And stressful or not, I wouldn't change a thing about my life. I'm damn lucky.
Look at you being all grateful and positive. It's nice to see.
Darius is a good influence on me.
I guess so. When do I get to meet him?
I'm hoping sometime tomorrow.
I'm looking forward to it.
She places the sizzling hot iron down on the bathroom counter. Then her hands fly around my head as she twists and pins locks of my hair. I'm curious to see what she's done, but she has my back facing the mirror. I'm not allowed to see until I'm completely dressed, but I trust her enough to know it'll look appropriate for a formal event. She sprays half a can of hairspray on my hair, and I choke on the fumes.
Don't be a baby, she scolds me.
A little warning would have been nice. I could have covered my face with my hands.
And knock your fake lashes off? No way.
I place my hand to my chest. That would be a travesty, for sure.
Okay, let's get your dress on. I'm sure Tilly is eager to see you.
I stand and untie the knot on my robe. I know. She asked me if she could come with me. I had to explain it was for adults only. I let the soft garment slip from my shoulders to land on the chair behind me. Wendy holds the dress in place as I step inside the black circle of gathered material. She drags the silky design up my body. I slip my arms into the lacy top portion, and she pulls up the zipper and back. I breathe out a relieved sigh. Oh, thank God it fits.
You never tried it on?
I laugh. Nope. She steps back, looking me over.
Hey, sexy mama.
I smile stiffly.
Why do you look so constipated?
She asks. I'm practicing smiling.
Jesus, if you can't do better than that, don't bother.
She bends down, grabbing my shoes.
Let me help you get these on.
I slip my foot into the torture device that's made of gold leather. Wendy kneels down and loops the strap once around my ankle and twice around the bottom portion of my calf. When she moves over and fastens the other stiletto around my calf, the slight ruffled bottom of the dress falls just below mid-shin. Spinning around, I glance at myself in the mirror. Wow, you made me look good. Still on her knees, she scowls up at me.
Good? Try sexy as fuck.
Standing, she hands me a small bag that matches my shoes.
Your phone, wallet, and lip gloss are already in here.
Thank you. You're awesome, I say. She places her hand on her hip.
Tell me something I don't know.
I need to get going. I don't want to walk in late. I'd rather sneak in with the crowd. The stairs are tough to negotiate wearing stilettos. Ryan wolf whistles when I come into sight. I do a little twirl and notice how my dress flares outward. I like it, so I twirl once more.
Mommy, you look like a princess,
Tilly says. Thank you, sweetie. Leaning forward, I cup her chin in my hand. Be a good girl for Auntie Wendy. I'll be home after you're already asleep, so I'm going to kiss you goodnight now. I press my lips to her forehead. I love you.
I love you too.
She smiles.
Have fun, Evie. I'll see you later,
Wendy says.
I'll walk you out,
Ryan says, taking hold of my arm. Once we're away from little listening ears, I let out an excited squeak. I'm so glad you're going out tonight. Go get yourself some dick.
He coughs. Jesus, Evie.
I'm serious.
I'm sure you are, but I'll be happy if I manage to speak to anyone. Small goals lead to bigger goals.
I throw my arms around him and squeeze. I love you, Ryan, and I always will. He returns my embrace, pressing his cheek to mine.
I love you too, Evie. He steps back. You better get going.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is really happening.
I wander over to the driver's side of my car and carefully sit down behind the wheel. I start the engine and roll down my window.
Hey, if you need condoms, there are a bunch in my nightstand drawer.
Goodbye, Evie.
Bye.
I pause outside the entrance to the Coyotes' reception hall. Walk in there like you own the place, or at least like you belong. It's not much of a pep talk, but it's the best I can do. Do you need something? A deep voice asks, taking me by surprise. My head snaps to the left, and I find Caden Hart standing beside me. His eyes flash wider. Evelyn?
Caden?
My reaction is similar. The last time I saw him, he was a rookie on the team. He smiles at me, taking away some of my nerves. His eyes skim over me, but not in a flirtatious way. He's simply coming to grips with how much I've physically changed. He shakes his head. I can't believe how grown up you are. I shrug one shoulder.
It was bound to happen, and I could say you've grown up some too.
He laughs. Is that a nice way of saying I'm getting old?
Not at all. Hockey might make you feel old, but you're still young in real-world years.
He laughs again. Real-world years?
Yep. Professional hockey is like its own universe where time passes faster than it does on Earth. Hockey years are like dog years. At least, that's how I look at it.
He nods. You know, that's pretty accurate. I've never heard anyone put it that way before. I'm gonna have to steal that from you.
Be my guest. It might be the only insightful thing that comes out of my mouth tonight.
You'd rather not be here?
You haven't seen me in years. There's a reason for that.
I puff my cheeks up and blow the air out.
I don't drink, but an exception might be in order.
Hey, it's an open bar. Enjoy yourself.
Enjoying tonight might be a stretch. I'll be happy if I last long enough to see my dad get his award.
You must be proud of him. That's quite an accomplishment.
Yeah, I am.
My dad and I may have our problems, but he's achieved great success in his coaching career. I'm happy for him. I'll let you get in there and find your parents. FYI, the bar's on the right side of the room. He winks.
This is why you're my favorite Coyote player.
It doesn't have anything to do with the fact that I'm the only player you know?
I'm sure I don't know what you're talking about.
It's great seeing you. He smiles, and I can tell he means those words.
You too. You made my night.
He steps forward, folding me in a hug. My arms barely wrap around him when he steps back. Take care, Evelyn.
I go by Evie now,
I say. Right, Evie. There's a wondering look on his face.
Take a break from the words, not the journey. This gentle tune is here to guide your mind toward stillness. Thank you for your time.
Are you here with Darius?
What? No.
How does he know Darius? Evie? At the sound of his voice, I whirl around with cyclone speed. Darius! Why is he here? I'm going to head inside. Caden must be able to feel the tension and makes his escape.
What are you doing here?
We ask simultaneously.
You go first,
I say. Ladies first, he counters. I cross my arms in front of me.
Not a fucking chance. Why are you here?
I play for the Coyotes, he says.
I thought you were a trainer.
You didn't know who I was when I picked up Brutus, and I like that about you. I planned to tell you. I was waiting for the right time.
Do you think maybe the right time would have been before we had sex? I realize how loudly I said that and cringe.
Darius grabs hold of the crook of my arm, leading me away from the banquet attendees and down a hallway. I tried to tell you when we were sitting in my truck, but you cut me off.
Why didn't you say, Evie, I need to tell you something and we're not moving until I do?
He swipes the sleeve of his suit coat over his damp forehead. I don't know. I'm sorry I didn't.
You should have told me the first night we met, or at least the night you took me out for pizza. I don't even know who you are.
Evie, that's not true. You know everything about me except
for what you do every single day.
That doesn't mean you don't know me. You know the important stuff.
I dare say hockey is the most important part of your life.
Maybe before I met you, but now you're the most important part.
Right.
I let out an ironic laugh. Why are you here?
He repeats his earlier question, reminding me I never answered. My dad is your coach.
One of the assistant coaches? He asks, sounding hopeful.
Nope, Coach Carling.
Your dad is Coach Carling.
I can't tell if he looks impressed or horrified. Yes.
Fuck.
He grits the word out between clenched teeth.
But your last name is Brewski,
he says, as if that'll change something. After Tilly was born, I legally changed my last name so I'd have the same one as Tilly.
Evelyn? My mom walks toward us, looking concerned. Is everything okay?
Hi, Mom. Everything's peachy.
She wraps her arms around me, forcing me to uncross mine to hug her back. Hello, Mrs. Carling.
Darius is as polite as ever.
Evie and I were just talking.
She smiles at him.
It's nice to see you, Darius. It's nice to see you also. You must be proud of your husband. I am. He's worked hard to achieve this milestone. She turns to me, placing her hand on my arm. It's time to go sit down. I'll show you where your seat is.
My eyes flick to Darius. I can't wrap my head around what I've learned in the last 10 minutes. I'm sure he's feeling somewhat the same. That's why I nod at my mom and let her escort me away.
We'll talk more later, Evie,
Darius calls out, but I don't look back. I don't feel angry or betrayed. I feel numb. And somehow, that's the worst feeling of all.
Chapter 16. Darius. Fuck. I watch Evie disappear with her mom, and I'm helpless to do anything to stop her. She's here for her father, and so am I. But once this event is over, there's nothing that'll keep me from her. I head back toward the reception hall and meet up with Caden. Dude, I'm sorry if I caused any problems by mentioning your name, he says. It wasn't anything you said. It's my fuck-up. I still hadn't been honest about my career. What are the fucking odds she'd be here? He looks at me from under his furrowed brow. What are you going to do? I think this set of circumstances calls for a stiff drink. I'm going to start with that. And later, I'll find a way to get her alone. She's not shutting me out over this. We trek through the crowd, exchanging brief greetings. Jesus, I didn't think we'd ever make it here, Caden says, leaning on the bar. What do you want to drink? I don't care. You choose, I say. He orders 2 gin and tonics. I'm surprised by how many people are in attendance. Scanning the faces, I notice coaches from other teams and even NHL executives. It's a great turnout. Coach must be pleased, he says. Is he ever really pleased? I ask. That's true. He's as pleased as he can be, he corrects. The bartender slides our drinks across the polished wood to us. Caden and I both drop a tip in the jar for him. I take a sip, and an old memory hits me. I hold up my glass. My grandfather in Greece drinks these. He tips his glass back, and the ice cubes clink against the side. Your grandparents still live there? Yep, both sets of them, I'm supposed to find some time to go visit during the off-season. I've never been to Greece. It's on my bucket list, though. Ryder sidles up to the bar on my right side. What's up? I ask. Not much. Just checking out the fresh meat in the room while I wait for the meal to be served. Don't you ever take a break? Caden asks. Life is short, he answers evasively. Speaking of fresh meat, who's the blonde hottie sitting at Coach Carling's table? My gaze swings across the room to see who he means. An anger-generated haze briefly obscures my vision when I realize Evie is the blonde hottie he's referring to. That's Evelyn, Coach's daughter, Caden says. She's single? He asks, and my molars clench so tightly I hear creaking and grinding. No, I bark the word at him. How do you know? Ryder asks. I know because she's my girlfriend. He doesn't need to know we haven't officially labeled what we are. A slow grin spreads across Ryder's face. Get the fuck out of here. He's serious. Caden jumps in. Look at you, moving in on the coach's daughter. Ryder gives my tricep a jovial tap. I didn't know she was Coach Carling's daughter until about 15 minutes ago. Oh, damn, he laughs. I like her even more now. She didn't know I play for the Coyotes either, I add. Ryder narrows his eyes. What the fuck, Darius? Relationships are built on trust. You know all about that, I droll. He scratches behind his ear. I actually do. Just because I don't do relationships doesn't mean I'm unaware of how they work. I know how they work too, but sometimes things are easier said than done, I explain. And sometimes it's easier to be evasive about something than to be honest from the get-go, Ryder states. Caden places his hand on Ryder's shoulder. I gotta be honest, you're impressing the fuck out of me right now. Bro, I say, giving him a what-the-fuck look. What? You can't be salty that you made a bad decision and he's calling you on it. Yeah, you guys give me shit all the time, and I'm always a good sport about it, Ryder says. I nod. That's fair. Ryder's gaze sweeps over to Evie, and mine follows. You better get ready to grovel. She's pissed. Yeah, I plan to do whatever it takes to make this mess up to her. We better take our seats. Dinner's about to be served, Caden points out. Thank fuck. I'm starving, Ryder says. I carry my gin and tonic I've yet to finish. So much for needing a stiff drink. As luck would have it, our table is next to Evie's. I pull out the chair right behind hers and plop down onto the seat. I tug my phone from my front pocket and type a text to her. Me. I'm so sorry, Evie. Can we talk after dinner? I send the message and hope she answers me. My phone vibrates and I look at the screen. Evie. Fuck off. Shit. She's really upset with me. The waitstaff moves around the table, setting salads in front of everyone along with baskets of bread and butter. Ryder double-fists the rolls and drops them on his plate. Catching me watching him, he shrugs. Hey, you fuckers eat a lot, and I'm not taking any chances. He's not wrong. We can pack the food away for sure. The chatter dies out all around the room as everyone is focused on eating each course as it's brought out. As delicious as everything tastes, my appetite is nil. My stomach's unsettled, but not in the good way, the I'm in love way. I've been nauseous since Evie walked away from me with her mom, and sitting in such close proximity to her isn't helping. With our backs toward one another and our chairs only a few feet apart, there's an invisible pull between us. It's difficult to stay away from her, knowing she's nearby. Dinner finally ends, and the waitstaff clears the tables. Mr. Sears, the owner of our team, walks up to the front of the room where the podium is set up. He gets everyone's attention before he begins talking about Coach Carling. He starts with some background of where our coach grew up and where he went to college. I never realized he played on the United States Olympic hockey team. Mr. Sears finally gets to the reason why we're all here: to honor Coach Carling for breaking the record for the number of all-time wins. He calls Coach up to the podium, and we all rise to our feet and cheer as he accepts a large plaque from the team owner. I shift my chair to face the front of the room, so when we sit down, I'm able to look at the back of Evie's head whenever I want. Coach begins to speak. I'm honored to be here tonight accepting this award. When I first started coaching professional hockey, it never occurred to me I'd last this long in the sport. Everyone laughs. Coach has a sense of humor. Who knew? Ryder says. Right? I agree. We never see that side of him. He's always all about business when we practice, and on game days, he's even worse. But once Mr. Sears offered me the job coaching the Coyotes, I knew this was the only place I wanted to be. Charleston has been wonderful to my family and me. My wife, Regina, has served on many of the city's committees, and my daughter, Evelyn, attended Charleston University. My head cranes in her direction, and I'm pleased to find she's sitting sideways on her chair. The new position allows my eyes to explore the gentle curves and angles of her profile as she watches her dad. I don't absorb another word of his speech. Every bit of my focus remains on Evie like a lovesick teenager. When she finally looks my way and our eyes connect, there's a brief moment when her defenses are down. A hint of a smile teases her lips, and my own curve in reaction. But then her expression hardens, her blue orbs shudder and hide all evidence of emotion, and it fucking hurts to know I'm the reason she's doing this. Her attention returns to her dad, leaving me staring at her profile again. Evie stands up, surprising me. Caden tugs on the sleeve of my suit coat. Get up, dude. I become aware Coach Carling is done speaking, and he's getting a standing ovation. I jump to my feet, applauding loudly along with the rest of the room. Once Coach has returned to his seat, people begin to mill around the room again, visiting other tables and heading to the bar. Evie leaves her seat, heading toward the exit, and I bound to my feet. Caden places a cautionary hand on my arm. Are you sure you want to go after her? Maybe you should wait and give her some space. I have to risk it. I don't know that I'll get another chance. He nods. Fair point. Good luck. You better say some prayers on the way. Luck isn't going to be enough to get you out of the doghouse you're in, Ryder says. I flip him the bird as I hurry off. When I step from the reception hall, I catch sight of Evie at the other end of the hallway where the restrooms are. I feel like a stalker as I progress in that direction. Taking up a position against the wall, I crack my knuckles. I shove my hands in my pockets, then remove them. I rake my hair back from my face. Jesus, what's taking her so long? I begin pacing back and forth on the dark carpet like a caged animal. I'm filled with so much anxiety and nervous energy, I feel like I'm going to lose my mind if I can't talk to her soon. Darius? She calls my name, and I whirl around. What are you doing? I dash over to her. I'm waiting for you. She shakes her head. This isn't a good time or place. She scans the hallway for observers. It's as good as any. I catch hold of her hand, tugging her farther along and around the corner where I find a handful of doors. One at a time, I begin opening them. The first looks like a break room for employees, and the second is a well-lit, roomy storage space. I pull her into the room and lock the door behind us.
What the hell, Darius?
She's angry. Evie, I'll keep us here for the next 24 hours straight if I need to. Whatever it takes to get you to listen to me. I'm angry too. Angry that she's willing to shut me out so easily. She yanks her hand free of mine and crosses her arms.
Fine. I'm listening.
When I took you to coffee, you didn't know who I was, and that was such a refreshing change for me. That's not something that happens very often. When I meet people, they always see me as Darius, the hockey player. You saw me for the man I am. You didn't have preconceived notions about me or my life. We started on an even playing field, so to speak. You didn't know anything about me, and I didn't know anything about you. That hardly ever happens in my world.
I understand your motive at first, but you should have told me sooner, she says, lifting her chin.
You're right, I should have. But let's play devil's advocate for a second. If I had told you the night we went out for pizza, what would have happened? She uncrosses her arms.
It would have been our first and last date. I despise hockey.
She raises her thumb.
And hockey players?
Her index finger goes up.
And the way they smell? And the way they spit everywhere with no fucking consideration for other people who might be walking on the mats? And how they think they're God's gift to women? And how much time the season schedule takes up? And how much time I had to spend in a stinky ice arena as a kid? And how my dad didn't have time to come to any of my activities because of hockey? And how hockey was always the priority in our house? And most of all, I hated how my dad loved his team more than me, and still does.
Tears fill her eyes as she stands there with all her fingers raised. Gripping her arms, I pull her to my chest, enfolding her in my embrace. A sob slips from her lips, and it feels like a knife has sliced my heart. At a loss for what to say, I rub my palms in calming circles on her back. After hearing everything she said, I realize how upset she is with me has a lot to do with her relationship with her father. Raising her tear-stained face from my chest, she avoids looking in my direction, as if she's embarrassed. I'm not going to let her shut down now.
I hope I didn't dirty your shirt,
she says. I don't care about my shirt. I care about you. Cupping her cheeks in my palms, I force her to meet my eyes. I swipe the tears from under her bottom lashes with my thumbs. Evie, I can't change what I've already done wrong, but I can promise you I'll never keep anything from you again. She nods, but she doesn't seem convinced. I mean it. You have my word. My hands press on her cheeks for emphasis. If you could see inside my heart, you'd realize how much space you've already claimed. Then you'd never doubt my feelings for you.
Chapter 17. Evie. Jesus, his dark eyes have never seemed so earnest. I want to explain that I don't want to doubt his feelings. This insecurity I'm experiencing isn't enjoyable, but it's par for the course when it comes to anything to do with hockey. I have enough self-awareness to know I'm holding Darius responsible for things that were brought about by my dad's behavior. I know that's not fair to Darius, but I'm scared to risk my heart. I always lose to hockey. We should get back to the party, I say. A muscle in his cheek tenses.
Not until we settle things between us.
Darius, I know you didn't mean to hurt me, but the fact of the matter is, you did. His dark brows pinch together as his brow furrows.
Should I be hurt that you didn't tell me who your father is? Being the coach of the Coyotes is a big fucking deal.
This is the first time I've ever heard anger in his voice. It's not the same thing at all, I fire back.
I'm not saying it is, but you're not perfect either. The difference is I'm willing to give you the benefit of the doubt, and you're not willing to do the same for me. Maybe you're the one whose feelings need to be in question.
I haven't given you any reason to doubt my feelings, I defend.
Really? Are you sure about that? I haven't heard you telling me where I stand with you. Why do I have to be the one who's open about their feelings? Shouldn't it be a two-way street?
Sure, throw my insecurities in my face. You've known from day one how I am.
Yeah, I just assumed at some point you'd be more comfortable showing me how you feel about me.
I poke him in the chest. I can't help that you can't tell that I'm crazy about you. He catches hold of my hand and wraps his other arm around my waist, trapping me in his embrace.
It's nice to hear the words, too.
Too bad. Sometimes it's hard for me to say them.
There are other ways of communicating how you feel, he says.
So if I knee you in the balls right now, you'd be able to tell I'm pissed?
He twists his hips to the side, protecting the boys. I just realized this is our first fight.
I roll my eyes. Glad you caught up.
We should settle this like adults do, he says.
How would that be? I ask.
With sex?
He slams his mouth down on mine. Staggered by his unexpected move, I grab onto his shoulders as his tongue slips between my lips. My surprise morphs into desperate need as desire takes hold of me. His hands slide over my ass, squeezing a cheek in each palm while my own caress down the planes of his chest to his stomach. His solid muscles flex and twitch under his shirt. I'm overwhelmed with the urge to feel them without the barrier of his clothing getting in the way. With our lips still connected, I blindly reach inside his open suit coat. I latch onto the sides of his dress shirt and tug them free from his pants. Slipping my hands underneath the material, his skin is warm and smooth. Staring at the bottom of his rib cage, my fingers trace over his shredded abdominal muscles. Undoing his belt buckle, I move on and unfasten his pants. Darius exhales a ragged groan into my mouth when my hand burrows beneath the waistband of his boxer briefs. And when I grip his erect shaft in my hand, he tears his mouth from mine. Oh, fuck. He watches as I stroke him from the hilt all the way to the tip where there's a bead of pre-cum. My thumb swipes the clear fluid around the head of his cock, as if it's my tongue licking him, before my fist drags down his turgid length once more. Prying my fingers from him, he spins me around without notice. One of his hands, splayed on my stomach, is all that keeps me from tumbling to my knees. He lifts and propels me forward toward the back of the small space. He sets me on my feet, and then his large hand drops to the middle of my back, bending me over at the waist. My palms slap against the edge of a small table as I brace myself. "Don't turn around," he commands. "Okay." He drops his suit coat on the table in front of me. I hear the rustling of more clothing being removed before his tie appears in front of my eyes.
"Is this okay, Agapemo?"
"Yes," I whisper. "You said that to me before. What does it mean?"
"My love."
My stomach is overtaken by a kaleidoscope of butterflies. He settles the silky material over my eyes and fastens it behind my head, completely blocking my vision. The thrill of knowing I'm about to have blindfolded make-up sex in a closet sends a jolt of need between my thighs. It's the thought of doing something forbidden with Darius that makes it so hot. His palms skim my bare ass from my calves up the outside of my thighs, raising my dress at the same time. His sudden inhale brings a satisfied smile to my face.
"No fucking panties, mikropirgma."
What does that mean? I ask.
"You're a little tease, mikropirgma. Did you leave your panties off for me?"
No, they were visible under my dress, so I couldn't wear any.
"I'm gonna pretend you left them off for me, and I'm gonna reward you by fucking you so hard with my cock. Are you ready, Agapemo?"
His hand skates down my ass to curve between my legs. He slowly circles my entrance with a fingertip.
"So fucking wet for me, too."
"Yes," I moan. I'm soaked, and it's all for him. Not being able to see what he's doing to me is such an erotic experience. I've never done anything like this before.
"Is this my pussy?"
He growls. "Yes," I breathe.
Tell me it's my pussy, he orders, moving his hand forward to rub my clit. Yes, it's yours. Don't fucking stop. It's your pussy. His fingers repeatedly swirl a figure 8 over the bundle of nerves. It's all yours, I pant, already on the verge of release. Committed to the task, he increases the speed of the small caresses until I shatter. Whimpering and trembling, I white-knuckle the table as Darius draws out my orgasm. You're so fucking sexy. His hand disappears from my clit, only to wrap around one of my hips. His other hand swipes the head of his cock back and forth over my slick entrance. Then he buries himself to the hilt in one smooth thrust. Fuck, I moan, trapped somewhere between pleasure and pain. This fullness is a new feeling for me, as is this sexual position. That's my girl, taking my cock like a goddamn dream. Taking his time at first, with long, slow strokes, he allows my body to adjust to this position and his size. His free hand grips my other hip, his fingertips digging into my flesh so hard he's sure to leave bruises. The thought of him physically marking me is thrilling. It's concrete proof I'm not imagining being fucked by the most amazing man I've ever met. Pulling my ass back toward him, he forces me to lower my torso to the table. I smell his familiar scent as his suit coat cushions my cheek. He thrusts his hips harder, forcing our bodies to slap together. The sound of that combined with our moans is loud enough for someone to hear it if they're walking by. That thought should horrify me, but it only makes this more exciting. It ups the stakes, as if my heart being at stake isn't high enough. Darius fucks me like a professional athlete. He's strong and relentless in his pursuit of his orgasm. Just when I think he's going to fall over the edge solo, his fingers flick against my clit until I'm sobbing through my second release. His rhythm becomes erratic as he comes, and when he's done, his considerable weight settles over my back. Christ, that was... There are no words for what that was. He undoes the makeshift blindfold, pulling it from my face. I blink from the brightness of the bare light bulbs in the coverless ceiling fixture until my eyes adjust to the change. I peer over my shoulder at him and smile. He leans forward, pressing his lips to mine for a leisurely kiss. This is going to get messy really quick. I glance at the shelves behind us. Paper towels at 9 o'clock. How convenient, he snickers. Maybe we're not the only ones who utilize this room. Gross, I laugh. He wipes between my legs and then I take over as he cleans himself up. This certainly wasn't my plan when I brought you in here, he says. We both toss the paper towels in the trash barrel in the corner. I'm glad inspiration hit. I wink, adjusting my dress back down to cover me once more. He tucks in his shirt before fastening his pants and belt. I'm impressed with how quickly he has his tie back on and fastened, and all without a mirror. Does this look straight? He adjusts the knot. Yeah, but everyone's going to know what we were doing. I noticeably cringe. He moves closer, pulling me into my new favorite place to be, in his arms. You're just feeling awkward because this isn't normal behavior for you. But it'll be fine. No one besides my friends are going to assume we were messing around. Is this normal behavior for you? I ask, suddenly feeling insecure. No, I know we never discussed our pasts in that regard, but I'm not into random hookups. I'm sure that's hard for you to believe with me being a hockey player. I'm not saying I've always gone without sex, but my number of partners is low. Not as low as yours, but lower than most. Don't tell me any more about your romantic past. As long as you've always been careful with your partners, that's all I care about. I've always been safe, and I also get tested regularly for hockey. I probably should have asked before we got carried away, but are you on birth control? Yep, I have an IUD, so we should be good. After we had Tilly, I wasn't taking any chances of history repeating itself. I think the main reason why I never went wild when I signed with the NHL is because my mom has always told me I'd meet the woman of my dreams someday and I shouldn't do anything I'd be ashamed to tell her about. That's always stuck with me. My parents are closer than any other couple I know. I want the kind of relationship they still have after 35 years of marriage. That's rare these days, I say. I like to imagine it will be the same for us someday.
Really? I can't keep the hope from my voice.
That is if you can get over me being a hockey player, and me not telling you right away.
I roll my eyes. I'm still not happy about the hockey thing. Do you know how many times in my life I've said I will never date a hockey player?
Way to make me a liar, Darius. He laughs. I never thought I'd be in love with the coach's daughter.
What did you say? Did I imagine it?
He rakes his teeth over his bottom lip and nods. I didn't plan to profess my love for you in a closet, but here goes.
He stares down into my eyes.
I love you, Evie Brewski.
My heart feels like it leaps into my throat. Staring at him wide-eyed, I draw in a calming breath. Am I ready to say this? Once the words are out, there's no taking them back. But then I look at the sweet man before me, nodding encouragingly because he knows sharing my feelings isn't easy for me to do.
I love you, Darius Castellanos.
My voice doesn't waver at all. He lets out a whoop of joy. Lifting me, he spins around in circles while I hold on for dear life. I don't know how he manages not to crash us into anything. By the time he sets me back on my feet, I'm so dizzy my arms remain around him. He beams down at me.
Just a heads up, I'm calling you my girlfriend now.
I can live with that. I guess you're forcing my hand, and I'll have to call you my boyfriend. I huff exaggeratedly.
I wish leaving this closet didn't mean being around other people, he says.
Me too. I suppose we can't hide away any longer. My mom's probably looking for me by now. My expression is pained at the thought. He draws his suit coat on, adjusting the lapels.
Do I look okay?
He slowly pivots around. I brush a streak of dust off the side of his coat. You're good to go. What about me? I ask, slowly twirling in place.
Oh, you look freshly fucked for sure,
he says, making my mouth fall open.
I'm just kidding. You look beautiful and amazingly put together considering I plowed you from behind.
He smiles mischievously. I laugh. Is my makeup all over my face? I reach up to check that both sets of fake eyelashes are still there. He shakes his head.
You really do look beautiful. If we can avoid anyone seeing us leaving this closet, I think we could pull this off without anyone being able to tell.
So how do you want to do this? Should I go first? I ask.
Screw that. We walk out of here together like the couple we are. How does that sound?
I like the sound of us being a couple, but the walking out of here together part still scares me, I admit. His hand folds around mine, giving a slight squeeze of encouragement.
It's time to be brave, Agapemo. On 3. 1, 2, 3.
Chapter 18. Darius. Turning the lock on the knob, I open the door and take a quick scan in both directions. The coast is clear. I step out, bringing Evie with me. Hands clasped, we walk side by side down the long hallway. I bump my arm into hers. See? That wasn't so hard. She sends a quick smile toward me.
Yeah, you're right. I thought for sure someone was going to bust us leaving.
Everyone's too busy enjoying the open bar.
I'm sure you're right,
she agrees. We're almost at the end of the hallway when Coach Carling comes into sight. Fuck me. I knew this conversation would happen at some point. I just didn't think it would be this soon. Darius! He nods toward me, smiling. Evelyn? His expression noticeably hardens. If I recognized the change, I'm sure she also did. Coach? I nod. Congratulations on your award. Thank you, he says.
Yeah, congratulations, Dad.
Thank you, Evelyn. What's going on here? His eyes drop to our joined hands. Your daughter and I are in a relationship, sir. Why linger at the cliff's edge when you can jump right off and get it over with? Is that so? his thick brows lower in contemplation.
Yes, Dad, it is.
How long has this been going on for?
We met last month, and neither of us knew who the other was. Oddly enough, we didn't realize our connection until tonight. I didn't know Evie was going to be here, and she didn't know I was either. Funny, right? I smile, but Coach Carling's face remains as stony as ever.
If you were with any other girl besides my daughter, I wouldn't believe it. But Evie abhors hockey and everything to do with it.
Yes, she told me, sir.
I'm sorry to say I don't approve of this relationship.
Why not? Evie asked before I can.
Darius has a bright future ahead of him. He doesn't need to deal with any distractions.
Your daughter isn't a distraction. She's a wonderful woman.
You may feel that way now, but Evelyn has a lot of baggage that will only bring you down.
She's right here, listening to us, and I wouldn't care if Evie had a barge load of problems. I love her. Being with her makes me happy. Coach crosses his arms over his chest.
For now, maybe.
Dad, I don't appreciate your attitude. This has nothing to do with you.
Darius is one of my players. Of course it has to do with me. What affects the team affects me.
How does my relationship with Evie affect the team?
How long will it be before the two of you are fighting and your place suffers? He asked.
He looks so sanctimonious, I want to punch him in the face. I don't plan to fight with Evie, but if we ever do, I'll leave it at the door of the arena like I do any problem I deal with. Isn't that what adults do, Coach?
It's not always so cut and dried, Darius. We'll see how you handle being in my daughter's chaotic world.
Evie lets out a soft gasp. I squeeze her hand, offering what comfort I can. From what I've seen, Evie's world isn't chaotic at all. She's organized, hard-working, and a great mom who puts her daughter first.
Are you going to be happy always coming second to another man's child? He asked.
I think Tilly should always be first. I don't have a problem with that at all.
And you don't mind that she lives with her ex, Ryan?
I don't live with him, Dad. Evie tugs her hand free from mine. I need to grab my purse and say goodbye to my mom. I'll be right back. She hurries off as fast as she can, no doubt eager to get away from her dad. Coach, I know about the duplex, and I've also met Ryan. I think it's admirable how the two of them have handled raising their daughter together, especially after having her so young.
Well, I can see your mind's made up, and I'm not going to change it. I'll just say good luck to the both of you. I better not see a decline in your play. Don't make me regret signing you.
Coach, I've been playing for you for 6 years now. I think I've more than proved my worth to you and the team.
You're only as good as your current season, Castellanos.
Has my play dropped off at all in the past month? I challenge, knowing he must agree. I've been killing it on the ice.
Not yet.
Then maybe you should be happy your daughter is with someone who cares about her and not worry about the rest.
Is his only reply.
I'll see you at practice Monday morning. Enjoy the rest of your night, I say, walking over to the exit to wait for Evie. Coach Carling disappears back into the reception hall, and I worry he'll say something more to upset Evie. Just as I'm about to follow him, my girl walks my way. Is everything okay? I ask. As good as it can be with an asshole for a father. I want to disagree with her on principle alone. I mean, he's my coach, and I'd walk through fire for him. I know he can be a surly hard-ass at times, but I'm so disappointed to see this side of him, a side I never knew about before. When Evie mentioned her dad reacted poorly about her pregnancy, I figured, given the situation, a lot of dads probably would. But after hearing how he spoke to Evie and also about her, I'm extremely disappointed in him. It feels like one of my heroes fell off his pedestal. He definitely fell out of favor in my eyes. We step outside into the fresh evening air. Evie shivers, and I'm not sure if she's cold or angry. I wrap my arm around her shoulders. Are you sure you're okay? I press a kiss to her temple. Yeah, don't worry. I am. Unfortunately, this isn't unusual behavior for my dad. At least when it comes to me. He doesn't have the same problem with other people. Although, he sure isn't pleased with your choice in women. She pats my chest. I don't care if he likes us being together or not. I draw her into my arms and press a soft kiss to her lips. I've proven my dedication to the Coyotes. I always give 100%, whether it's a practice or a game, and he knows this. Do you want to come over? She asked. I was thinking we could spend the night at my place. I don't have any clothes with me, she says. I'd be happy to see you in my clothes, or, even better, nothing at all. She laughs. I bet. Did you happen to drive here? I took an Uber in case I drank. I did. My car is parked over there. She points to a nearby section of the lot. Let's get out of here. Take this ride up here, I tell her. She makes the turn smoothly. My house is on the right side, the last one before the next street. Whoa, she mumbles. I love your house. I chuckle. You've barely seen it. She smiles. I love the outside. Is that better? She pulls into the driveway, parking beside my truck. I love bungalow-style homes. Me too. I bought the lot and had the house built to my specifications. We climb from her car and close the doors. I look over my home as if I'm seeing it from her perspective. I take in the thick wooden beam supporting the open porch. Stacked stone covers the bottom quarter of the beams and the bottom half of the front portion of the house. Dark green vertical siding covers the rest of the house, and the roof is covered in black tin. Altogether, it's a very masculine feel, like a ski lodge and bungalow combined together. The mix of wood, stone, and vertical siding looks great, and whoever does your landscaping deserves a raise, she says. I pay him a small fortune already. Brutus barks from inside the house, and Evie laughs. Looks like someone wants us to hurry up. No doubt. He thinks you're here to see him. Well, who's to say he's wrong? I get it. You love me for my dog. I didn't want to mention it, but... She shrugs. Brutus and I are a package deal, Agape Mo. Love my dog, love me. Okay, fine. Now let me go see my boy Brutus. I catch hold of her and lead her up the path and onto the open concrete porch. Wow, Darius, this is huge. Do you sit out here all the time? Yeah, I do. When I have a day off, I have my morning coffee out here, and most nights when I'm home, I come out to watch the sunset. It's so quiet and peaceful. She closes her eyes and drags in a deep breath. It smells wonderful, too. I barely have the door open when Brutus pushes past me to get to Evie. Laughing at his sneaky maneuver, she bends down to lavish him with hugs and kisses. Brutus's big tongue slicks from her chin to her forehead. Evie shrieks and swipes at her eye. Ew, he licked my eyeball, and he's got one of my fake lashes. I quickly get him to drop this spidery-looking object. Good boy, Brutus, she says. Maybe I should let him lick my other eye and get this annoying fucker off. You're adorable, I say, urging her inside my home. She plops down onto the entryway bench and unfastens her shoes. When they're both off, she wiggles her bare toes. Oh my God, I hate wearing heels. Why did I let Wendy talk me into it? And these stupid lashes, too? Ugh. She picks at her eyelashes until her fingers come away with the other spidery lashes. She drops it into her purse and tugs out her phone. I'm texting Wendy to let her know I'm staying here tonight. She finishes typing and sending her message. Is Tilly with her? Yeah, at my house. Ryan couldn't be with her? She grins, looking excited. Ryan went out tonight. I'm hoping he's getting lucky. You two have such a strange relationship, and I mean that in the best of ways. I get that it'll take some getting used to, she says. I slip off my wingtips and pull Evie to her feet. Let's go get out of these clothes. I'll give you something more comfortable to wear. My bedroom is in the back of the house. Evie gasps when she sees the size of my bed. She runs across the room and dives onto the mattress, twisting to land on her back. She stretches out her limbs like a starfish. She looks so tiny in my huge bed. In the past month, I've imagined her here so many times. My chest aches, but in a good way. It's the kind of ache caused by an overwhelming feeling of love. What do you want to change into? I ask. She raises her arm and wiggles her fingers in a come here motion. I'll take this shirt off your back. I move to the edge of the bed. My lips spread into a smile as my fingers begin undoing the buttons. Shrugging the shirt from my shoulders, I hand it to her. She kneels with her back facing me. Can you please unzip me? The zipper tab is small for my large fingers, but I'm able to drag it down. Before I can stop myself, I'm slipping my hands beneath each side of her dress, pushing it from her shoulders. Evie shrugs the top of her dress from her arms, baring her entire torso, and my body immediately reacts. I'm popping boners like I'm a teenager all over again. She scoots to the edge of the bed, then stands on the hardwood floor. She wiggles her dress down, and once it passes her hips, the garment falls, pulling around her bare feet. You're so fucking beautiful. I'm glad you think so. She pulls my dress shirt on, then fastens a few buttons in the middle, leaving the rest undone. Agapimo, seeing you in only my shirt is the sexiest fucking thing I've ever seen. And knowing you're naked underneath, I bite my knuckle. I'll never get tired of seeing you without a shirt, she says, skimming her palms from my chest to my stomach. Why don't you get changed and make me a snack? She asks. Grinning, I gesture up and down my body. What about this snack?
Chapter 19. Evie. Waking up with Darius's muscular, tattooed arm around me is a new sensation, and one I could get used to quickly. This is the first time we spent an entire night together, and I slept like a baby. Good morning, he husks, drawing me even closer. He cushions his erection against my ass. You're so subtle, I laugh. He grinds into me. There's nothing subtle about how much I want you. How much I always want you. His hand climbs from my stomach to cup one of my breasts. His fingertips tug on my taut nipple. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I need to get home within an hour. I told Tilly I'd take her to the beach today. Do you want to come with us? He presses a tender kiss on my neck. I can work with that time limit. And yes, of course I want to go. Okay, but I need a shower, too. Pushing the covers off us, he lifts me into his arms and climbs from the bed. I let out a squeal of surprise. What are you doing? Using our limited time effectively. We can get dirtier in the shower and then clean right up. He winks at me. You're an excellent time manager, I say as he turns on the shower. He doesn't wait for the water to warm up before he steps inside with me still in his arms. I let out a shriek and he laughs.
Hold on to me, agapemo.
He shifts me so my legs are wrapped around his waist and I hook my arms around his neck. Ah! I scream as he presses my back against the cold shower tiles. He swallows the sound with his mouth and I forget all about my discomfort. His dick nudges my entrance and I wiggle against the tip, doing my best to tempt him. Waking up in his arms was enough foreplay. I'm ready for him to be inside me. Bracing my weight with arms underneath my ass, he uses his other to guide himself into my entrance. Once the head breaches my walls, his hand grips my shoulder, pushing me down onto him.
Jesus, I'll never get used to the feeling of your pussy on my bare cock. Ine deleo, it's perfect.
Move, I urge, gripping my legs tightly around him. He clutches my ass in both hands, raising and lowering me.
Yes, Darius. Say my name again, agapemo.
Darius. He lowers me to my feet and spins me around to face the tiled wall. I'm expecting him to thrust inside me when I feel a stream of water pulsing directly on my clit. Oh, fuck. Reaching back, I loop my arms around his neck and lean back into him. Holding the shower head in one hand, he bends his knees, finding the right angle before entering me once more. Yes, fuck me hard, I say.
Hold on, agapemo.
His arm envelops me, his palm on my stomach just below my ribcage. His fast-paced and forceful strokes, combined with the pulsing water, push me to an orgasm of epic proportions. Whimpering, all I can do is cling to him. He releases a hoarse groan before I feel him thrusting through his own release. The shower head falls to the floor, spraying water up at us. Darius spins me around and claims my lips with a soulful kiss. He trails a fingertip down my cheek and over my lips.
I love you.
I stare up into his dark brown eyes.
I love you too, opektis hofekmo.
My hockey player. He beams with happiness and his eyes seem a little glassy. Is it possible I made my big hockey player tear up?
You learned how to say that,
he asks, and I nod. There's this thing called Google that makes it incredibly easy, I say.
Yeah, but it means so much to me that you thought to do that. And you're right. I am your hockey player, Evie, and I always will be.
We remove our shoes in the mudroom. I'm wearing my dress from last night, while Darius is dressed in a pair of black and gray plaid board shorts and a white t-shirt. Even dressed casually, he still somehow manages to look like a model. He exhales a long, slow breath.
I'm kind of nervous. I don't ever get nervous, not even during playoff games.
She's a 7-year-old girl. How much harm can she do? I ask.
Are you kidding? She has all the power in the world when it comes to our relationship. If she hates me, you won't want to be with me anymore.
She's not going to hate you. I'm comfortable making this statement. He's too likable for her to hate. Besides, Ryan and I don't allow that word in our houses. His hands latch onto my shoulders.
But what if she does?
Darius, you're worrying about nothing. I promise everything will be fine. Where did my positive guy disappear to?
Apparently, he's scared of a 7-year-old girl,
he says, and I laugh.
Fuck that. Women are scary at all ages.
How about we get the introduction over so I know whether I need to send you home or not? I try to keep a straight face, but his reaction is too comical. I make a choking sound and then laughter spills out of me.
Ha ha. Go ahead and laugh at my expense.
I wrap my arms around his waist and squeeze him tightly. I'm sorry for teasing you. I think it's wonderful that you want to make a good impression on her. It's another reason for me to love you. His lips touch the middle of my forehead, placing a soft kiss there.
Let's do this before I chicken out.
He smiles.
Maybe we should leave Brutus out here. At least until we get the introductions over.
That's a good idea. I know once Tilly sees his dog, that's all she's going to see. I take hold of his hand. Come on. I open the door and we step inside.
Wendy is sitting on the couch in the living room and rises to her feet. Her smile might be bigger than I've ever seen. "Well, hello there." She looks Darius up and down and gives me 2 thumbs up right in front of him. Darius, Wendy. Wendy, Darius. I gesture between them. He moves to shake her hand and she opens her arms wide, walking straight toward him. "I prefer to hug," she says, winking at me. Snickering, I watch him hesitate and throw me a helpless look. I nod to let him know this is typical Wendy behavior. They hug and she lowers her hand like she's going to squeeze his ass, but she doesn't make contact. I shake my head at her. It's hard to believe 2 people who are as opposite as we are ended up being such great friends. "So, how was last night?" she asks. "It was interesting. I'll tell you about it later. It's too long to explain now." Her lower jaw falls open. "You're going to make me wait?" "I am. You're not used to that, but that's the way it has to be. We have plans to take Tilly to the beach." "Ooh, Mr. Tall, Dark, and Tatted Up is going with you? Can I come? I bet he has hot friends." "Wendy, he's standing right here. Don't objectify him." She rolls her eyes. "I'm sorry, but please tell me you have hot friends." She positions her hands like she's praying. I guess I do. Women seem to like them." She slaps the back of her hand against my arm. "I knew it. Good-looking men always have good-looking friends." I roll my eyes at her ridiculousness. It's time to see my daughter. I missed her so much and can't wait any longer to see her. "Tilly, I'm home," I call out.
Mommy, Mommy!
Tilly squeals from the kitchen. I hear the pitter-patter of her feet on the hardwood floors before I see her. She barrels into me, wrapping her arms around my waist. Releasing Darius's hand, I pull her closer. "Hi, sweetie. I want you to meet someone. This is Darius. He plays hockey for your grandpa's team." Tilly's eyes grow wider. I don't know if it's the surprise alone or if she's also impressed. While I never watch hockey, Ryan has been known to, and our daughter thinks it's cool. "Well, I guess now I know why it's a long story," Wendy drawls. I jab my elbow into her side. "Hi, Tilly. It's nice to meet you." Darius lowers to one knee and stretches out his arm. She tentatively reaches forward, and her tiny hand is swallowed up by his much larger one.
"Nice to meet you, too,"
she trails off. "Darius," I remind her. She smiles at him.
"Darius."
He grins back like she made his day. Seeing them together tugs on my heartstrings. "Darius brought a friend with him I think you'll want to meet."
"Who is it?"
Her head swivels side to side. Darius brings Brutus inside, and Tilly squeals as soon as she sees him. She grabs my arm.
"A doggy, Mom! He is a doggy!"
Darius bends down. "This is Brutus. Brutus, this is Tilly."
"Can I pet?"
Her question gets cut off when Brutus drags his tongue from her cheek to her temple. She giggles.
"He licked me."
"That means he likes you and he wants you to pet him," Darius explains. "That's what a guy does when he likes you, too," Wendy mumbles softly, so only I hear. Tilly runs her hand from the top of his head down to his tail.
"He's so soft. Did you paint his spots, Mommy?"
I laugh as I think about how Darius and I met. I did give him those spots. Do you like them?
"I love them."
"So those are the infamous rainbow leopard spots." Wendy smirks. "They've kind of grown on me," Darius says, smiling. "Tilly, what do you think of Darius coming to the beach with us?" She nods.
"Okay. And Brutus, too?"
I smile. "And Brutus, too." Darius pulls his truck into the beach house driveway. "Are you sure this is okay?" I ask. I feel weird about dropping in on people I don't know. "I'm positive. I texted Ace before we left your house to make sure he's around. He said to look for them on the beach." "Them? Is he having a party?" My voice croaks. "Sports teams tend to do things outside of work with their teammates." "Does he play hockey too?" I ask. "No, he's retired now, but he used to play for the Charleston Pirates football team." I roll my eyes at him. I know the Pirates are a football team. I thought you hated all sports.
I shrug. What can I say? I really just hate hockey. But I guess I'm gonna have to learn to love it now that I've got my very own hockey star.
I smile. He taps the tip of my nose. As long as you love me, that's all that matters.
Well, that's not challenging at all.
Is this the beach?
Tilly asks from the backseat of the truck. I look back at her. It's right behind this house. How did you like riding with Brutus? Her blue eyes light up.
It's awesome. He let me pet him the whole time. Can we get a dog?
Here we go, I mutter, narrowing my eyes at Darius. He holds his hands up in a gesture of helplessness.
It's not my fault my dog is so awesome.
He gets out of the driver's side and takes care of helping Tilly from her booster seat. When he lifts her in his arms and places her on the pavement, I fall for him a little more. So far, they're getting along fabulously. I let Brutus out of the truck while Darius collects our things and loads up his arms. What can I carry? I ask.
If you hold on to Brutus's leash and take this beach bag, that would be great.
He passes me the canvas bag with our towels and extra sunscreen, and I sling the straps over my shoulder. We already applied a layer of waterproof brand at my house, but if we're here for a while, we'll need more. Tilly and I are fair and blonde. Unlike Darius with his Greek genes, we don't tan well. I envy his olive skin tone and lack of freckles. Tilly hurries along beside Brutus as we head toward the beach. She's carrying a bag made of a net-like material that's filled with her beach toys. I had to search the basement for them, but I wanted to make sure she has plenty to do while we're here. She looks adorable in her pink beach cover-up and matching visor.
The beach, Mom!
She yells before running off in front of us. Her long blonde ponytail bounces behind her. Stay with us, please, I say. She stops, and her bag of toys falls onto the sand.
I'm right here, Mommy.
These days, she switches between calling me Mom and Mommy. I don't know if I'm ready for the day when I'll just be Mom or Ma. She's growing up so fast.
Darius,
a deep voice calls out. I turn and find a bearded giant of a man walking toward us. He's so large, he makes Darius look small. He looks more like a biker than a former NFL player. But when he smiles, it completely transforms his face.
I'm glad you came, man.
They share a quick hug with all the requisite backslaps.
Ace, this is my girlfriend, Evie. Evie, this is Ace.
He shakes my hand in his massive one. He's surprisingly gentle. I like him already.
It's nice to meet you, Evie.
I smile. And you as well, Ace. That's my daughter, Tilly. I point her way.
How old is she?
He asks. 7.
My friends are here with their 6-year-old son.
I'm sure Tilly would love someone to play with. And so would Brutus here. I'm still holding his leash, so I reach down and stroke my hand over his soft head.
What a great-looking pitty,
Ace says. Darius takes the leash from me, leading him closer to Ace.
He's incredibly mild-mannered and behaves well. I didn't even have to take him to obedience school. He was easy for me to train myself.
Ace bends over to run his hand down Brutus's side.
Hey, big guy, how are ya?
Brutus licks his face in response. He likes you, I say. A beautiful Japanese woman walks toward us, and Ace's focus shifts to her. She's so petite compared to him. With the way he smiles at her, I can tell they're in love.
This is Mariko, my fiancé.
Hi, I'm Evie, and this is Darius. Her eyes swing between the two of us, and her grin is mischievous. Oh, I know Darius already, but it's nice to meet you, Evie. Oh, I laugh. I guess I should have assumed you knew each other. She waves her hand. No worries. Why don't you set up your stuff over with the rest of us? She suggests, pointing to a group of people about 15 feet away.
Sounds good,
Darius agrees, and we move toward them.
Tilly,
he calls out, and her head turns from where she's digging in the sand.
Come over this way, please.
Nodding, she stands and grabs her bag of toys before following us. I love that she did what he asked without any issues. My kid is the best. I'm not sure how she's turning out so well. Neither Ryan nor I had the best examples to go by. I'm grateful she's so well-adjusted and easygoing.
It gives me hope for her teenage years. Hopefully, she doesn't have the rebellious genes I did at that age. The sand filters through my sandals as I trudge along the soft surface. My stomach fills with anxious energy. I'm about to meet more people that Darius knows. I didn't realize this would be the situation when I asked him to come to the beach with us. When he suggested Folly Beach, I agreed because it's a favorite of ours. I wasn't expecting him to contact a friend and make arrangements to see them. And now I'm meeting people in my bathing suit and cover-up. Ugh, not an ideal situation for me. But I'm going to make the most of it because I get to spend the day with the two people I love most in this world. Darius is swallowed up by a crowd of people. Everyone's happy to see him, and it takes a few minutes before he gets a chance to introduce me. In addition to Ace, Mariko, Levi, and Leah, there's Knox and his wife Delaney, Darren and his wife Kendra. My head spins from all the names I'll need to remember. Tilly? I call her name and gesture for her to come over. When she's beside me, I introduce her to 3, who's Levi and Leah's son.
Your name is 3?
She asks. He nods.
Yep, it's my nickname. I have a nickname too, but I don't like it, she says. What is it? Tilly Bean. My Auntie Wendy calls me that. It's like Jelly Bean, he says, and they giggle. Want to build a sandcastle with me? She asks. He nods vigorously. Sure. The two of them run over to her bag of toys and kneel in the sand.
Well, that was easy, Leah says. We should sit down while we can. That sounds good to me. I usually spend most of my time in the water with her. Maybe with 3 to play with, she'll be content for a bit. Darius sets up our beach chairs next to the others, and we sit down. He opens the cooler we brought and pulls out a margarita for me. I can't remember the last time I had an alcoholic beverage, but maybe it'll help me feel less anxious. Removing the cap, he hands it to me, and I gulp down a large mouthful before he's grabbed a beer for himself. Leaning his head back on the beach chair pillow, he turns toward me. In the bright sunlight, I can see all the shades of brown that make up his irises. His black lashes are so thick they cast shadows on his face. I'm so proud to introduce you to my friends, Agapimo. And just like that, all the insecurity I've been feeling disappears. I smile at him. I'm proud to be with you, Opektes Hafekmo.
Chapter 20. Darius. So, are the Coyotes going to win the Stanley Cup? And don't say yes just because it's your team. Be honest, Knox says. Of course I'm going to say we'll win. Don't you guys think you're going to win the Super Bowl every year? If my teammates and I don't believe in our capabilities, why would other people? Good point, Ace says. So, is the girlfriend new? Levi glances at Evie standing at the edge of the water with all the ladies and children. Relatively new, but I knew right away she's a keeper, I say, setting my beer in the drink holder on my beach chair. Knox laughs. What's funny? I'm a pretty laid-back guy, but if he mocks my relationship with Evie, I'll kick his ass. I was laughing because I've been where you are. We all have. We all got struck by the fat baby's arrow, and none of us have ever been the same since. Am I allowed to say fat baby, or is that offensive? You're offensive in general, Knox, but we still put up with you, Darren says. As long as you don't cancel me. I couldn't deal with that, Knox says, and I think he means it. Welcome to the club, bro. He holds out his fist for me to bump. Any words of advice you want to share? I ask, knowing I'll probably regret it. Don't piss her off right before bedtime, or sex will be out of the question, Levi says. I nod. Sounds reasonable. Don't tell her you're the hot one in the relationship, Knox says. That's easy enough. I'm not, and I would never say something like that, I tell him. Jesus, Knox. I don't know why Delaney puts up with you. Darren shakes his head. He grins. I eat pussy like a champ and fuck like a god amongst mere mortals. And boast like a dickhead, Ace fires back. We all laugh because that's a very un-Ace-like reply. He shrugs. Mariko must be rubbing off on me. She's definitely the more feisty one of the two of them. Where are Flynn and Nadia? I ask. They're up in Massachusetts visiting his mom. They spend a lot of time there, but they'll be back before football camp starts up. Tilly and 3 come running over.
Does anyone want to help us build a giant sandcastle and a moat?
3 ask.
Will you help, Darius?
Tilly asks, tapping my arm with her small hand. Her fingernails match her sky-blue eyes. Sure, but you'll have to pull me out of this chair. I think I'm stuck.
Come on, 3. You grab that hand, and I'll get this one, she says.
They each grip one of my hands and begin to pull. I put on a good show, pretending I'm about to stand, then falling back down. After a couple of minutes, I rise to my feet, and they both bounce around cheering. I high-five them both and follow them over to the area they've designated for the castle building. I can't resist slapping Evie's tempting ass on the way by, and she jumps. With a hand on her chest, she aims a glare at me, but as soon as she sees me drop to my knees in the sand with Tilly and 3, her expression softens. It doesn't take long for the rest of the guys to join us. Once they saw how much fun we were having and how cool our castle and moat looks, they couldn't resist. I'm sure it's a sight to see, a bunch of bigger-than-average guys on their knees playing in the sand. I noticed Delaney taking pictures and showing them to the girls. The sand has the perfect amount of moisture, and it's easy to form into shapes. We send the kids to search for interesting rocks and shells to use for walkways and windows. They eagerly run off with a yellow bucket to fill. This looks pretty kick-ass, Levi says. I agree, but we need to add a bridge over the moat. The king needs a way to get over the water. Good point, Ace says. I got the bridge, Knox volunteers. I haven't built anything in the sand since I was a kid, I say. That'll all change now that you're with Evie. Kids love to build shit in the sand, Levi says. I'm enjoying it too, I laugh. Maybe this is where I need to move after I retire. We can all buy houses here, Knox says. That'll kill my property value for sure, Ace jokes. The kids come back with a bucket of all kinds of things they found, from pieces of shells to a dead crab.
The crab can be the moat monster, 3 suggest.
I like it, I say. Every moat needs something scary in it. When we're finished building everything, we pose for pictures behind it, along with the kids. Tilly leans into me, and I place a hand on her shoulder. I don't have any experience playing with little kids or getting to know them, but today has felt so natural.
Thank you for helping us, Dar,
Tilly says. She looks up at me, and I know this little girl is going to burrow her way into my heart, just like her mom has. You're welcome. I'm glad you asked me for help. I had so much fun. She smiles, showing her large, permanent teeth that her face hasn't quite grown into yet. I tap her nose and smile back. What do you say we see if your mom and Brutus want to go for a swim with us? She nods vehemently.
Okay.
She skips along beside me until we reach Evie. I wrap my arms around her from behind, resting my hands on the expanse of midriff bared by her modest, yet sexy as fuck bikini. Want to come swimming with us?
And Brutus,
Tilly adds. Evie lovingly peers at me over her shoulder.
I'd love to.
Let's go. I hold one of her hands while Tilly holds the other one. The 3 of us run toward the ocean and don't stop until the water level hits Tilly's waist.
It's freezing,
Evie clenches her teeth. It's a little cold on the twig and berries, I wink. Tilly doesn't seem to mind the cold temperature. She's too busy playing with Brutus to even notice. Evie and I move to the shoreline, watching the 2 of them run through knee-high water in front of us. I position her so her back is to my chest, and she leans into me. You have a great kid. She's adorable and so polite.
I'm glad you think so. And we've worked really hard on manners. I'm glad it's paying off.
She called me Dar, and it was the cutest thing. It made me feel special.
You are special, and my daughter can already see it too.
I'm having a wonderful day with you both, I say.
Me too. Your friends are so welcoming.
You're feeling more comfortable now? She nods.
Absolutely. They're easy to get along with. Thank you for bringing us.
I'm glad you asked me. I hope I get to spend more time with Tilly soon. She grins, flashing her teeth.
I'm pretty sure you're not going to have a choice after today, Dar.
After spending most of the day on the beach, we showered off with Ace in Miriko's outdoor shower and changed into clean clothes. Knox grilled up a bunch of meat, and we had a small feast for dinner. By the time we got in my truck, we were all tired, but happy. Tilly's been asleep most of the way home. I carry her inside, and Evie shows me where her room is. She drags her covers back, and, as carefully as I can, I place Tilly down on the bed. Night, Tilly, I whisper. Evie pulls the sheet and blanket over her and kisses her forehead.
Good night, sweetie.
Tilly's eyes open slightly.
Can Brutus sleep with me? He can lie down with you for a little while, Evie says.
Tilly's lips curve and her eyes fall shut again. Brutus, up here. I pat the edge of the bed and he jumps onto it. Stay with Tilly, I command, and he stretches out on his side. Good boy. Evie wraps her hand around mine and steers me out of the bedroom door and down the stairs. We sit down on the couch, and I pull her closer until she's lying against my side with my arm around her.
What are you smiling for?
She asks. I didn't realize I was, but I know the reason for it.
Which is?
You. I rub the tip of my nose against hers. I can't believe how much my life has changed in the week since we met. It's so much fuller now. I've always felt happy and content, but I think it was because I didn't realize what I was missing out on. After having you in my life, I know I never want to be without you again. I love you so much, Agape Mo. Her sparkling blue eyes are filled with mischief as she looks up at me.
Prove it.
With a growl, I flip her to her back, and she giggles. I love a challenge, Agape Mo. My face lowers toward hers, and I capture her lips in a searing kiss. I spend the rest of the night proving just how much I love every inch of her.
Chapter 21. Evie. 3 weeks later. My stomach is nauseous. I place my palm just above the top of my jeans. Wendy wraps her arm around me. Aw, how cute. You're nervous for your man? But why are you worried? They're leading by 2 goals. It's not only that. I mean, of course I want his team to win. If they do, they go on to the conference finals. And never underestimate how easily a 2-goal lead can be overcome in a short amount of time. But I'm mostly freaking out because I'm meeting his parents after the game. You meet new people every day at work. You'll be fine. He's really close with all of his family members, and he's an admitted mama's boy. What if they hate me? Wendy expels a sputtering puff of air, and her arm falls from around me. She shoves me hard enough to make me almost topple sideways from my seat into the aisle. I regain my balance and fire off. What the hell was that for? You're being ridiculous, and I'm not putting up with it. Why wouldn't they like you? I have a daughter. His parents may not want their son to have a ready-made family. Although he told me they're pressuring him and his siblings for grandchildren. See, you're worried for nothing. Any parents would be happy to have you as a daughter-in-law. let's not get ahead of things. We haven't been together that long. As much as I hope our relationship is meant to last, I'm not going to assume it will.
When you assume, you make an ass out of you and me, Wendy says.
Gee, I've never heard that one before.
Seriously, though, you and Darius are going to end up married with a whole passel of kids, she states matter-of-factly.
What makes you say that?
You complement each other in all the important ways. He's calming for you. You've become so much more positive and grateful with him in your life.
Okay, I'll agree with that. It's impossible to be around him and be pessimistic.
And you're the missing piece of his life. The perfect woman for him, really. You don't like hockey and don't know who he is.
I like hockey more now, I interject.
I know, but you were busy living your own life, and he was busy living his. Who would have thought rainbow leopard spots would have changed your life? You better incorporate that into your wedding somehow.
I laugh. Oh, God, I cringe every time someone asks us how we met.
Please, that's the best meet cute ever. It's literally a cute meet cute.
She laughs. All right, intermission's over. Time to pay attention again, I say.
Yes, Mom.
Wendy leans her head on my arm.
I'll be a good girl.
I laugh. You lie.
At least you know I'm lying. It makes it so much easier. Whenever I meet new people, they never know how to take the things I say.
Go figure, I say.
Shut up.
She whacks my arm. I put up with a lot of physical abuse being your friend. I rub my tricep. If you're not whacking me, you're pushing me out of my seat.
She shrugs. It's my version of showing you how much I love you.
You need to find a guy who likes to be roughed up, I joke.
I'm game if he is.
She wiggles her eyebrows. I laugh. You're incorrigible, and I adore you. I hug her arm to my side and watch as the guys step out onto the ice surface. I need to focus.
You mean focus on that tall, hot piece of man meat of yours, she says.
Ha! I think Darius would love to know I think he's all of those things to me.
That dude's so in love with you. I'd be jealous if you weren't my dearest friend.
That's nice of you to say. He makes me feel loved.
Ooh, do you think I can meet some of his teammates after the game?
Her brain is like a squirrel jumping around willy-nilly. I never know what to expect next, and I love that about her. Her vivacious personality matches her vivid red hair. My lips curve. I think that can be arranged.
Woohoo! I need a hockey player who's adept at handling his stick.
Darius glides by the boards in front of us and winks at me. I point to his jersey that I'm wearing over one of my hoodies. He flashes his white teeth at me before he's skating away. I love watching him on the ice. There's a natural grace about his movements, and combined with his cat-like reflexes, it makes him one of the best wingers in the league. The third period begins, and I'm laser-focused on Darius.
I don't think I'll ever understand this game. I get the basic idea, but that's about it, Wendy says.
I point to the ice. Right now, Darius has to try to block shots or steal passes that are made to or from the opposing defenseman.
Looks like he's doing a good job at it,
she says, and she's right. He is. Woo! I shout when he intercepts the puck from one of the opposing players. Hooking around, he changes direction, skating toward the other team's net. Caden's open, and Darius notices. He passes the puck, and Caden makes a textbook slap shot. The black disc is a blur as it passes between the side of the net and the goalie. The red light goes on, signaling the score. I throw my arms up in the air and cheer along with the rest of the home crowd. Coyote fans have a reputation for being the loudest, and I'm happy to contribute to that. Now that they're up by 3 goals and the last period is well underway, I feel like I can relax a little. About the game, at least. I'm still going to worry about meeting his parents. That won't change until it's over and done with. And then I'll probably worry whether they like me or not. When people say relationships are tough, I think a lot of the stress can come from outside sources like work or family. Look at how my dad reacted to us being together. No matter how much of a brave front I put up in front of Darius, he knows it's upsetting that my own father isn't happy for me. I never want to be like him when Tilly finds someone to love someday. Her happiness is all that will ever matter to me. The game finishes with the score of 3-0 and a crucial win for the Coyotes.
They're going to the conference finals. Last season, they didn't make it past the second round of playoffs, so this is huge for them. I bring Wendy down to the area Darius told me to meet him. I feel so conspicuous standing here, even with my best friend beside me offering moral support. Who am I kidding? She's here for the hockey players. But as a bonus, I know she'll have my back if needed. I keep to the edge of the crowd made up of family and friends waiting to see their players, and lean back against the concrete wall, staring at my chucks. The smell isn't bad like I expected it to be. Darius explained to me how the team's equipment manager treats all their gear with an eco-friendly sanitizing spray. There's also a machine that uses high-intensity UV lights to make ozone gas, which in turn sanitizes the equipment. I'm not sure I believed even modern technology could rid the world of hockey stench, but I'm happy to say it's true. Evie? I hear my name and raise my head. There's an attractive middle-aged woman standing a few feet from me. Yes, I nod. She gives me a friendly smile. I'm Eleni, Darius's mother. I smile back at her. Hi, it's nice to meet you. Eleni moves toward me and then pulls me into a hug. It's nice to meet you too. I've heard so many wonderful things about you. Well, Darius told me how close the two of you are. I've heard great things about you also. She releases me and gestures toward a handsome man I'm guessing is her husband. This is Darius's father, Anatoly. He shakes my hand in his firm grip and smiles at me. Darius looks so much like a younger version of him, except his eyes are darker than his dad's are. It's a pleasure to meet you, Evie. And you, Mr. Castellanos? Please call me Anatoly. I introduce them to Wendy, and then before we can continue our conversation, the players come out. Wendy grabs onto my arm and whispers, Holy crap-a-moly, so many hot men. I'm not sure if I'm going to faint or have an orgasm. It could go either way. Stay upright, please. I don't want to have to catch you, I say, knowing she's being her dramatic self. She's not going to faint. That would mean she'd miss seeing the rest of the hockey players, and there's no way in hell she'd let that happen. I'm aiming for the second option, too, she says. When I glance toward the direction Darius will be coming from, I catch sight of him. His full lips parting, he beams at me. He's so happy. My chest fills with emotion and my eyes get watery. Dropping his bag on the floor, he walks straight into my arms. Congratulations, Opektis Hofekmo. He lifts me from my feet and spins me around before taking my lips in a celebratory kiss. He keeps it brief, but I feel the electric energy that's always present between us all the way to my toes. Thank you for being here, Agapemo. I love seeing you wearing my jersey. You were amazing out there. I'm so proud of you. Seeing his parents in my periphery, I step back from his embrace and he turns to them. Hey, Mom and Dad. Agoremo. She holds her arms out to him. Their hug is over quickly because his father is already tugging Darius away from her. Good job, son. He grips his shoulder. Darius smiles. Thanks, Dad. I need to introduce you both to Evie, he says. There's no need, son. We've already met, his dad says. Darius looks at me for confirmation, and I nod. They even met Wendy. He looks around and notices her for the first time. Oh, hey, Wendy. How's it going? Hi, Darius. Great game. Thanks for the ticket. Anytime, he says. His parents make loose plans to get together with us soon. Well, as soon as hockey season is over, which hopefully won't be until after the Stanley Cup playoffs. They say goodbye to the three of us, then leave. Who do we have here? One of Darius's teammates stops in front of me. Darius claps his hand on his shoulder. This is my girlfriend, Evie. Evie, this is Murphy. He was the goalie tonight. We shake hands and exchange the typical pleasantries before Wendy literally barges between us. Great game, goalie. She smiles up at him. His lips part in his own smile of appreciation as he looks her over. And who would you be? I'm Wendy, Evie's best friend. He takes hold of her hand, pressing a kiss on the back. It's wonderful to meet you, Wendy, Evie's best friend. Wendy lets out a flirtatious little giggle and twirls her hair, which is her signature move whenever she's attracted to a guy. "Ditto," she says. "I hope I see you again sometime," he tells her. "You can bet on it," she replies. When he's out of sight, Wendy fans her face with her hand. "So fucking sexy." I laugh.
How did I know you were going to say that?
"So, Darius, what do you think of your girl bringing me to another game?" He quirks a dark brow. "Is this your way of asking me for another ticket?" She nods. "I was trying to be subtle." He pats her on the back. "You're getting better at it." "Okay, but you have to promise to stay away from my boy Murphy until after the season. He doesn't need anyone screwing with his head." She holds up her hand to stop him from saying any more. "Slow your roll. I'm not interested in his head. Well, not the head you're talking about anyway." Laughing, I grab Darius's hand. "Let's get out of here. It's been a great night, and I don't want to ruin it by seeing my dad."
Chapter 22. Darius. 3 weeks later. I pull up to a stop sign at the end of my street before making the turn onto the main road. Lowering the windows more, I decide to forego the air conditioning and let the wind blow through instead. Brutus is on board with this plan. Sitting in the front passenger seat, he leans his head out the window. In the side mirror, I can see his blissed-out expression. He looks like he's smiling, and his eyes are at half-mast. He's in doggy heaven right now. The smooth leather steering wheel is warm under my hands as I make the drive to Evie's house. I've traveled this route so many times in the past few months, I think I can make it with my eyes closed. And now that my hockey season is over, I've been spending every moment I can with Evie and Tilly. It's amazing how quickly I've gone from one of the highest points in my career to one of the lowest. Only a few weeks ago, the Coyotes advanced to the conference finals, and I thought for sure we were going all the way. I envision us winning the Stanley Cup. Unfortunately, we lost Game 7 in the conference finals, and as quick as the snap of my fingers, our season was over. It still feels surreal when I think about it, and I think about it a lot. Too much, in fact. My teammates and I were devastated. We'd played well all season, so to lose when we were so close to advancing on to the Stanley Cup finals came as a surprise. Did we get ahead of ourselves and not stay focused on the game we needed to win? I don't think that was the situation. We collectively gave it our all, but on that particular night, our all wasn't enough, and we got outplayed. Having Evie and Tilly in my life has made the loss so much easier to endure. They've been spoiling me with home-baked cookies and brownies, and they even made some peanut butter treats for Brutus. He and Tilly are best pals now. Whenever I sleep at Evie's, Brutus stays in Tilly's room with her. He even gets up on her bed to cuddle against her. I pull my truck into Evie's driveway. Brutus's paws have barely hit the pavement when Tilly is barreling toward us. I scoop her up into my arms, and she squeezes her little arms around my neck. "Hi, Dar." "Hi, Tills." I set her down, and she throws herself at Brutus, hugging him. When I look up from the two of them, I find Evie watching from the doorway. My lips reflexively arch into a smile, as they always do when I see her. She's like a miracle balm for everything that ails me. Tilly and Brutus run into the house ahead of me, while Evie waits in the mudroom. I lock the front door and turn to face her. "How are you, Agapimo?" She slips into my arms before replying. "Better now that you're here." I relish the way her curves feel against me. She fits perfectly in my embrace. In fact, she's a perfect fit in every way. I don't know what I did with all my free time before she and Tilly were in my life. "Let's go inside. Tilly and I made some treats." I rub my hand over my stomach. You two are trying to fatten me up."
"As if that's possible with the time you spend in the gym," she says.
My workouts are always difficult, but when I'm not playing hockey all the time, I ratchet up the intensity to compensate. I hear her close the door as I walk toward the couch in her living room. I fall back on the comfortable piece of furniture with a sigh.
"You don't want anything to eat?"
"Not yet. I want to talk with you." Her eyes flashing wider with concern, she sits next to me.
"What's going on?"
"I heard a rumor that your dad is looking to trade me." She gasped.
"Could it be false information? Rumors aren't always true."
It came from a credible source.
"That asshole. Why can't he just fuck off and leave us alone?"
"Calm down." I wrap my arm around her, and she leans into me.
"What are you going to do?"
I shake my head. "I don't know. There's not much I can do besides wait it out and see what happens. I'm not even supposed to know."
"You can't just sit back and let him shit on you."
"Earlier, I put a call in with my agent. He's going to see what he can find out."
"Any idea which team my dad's talking to?"
"It's teams, and they're all on the West Coast or Canadian."
"It's like he's trying to put as much distance between us as possible."
"I don't want you to worry. Whatever happens, we'll figure something out."
"Darius, how can I not be concerned? During the hockey season, we'd barely see each other, and hockey season is so fucking long."
Her voice sounds shrill. My palm skims up and down her arms soothingly. "Calm down. We don't know for sure if this is true. I'm only telling you because I'm hurt about it."
"As you should be,"
she agrees. "I've given my all and then some since I joined the Coyotes. My stats and play are better than ever, and I might be traded." Her head slowly ticks from side to side.
"It's ridiculous."
"What the fuck?" I growl with frustration. I promised myself I wouldn't get worked up about this, and I'm failing miserably. But it's difficult to stay calm when my future lies in someone else's hands. Someone I know doesn't approve of Evie and I being together. Placing her hand on my cheek, she turns my face toward hers.
"Let's not worry about this for the rest of the night. Let's put all thoughts about a trade from our minds and make the most of our time together. We can't do anything about it right now. We might as well enjoy ourselves."
"You're right." I press a kiss to the tip of her nose. "What should we do to take my mind off of this?" I ask. It's a loaded question, and she knows it. There's a good chance that making love with her is always at the top of my list of things to do with her.
"We could sneak into my room for a quickie, but you'll have to be quiet," she says.
"We know you can't be quiet. I'm sure we can find something to use as a gag for you." She looks intrigued, surprising me. I place her hand over my cock. "I'm ready if you are."
"Mom?"
Tilly's voice precedes her. I yank my hand back and shove a pillow over my lap.
"Can we play dog salon and give Brutus a bath?" "Well, sweetie, Darius and I were in the middle of talking."
I jump in. "Let's do it. Brutus could use a bath, and we could use a bath too."
"Awesome!"
Tilly shouts. "Why don't you get all the stuff we'll need from the closet, and we'll be right there."
"Okay."
She runs off without another word. "You have stuff to bathe a dog here?" I ask.
"Tilly and I were out shopping, and she asked if we could get shampoo and a brush for Brutus. How was I going to say no to that?"
I love how much you two love my dog. It gets me right here. I pat my chest.
"I could say the same about you and my daughter. You're a good man, Darius Castellanos."
"Why do you say that?"
We were about to adjourn to my room to engage in some behavior that would take your mind off everything when Tilly ran in.
That's okay. Spending time as a family will take my mind off it too.
God, I love you,
she says. And I love you more. Rising, I hold out my hand for Evie and pull her up from the couch. We follow the sounds of Tilly talking to Brutus and find him already sitting in the tub, waiting for us.
Look, he wants a bath,
Tilly says. I guess he does. Scratching my chin, I look at the high sides of the tub. How did he get in there? There's no way Tilly could pick him up. He's too heavy for her.
He jumped.
He did? Whenever I've tried to bathe him at home, it's been like wrestling an alligator to get him into the tub. Which is why I started to bring him to Evie's salon.
I told you, he wants one.
Her tone tells me she's questioning my intelligence. This is the first time he's been so happy about it, and I think that's because he knows you're the one who's going to clean him up. I move out of the line of fire and sit on the closed toilet lid. Evie turns on the faucet and adjusts the temperature. She hands the hand nozzle to Tilly.
Try not to spray anything besides, Brutus. I know that, Mommy.
She carefully wets down his back and legs before aiming the water up under his stomach. Some of the spray repels back, hitting her, and she giggles.
When you wet the top of his head, you need to be careful not to get the water in his eyes or ears. I'm going to help you.
Evie places her hand under his chin, tipping his head back. Tilly cautiously moves the shower head until the edge of the spray hits the top of his head, then moves it backward once more.
You're doing a great job, Evie tells her. We're done with the water for now.
She takes the shower head from her and sets it down in the tub.
Squirt some of the dog shampoo on the scrubber and start to move it all over his back until you've cleaned every part, she instructs.
Tilly does as she's told, while Brutus stands perfectly still, eating up the attention. I should be annoyed at how well he's behaving when he's been such a shit about me bathing him, but I'm not. Seeing the intent look on Tilly's face as she painstakingly runs the yellow scrubber gently over his fur is adorable. Evie guides her through cleaning the rest of him, and then it's time to rinse him off. She picks up the hand nozzle and hands it to Tilly.
We're going to start with the top of his head and move backward from there.
She tips his head back once more and holds him still for Tilly. Every inch of Brutus gets rinsed off numerous times. Evie finally convinces Tilly that all the soap is gone, and he won't be itchy at all. They wrap him in a thick towel and rub his fur until the majority of the water is gone. Then they repeat the process again with another towel. By the time they're done, he looks like he's falling asleep while standing.
Come on, Brutus,
Tilly calls for him to jump from the tub. He leaps out and sits down in front of her.
Mom, can we put the scarf on him now?
She asks.
It's a bandana,
Evie corrects, bending over in front of my dog. When she straightens up, I laugh. She smiles at me.
How do you like our surprise?
Brutus is wearing a bandana printed with the Charleston Coyotes logo. He looks handsome, and he seems to know it. I love it. Except for it being a reminder I might not be a member of this team much longer.
Chapter 23. Evie. I shift my weight on the bar stool in Ryan's kitchen. Hey, can you get Tilly off the bus today? I know it's one of my days to do it, but I need to take care of something. He nods. Sure. Is anything wrong? What gave you that impression? I point to my face. He smiles. Yeah, you don't hide when you're mad very well, or when you're upset, or happy, or every other emotion you feel. Yeah, so I've been told. Darius told me I'd suck at poker. He's right. So what's going on that has you looking so angry? I told you my dad wasn't happy when he found out about Darius and me. Well, he's lost his ever-loving mind now. I take a sip of the iced coffee Ryan made for me. He's been talking to other teams about trading Darius. He's visibly shocked.
You're kidding me.
Nope, and all the teams he's talking to are located across the country or in Canada.
How do you know this?
Darius said he heard it from a credible source, but honestly, should this be surprising? We both know what an asshole he can be.
Yeah, but this isn't something that only affects him. He's fucking with the team, too. Darius is one of their best players. Why would any coach want to trade him? There's no one better to get in return.
My dad doesn't care about anything but punishing Darius for going against his wishes. He's vengeful like that. Look at all the crap he put us through. He did just about anything he could to try and break us up. And when I got pregnant, he tried to talk us into terminating the pregnancy. And then it turned into talks about giving her up for adoption. I bet if you asked him to look back and admit he was wrong about everything he told us, he'd still say he wasn't, even though Tilly is thriving and you and I are on solid footing.
I agree with you. It's more important for him to be right than to build relationships with loved ones. I've never understood how he can be like that, especially when it comes to you.
I'm not expecting anything to change between my dad and me. It is what it is. But I'm so freaking angry about what he's doing to Darius. I want to spit in his face or claw his eyes out.
Reacting like that would make you seem like the irrational one. You need to stay calm and come up with a solid plan.
I already have one, which is why you're grabbing Tilly off the bus for me. I'm going over to my folks' house and having a chat with my dad. If I don't do something to help Darius, I'll never forgive myself. He's only in this situation because I'm his coach's daughter. I feel so bad about all the bullshit it's created.
It's not your fault, or Darius's. Your dad is an adult and needs to act like one.
Not likely.
Stay calm when you're talking to him. If you get overly emotional, you'll seem out of control.
Good point. I suck down the remainder of my coffee. I'm going to need all the energy I can get. Sliding from the stool, I step into Ryan's outstretched arms for a brief hug.
Good luck,
he says. Thanks. I'll take whatever luck you have to offer. My dad's SUV is in the driveway when I pull in. I don't see my mom's car, and that might be for the best. If Dad and I end up in a screaming match, I don't want her upset by it. Tearing my keys from the ignition, I hurry to the door and knock before I can change my mind. I could let myself in, but I'd rather not have to go search for him. I just want to get this over with. The door opens in front of me. My dad looks surprised to see me.
Evelyn, what are you doing here?
No hello, no hey, I'm glad to see you. I'd like to talk with you.
About what?
He already seems defensive. Can I please come in? He looks confused at my request.
Yeah, but your mother's not here.
Actually, you're the one I want to speak with.
Me? Okay, have a seat.
He nods toward the living room located to the left of the front entrance.
That's surprising,
he says, sitting in his chair while I settle down onto the couch. Is it really, Dad? Is it surprising I might be upset that you're trying to trade the man I love to another team?
I wouldn't know anything about that. Our season has barely ended. None of those decisions have been discussed yet.
Well, it seems as though your ship isn't as tight as you think, because Darius heard from a very credible source that you're actively seeking a trade for him.
Who told him?
He asks, no longer denying it. He didn't say, but he's very disappointed you do this to him.
I do what's right for the team.
You're right. The team has always come first with you, even before your family. But in this case, I have to disagree with you. There's no universe where trading Darius is a move that betters the team. I think what you meant to say is it's better for you.
Now you're an authority on hockey, he scoffs.
As soon as you found out about Darius and me being in a relationship, I knew it would become a problem. I knew you wouldn't let it go. And when Darius didn't bow down and end things with me like you wanted him to, you couldn't stand it. I bet it drove you crazy to see him at every practice and every game, knowing he wasn't afraid to go against your wishes.
My players are supposed to listen to me. They get paid millions of dollars to listen to me.
Yeah, about the game, not their personal lives.
Sometimes they bleed into each other.
In his case, that didn't happen. Statistically, this was his best season yet. That doesn't sound like someone whose game is on a downward slide.
There's more to it than just his game.
He tries to justify it. Like what? I challenge.
There are things I can't talk about.
Dad, I'm calling bullshit. You're a bully who can't stand when you don't get your way.
Don't talk to me like that. I'm still your father.
His tone deepens like I'm a little kid who's scared of getting punished. What kind of father wants to separate his daughter from the man she's in love with? Darius is the nicest man I've ever met. He's loyal, responsible, and he loves Tilly and me. And more importantly, she loves him.
Kids believe what their parents tell them, he says.
He's going to keep feeding me his nonsense. It's time to up the stakes. If you trade Darius, you can kiss your relationship with Tilly and me goodbye. I'm not letting her around someone who doesn't have her best interests at heart.
You're going to keep me from seeing my granddaughter?
He raises his voice. That's the first thing I'll do. The second thing I'll do is make the rounds on all the sports shows and reveal the lengths my dad will go to if one of his players disagrees with him.
You wouldn't,
he says. Try me, Dad. I'm not losing Darius. I don't care what I have to do to make things work with him. He and I will figure something out. But keep in mind, if you push his trade through, you're losing more than the best winger in the league. I know family has never been at the top of your priorities, but I also know you love Tilly. I wonder what Mom will think when I explain you're the reason why she doesn't get to see her granddaughter. He crosses his arms.
You don't have it in you to follow through on your threat.
Do I look like I'm kidding, Dad? Look into my eyes and see how serious I am. Stop fucking with Darius's career and you and I will be fine. I shrug. Or don't. It's your choice. Ryan's outside with Tilly when I get home. I follow the sounds of her laughter to the backyard where I find them playing soccer.
Time out, Mom's home, Ryan says.
Mommy!
She yells, running toward me. I brace myself for the impact of her hitting me, but she slows down at the last second, sparing me. She wraps her arms around me, and I do the same to her. I press a kiss on top of her no longer neat blonde hair.
Tilly, will you please run inside and grab us each a bottle of water from the fridge?
Okay, Dad.
She runs off without hesitation.
How did it go with your dad?
Like you'd expect. He denied it at first, and then he tried to justify the trade. We went back and forth until I told him he wouldn't get to see Tilly anymore if he kept screwing with my life.
Damn, Evie, I didn't expect to hear that.
How many times am I supposed to let this man walk all over me and just take it with no fighting?
I think you misunderstood me. I'm so proud you stood up to him. It was long overdue, and I bet he was shocked by your newfound strength. Darius has been good for you.
I smile. He really has. And in a lot of ways, too. Tilly skips back out to us.
Daddy, you and Mommy can share this.
She hands a bottle of water to Ryan.
And I'll drink this one.
She holds it up, and Ryan removes the cap for her.
Thank you, Daddy.
The three of us sit down in the soft grass under the shade of a tall oak tree. Tilly ends up lying down with her head on Ryan's leg, and it doesn't take long before she falls asleep. Someone's tired after school, I say.
Someone who doesn't go to school is also tired,
Ryan jokes, leaning his back against the thick tree trunk. Take a nap in the fresh air. You can't move until she wakes up anyway, I say. He laughs.
Right? I guess I'm stuck here. Might as well take advantage of the situation.
I'm going in the house. I have laundry to do. Enjoy your nap.
That's the plan.
He closes his eyes. My hand is on the door to the mudroom when Darius pulls into my driveway. Parking, he gets out alone. Hey, I wasn't expecting to see you now, I say.
It was a spur-of-the-moment decision to come here.
He cups my face and I rise onto my toes, connecting our lips. The kiss is sweet and all too brief, but when he draws back, I'm smiling. I'm glad you did. Where's Brutus?
He's at home, probably sulking because I didn't bring him with me.
Aw, poor baby. Why didn't you?
I got some news about the trade, and I wanted to let you know as soon as possible.
Is this good news or bad news? I can't tell from his expression. Did I push my dad into doing the opposite of what I wanted? Oh, fuck.
Neither.
How's that even possible? I ask.
It's great news.
He winks.
I got a call from your dad apologizing for the rumors going around about trading me.
Did he admit he was planning to?
Yes, and he said his Spitfire daughter came over and set him straight.
Huh. I wonder why he'd say that. He tugs me into his chest, holding me close.
Thank you. Agape mo. Every day you do something to make my life even better.
I had to do something. I couldn't let you be traded because of me. I'd never forgive myself if you were.
That won't be a problem now. I hope you won't regret your decision. What if you get sick of me?
He grins. As if I could.
I'm so proud of you, Evie. Not only did you stand up to your dad, but he backed down. That's fucking impressive. I know what a hard-headed man he is.
I'm so glad we don't have to worry about being separated. I can't imagine living without you as a constant in my life.
I say. You don't need to imagine it. I'm here to stay. You and I are as permanent as the ink on my body. You're a part of me, and that's never going to change.
Epilogue. Darius. I finished tying balloons with happy birthday written on them to the posts on the front porch and the chair backs. There's a long sign made of giant purple and pink block letters on my front lawn that says, Happy Birthday, Tilly. I even had a bandana made for Brutus that has pictures of the two of them all over it. I glance at my watch and realize I'm running behind. Evie and Tilly should be here any moment now. Are you ready to see Tilly? Are you going to give her a birthday kiss? I ask Brutus. Evie's car pulls into the driveway, and my girls get out. Mom! Tilly bounces on her toes, pointing. Look at the sign! Wow, that's so cool, Evie says. Happy birthday, Tilly! I shout. She runs over to me, and I scoop her into my arms for a hug. Thank you, Dar. I love my sign. I set her down, and Brutus wanders over for some attention like it's his birthday and not hers. I'm glad. 8's a big birthday. How do you feel? Awesome. She runs off with Brutus. I meet Evie as she steps onto the front porch, and I press a kiss to her upturned lips. I smile down at her. Hey. Hey yourself. It looks like you've been busy. Her eyes scan the tables and chairs set up on my front lawn under a large white tent. Maybe a little. Wait until you see the backyard. Oh, geez. Should I be worried? Nope, but just a little warning. Tilly's going to lose her shit when she sees it. I hope you didn't do anything extravagant. Nope, not at all. I wink. Before everyone comes over, I have a surprise inside the house I want to show both of you. Her blue orbs are filled with questions, but all she says is, Okay. Hey, Tilly, can you come inside for a minute? I have a surprise for you, I shout to her. She stops chasing Brutus and looks over to me. A surprise? Yes. She squeals and races over to me. Now Brutus is chasing her. What is it? Her blue eyes are so much like her mom's as she stares up at me. Follow me and I'll show you. Leading the way inside, I head toward the back wing on the left side of the house. Do you remember this empty room you asked me about a few weeks ago? She was pretending to explore new lands with Brutus, and she found this spare bedroom. Yes, she nods. Let's take a look at it now and see if it's changed any. Turning the knob, I push the door open. Tilly gasps, then shrieks when she sees her new bedroom. Is this for me? It's all yours. Evie hooks her hand around my arm. Darius, this is beautiful. No, you're beautiful. You didn't have to do all of this. She gestures to the white loft bed with the desk underneath, and then over to a fuzzy purple rug with 2 round ottomans Tilly can sit on with a small table between them. I even made sure Brutus had a bed in here. Tilly races around the room from one thing to another, picking things up and putting them down. I love everything. Did you do all of this by yourself? She asked. Nope. I had help, and you'll never guess who it came from.
Your mom?
No.
Your sister.
Wrong. She taps her lips with her fingertip.
It has a feminine touch to it. I can't imagine you or any other guy picking out all the curtains and bedding. Did Wendy help?
I shake my head. No, it was your mom and dad. Her eyebrows have popped up so high they may never come back down. I knew she'd be surprised, but this is comical.
How?
She can only get one word out. I smile at how stunned she is. Your parents have been making more of an effort with you, and I thought having them work on a project for their granddaughter would be a nice thing for them to do. Leaning her head on my arm, she looks up at me.
You're the nicest person I know. I love you and your forgiving heart so much.
I love you, Agape Mo, and Tilly as well. I wanted her to have her own room here. If she never wants to stay over, that's okay, but she'll still have her own space to play in. Tilly stops in front of me.
Thank you, Dar. Can I stay over tonight?
She's bubbling with excitement. Let's see what your mom and dad have planned for your birthday, but any other night that they agree to, you're welcome.
What time is everyone else going to show up?
Evie asked. I glance at my watch. They should be here any moment. I better wait out front.
I'll come with you.
Evie walks with me.
Do we need to do anything?
She asked. There are going to be trucks here with tacos, burgers, and iced coffee.
For real? You're having a coffee truck?
She smiles. Yep, but I'm not ordering for you, I joke.
Did you forget what my favorite one is?
I scoff. Really? You think I could ever forget what you ordered on the night we met?
I think you're stalling, she says.
I'm a little insulted you think I could forget. I cross my arms over my chest. A venti iced coffee with extra ice, skim milk, white chocolate mocha, caramel drizzle on the inside of the cup, and vanilla cold foam. Puffing my chest out, I raise my arms up on either side of my head, flexing. Pressing her lips together, she nods.
I'm impressed, and sorry I doubted you.
I probably never told you this, but I replayed every second of that night in my mind for the 2 weeks it took for me to see you again.
Aw, that's sweet. I bet all the female hockey fans probably think you're this bad boy player, and little do they know you're a total cinnamon roll, she says.
What does that mean? That I taste good? I grin. She laughs.
No, but you do.
She grins back at me. Jesus, don't get me going. I press down on my semi-hard dick. She laughs.
So I shouldn't tell you how much I love sucking your...
I clamp my hand over her mouth to stop her from saying the word that will push me over the edge. I'm saved from the situation escalating when Evie's parents pull into the driveway. I notice Evie visibly tense up. I edge closer, taking her hand. Relax, Agape Mo. I'm right here with you. She nods.
I know you are. I don't know why I'm nervous. Things have been better with my dad recently.
After Evie had it out with her dad about trading me, he called her. It took him a few weeks, but he made the first move at extending an olive branch. He took Evie out to dinner, and they talked through a lot of things that needed to be addressed between them. Since then, he's been making more of an effort to keep in touch with her, even if it's just a quick text to say hello. Her parents even had the three of us over for dinner a couple of times. "Looks like someone's having a birthday," Coach calls out as they progress toward us. Before I can say anything, 2 more vehicles are pulling into my driveway. Looks like the party's about to start. I keep the party in the front yard until after we've eaten. The food trucks were a big hit. and I'm never hosting another party without using them. No setting up, no cleaning up, and best of all, no cooking. Besides, there's just something cool about ordering from a truck. "Can I have everyone's attention?" I shout above the partygoers' chatter and wait until all the conversations have died out. "I have a surprise for Tilly in the backyard, so if everyone could please follow me, that would be great."
"What is it, Dar?"
Tilly asks. I bop her on the nose with my fingertip. "It's a surprise."
"What do you think it could be?"
she asks 3. His brow furrows as he thinks.
"A swing set?" "Yes, I think it's a swing set,"
she agrees. I hope she's not going to be disappointed when she finds out what it really is. Once everyone has moved to the back patio behind the house, I lead Tilly over to the large tarp that says, "Happy Birthday, Tilly," on it. Ryan, Levi, and both my brothers bend down, grabbing the edge of the black nylon, and drag it backward, revealing the synthetic ice surface.
"Do you know what this is?"
Evie asked Tilly.
"No." "What does that little sign say?"
Evie points to the wooden rectangle at one end.
"It says, Tilly's Ice Rink."
Her eyes light up. "This is synthetic ice, and it can be used year-round. I was thinking I could teach you how to skate. Would you like that?"
"Yes! Can we skate now?"
She bounces on her toes. "We can. I've got skates for you, and 3, too, and I'm pretty sure your grandpa brought his skates, too."
"Mommy, will you help me put them on?"
she asks.
"Of course,"
Evie agrees.
"Why don't you and 3 go sit down on one of the benches and we'll grab your skates?" "Okay."
Tilly grabs 3's hand, and the two of them run over to the edge of the rink. Tilly bends down to touch the synthetic ice, and then 3 does the same. I can see them jabbering away about it, but we can't hear what they're saying. I find skates for Tilly and hand 3's over to Levi. "Thanks, man. This is going to be a big hit with the little man." "There are helmets for the kids in that bin," I point. "I'll grab them each one," Levi says. Ryan comes over. "This is awesome. A little extravagant, but awesome." "Yeah, I probably should have run this by you and Evie, but I was so excited about it, I forgot to. Honestly, it's been all I could do to hold off on trying it out before today." "It's all good. You're going to teach her to skate on it, so..." He shrugs. "Do you have any skates that'll fit me?" "Dude, I have about 30 pairs for you to choose from. There's a cabinet on the back patio loaded with them." Glancing over at Evie, I see her lacing up Tilly's skates. 3 is on the bench next to her, and Leah is helping him out. Picking up the bag with my skates, I bring it over to the second bench. Coach sits down next to me. "We can practice 3-on-3s here from now on," he jokes. "Don't laugh, but I already thought of that," I say. "I would have killed for one of these as a kid," he says. "Right? Me too. I would have practiced for hours." I stand up on the synthetic surface, and it feels better than the old acrylic ice I've tried before. This one is supposed to be self-lubricating, making it closer to the real thing than any before it. It's still not exactly the same. I can't produce as much power with each stroke that I normally do. It's a little sluggish, but it's pretty fucking cool to be skating outside when it's 85 degrees and sunny. Coach steps onto the ice too. "This feels decent. Better than skating on a pond." "For sure. No holes or twigs to avoid either." Evie helps Tilly stand up on the ice. I skate over to her. "How does it feel?" She giggles.
"Weird. I feel tall."
I laugh. She's right. It's a bit of an adjustment to get used to that feeling. Levi gets 3 on the ice next to Tilly. "Okay, you two. Hold your arms out like this. I demonstrate the correct position. Start out with marching in place. Both of them repeatedly pick their feet up one at a time and place them down again. Good balance, you two. Now, march across the rink to Coach Carling. That's my grandpa, Dar, Tilly says. I smile. I know that, but he's Coach Carling to 3. The two of them make it across the ice without falling. Coach shows them how to march in place to turn around, and then he sends them back to me. Dude, he's doing really well, I say to Levi. Leah laughs. Uh-oh, Levi will have a breakdown if he wants to play hockey instead of football. Evie sighs. Yeah, I didn't really want her to learn to skate. Hockey players are bad enough, but I don't want my little girl getting checked into the wall. Checking has been banned in women's hockey for years, I say. Okay, but even still, that doesn't mean it's not rough. I watch Tilly refuse any help from her grandpa and laugh. I have a feeling she'll be able to handle herself just fine. Ryan steps onto the ice, and his arms begin to windmill around him. I place a steadying hand on his back. However, I'm not so sure about her father, I say. Ryan laughs. Would you believe this is the first time I've put on skates? No, I say, but I nod my head. We all laugh. Help me out here, Castellanos. Make a skater out of me, he says. Dude, just because I play in the NHL doesn't mean I'm a miracle worker. Well, give me some pointers so I don't break my neck. You need to tighten your core and get control of your arms. If you do that, your balance will improve. He does as I suggest, and he begins to move around with more control. He grins and yells, I'm skating! I glance over at Tilly, and she and 3 are already racing around the ice. This is everything I wanted it to be. It makes me long for Evie and me to have a baby, but there's plenty of time for that. She needs time to work on her career first. I skate over to her. Are you going to join us? Nope. I'll wait until there aren't any witnesses around. Naked skating? I like how you think, I growl. She snorts. I'll pass on that too. Sharp blades and dangling body parts don't go together. I wince at the thought. I didn't think of that. Now you'll never forget. Her mouth curves with humor. You probably don't want to hear this, but your daughter has natural skating ability. She sighs. You're right. I didn't want to hear that. Oh, come on. You must feel better about hockey now that you have your own player. I hold my arms out at my sides. Maybe. She's only 8. She may decide she wants to try 10 other sports by the time she's 12, I say. She nods. I know. I'm more upset by how quickly she's growing up than her possibly wanting to play hockey. Time is passing so fast. I feel like if I blink too quickly, I'll miss something crucial. You won't. You're a wonderful mom. And you're going to be a wonderful stepdad. Are you proposing to me? I ask. She laughs. Yeah, sure. Pretty original proposal, right? I think I can do better, I say. That remains to be seen. Leaning forward, I press a kiss to her lips. I can't wait to make you my wife. I'm exhausted. I stretch my legs out in front of me toward the fire in the outdoor fireplace. I couldn't wait for everyone to leave. As much fun as I had, I just wanted some time alone with you, I say. Me too. I was so glad Ryan wanted Tilly with him tonight. I want to sleep in tomorrow. Technically, it is tomorrow. I point to the time on my phone. It's officially after midnight.
I thought it was nice of you to let Ryan bring Brutus home with them.
He wanted to go anyway. Tilly's his favorite person in the world, and I know how much Ryan likes him too. Our families have meshed really well. I think it's meant to be.
I have some news I need to share with you, Evie says.
Okay. I don't know what she's about to say, but she looks calm, so it can't be bad.
I got a job offer.
You did? When?
Yesterday.
Why am I just hearing about this now? She leans her head on my arm.
You were busy getting everything ready for the party, and I didn't want to take away from Tilly's day.
Give me all the details.
Well, it's part-time for now, but it's teaching art at a youth center downtown. They run free after-school programs for kids whose parents work and can't be home with them. The schools bus the students there, and I'd be working for a few hours each afternoon. Ryan said he can get Tilly from the bus every day. I'll need to cut back on my hours at the pet salon and change up my schedule, but that's doable.
She speaks quickly. You seem excited about the opportunity. She smiles.
I am. I think it'll be great for getting experience, and it's right in the wheelhouse I was looking for.
Congratulations, Evie. I'm so happy for you. I kiss the top of her head.
Yeah, between the job offer and Tilly's party, I don't think this weekend could be any better, she says.
I rub my hand over my short beard. I don't know. I think it could be.
Better? Really?
Yeah. I have something for you. I've been holding on to it, trying to wait for the right time. But the thing I've realized is there's no wrong time. Rising, I turn around to face the outdoor couch she's on. I shove my hands in my front pockets. From the moment we met, I knew you were special. And it didn't take me long to realize you were the piece I was missing in my life. We clicked from the start, and every obstacle we've run into, we always find the quickest way around it. I love you and Tilly with all my heart. I know you said you'd never date a hockey player, but how do you feel about spending the rest of your life with one? Pulling my hand from my pocket, I hold up the modest blue diamond set in platinum and drop to one knee. Will you marry me, Agapimo?
Yes,
she screams, leaping up to her feet. I sweep her into my arms, holding her close. When I finally set her down, I slip the ring on her left hand. It looks perfect.
It's so beautiful,
she breathes with awe in her tone. You're so beautiful, isi toso amorphos. She looks up at me, with the flames and the fire lighting her eyes with a soft glow.
First, I swore I'd never date a hockey player.
She places her hands on my shoulders.
Then, I started out by wanting a winger.
She slides them up my neck, stopping when she's cupping my face in her soft palms. She smiles up at me.
And now, I'm marrying the winger.
This concludes Wanting the Winger by Jacob Chance. Narrated by Ash Beverly and Ellie Gossage. Copyright 2023 by Jacob Chance. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Jacob Chance, care of SBR Media, and was produced in the year 2024 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit Tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.